This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate third part of What If Naruto Was Trained by an Assassin. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Konoha with a hesitant step, Hinata approached the Hokage's office, fiddling with the bandana that now covered her head and forehead. Anko had suggested Hinata wrap a bandana around the top of her head, akin to how some of Konoha's shinobi wore their forehead protectors, knowing she felt self-conscious about the outcast seal on her forehead. Compared to the bandages she had previously wrapped around her forehead, this one was less noticeable and more stylish. Anko had purchased a few for her, mostly in shades of lavender, dark blue, and dark purple. She had one now that was practically the same color as her indigo hair. She went up to the secretary as soon as she got there. She said timidly, "Excuse me, but I have an appointment with Hokage. Dono." She felt that she needed to talk to someone about what she had learned from Anko, Naruto, Raphael, and Yugito, so she had scheduled a meeting with the Hokage. The Hokage struck her as the most sage of them all. With a nod, the secretary pointed to a chair close by. The secretary said, "Please wait here while I check to see if he's busy," as they stood and rapped on the Hokage's door. The secretary opened the door and stuck her head in after being called in. After some hushed conversation, the secretary turned to Hinata. She said, "You can go in," and let Hinata through the door. With a grateful nod, Hinata hurried into the room. Sarutobi gave her a kind smile. He said, "Hinata, welcome. What can I do for you?" Hinata gave him a bow. Hokage. Dono, I need to ask your advice on something, she stated. Sarutobi gave a perceptive nod. "I think I know what, but I'll let you explain first." "Please, sit," he replied. Hinata fiddled nervously with her shirt's hem as she sat down. Well, Anko.san recently, she brought me to see Raphael.san, Yugito.san, and Naruto.san, she stated. Apparently they're part of some group and they invited me to join them. I had the same thought, Sarutobi remarked as he leaned back in his chair. Anko was the one to suggest it to Raphael, actually. She felt that you would be very useful to their group and that the group could help you deal with certain problems. Hinata cast a downcast gaze. I'm just not sure about this though, Hokage. Dono, she replied. They're going to be killing people. And I know they want to help me, and train me, but, even if I did join them, I think I would be a burden to them. The elderly Hokage gave her a dejected shake of his head. Hinata, if they felt you would be a burden to them, do you think they would ask you to join in the first place? You do not do that for someone who will detract from your group, you do it when someone will help your group. But as for joining them, Hinata, do you know what it is to be a shinobi of Konoha? Looked up at him was Hinata. It means that I become a kunoichi, who fights to protect the village, and goes on missions to earn the village fame and money, she whispered quietly. A good answer, but do you truly understand what that means? She replied. She blinked, perplexed, and Sarutobi started to explain. When you go on missions, you'll always run the risk of having to fight enemies and kill them, he stated. Sometimes it'll be to protect the village, to protect other people, or to protect yourself and your teammates. But there are times, Hinata, where you won't be fighting and killing to protect people. You'll be doing so because that is your mission. Some of the missions you'll be assigned will be ones where you're ordered to kill people, Hinata. And it won't be to protect innocent people, or to protect the village. It'll be for no other reason than the mission increases the fame, fortune, and power of the village. In this day and age, Hinata, shinobi are truthfully little more than mercenaries. We accept contracts and complete them to earn money. We fight, kill, and die, so that the village earns more money, fame, and increases the number of job offers clients give us. In Konoha, we do try to limit the more morally questionable missions we undertake, but we are still shinobi and sometimes those kinds of missions need to be done, Sarutobi stated, as Hinata's head lowered. With a quiet whisper, I see, Hokage. Dono, she said. Please try to understand, Hinata. I am not trying to scare you or push you away from being a shinobi. I am simply trying to help you understand the true depth of what being a shinobi is. With that being said, Raphael's group, the Assassins, are both similar and different from us shinobi. They kill people, just like we do, but the difference is they don't kill for money. They kill for a different reason. From what I understand from Raphael, the Assassins only target people who seek to threaten the peace, safety, and freedom of others. In fact, shortly before the Uchiha incident, Anko and Raphael took down a man who sold weapons to mercenary and bandit groups, thus encouraging attacks on villages, who he then sold weapons to so they could defend themselves. He encouraged battle and bloodshed so that he could make a profit from it all. That is one example of the kinds of people the assassins kill. Sarutobi was looking at her. He gave her a gentle smile as Hinata slowly raised her head to face him. You have a kind heart and soul, Hinata. I see it in your face and eyes. You are not one who wishes harm on others, nor do you wish to be the cause of it. But you must ask yourself this, Hinata, if someone you cared about was being attacked and their life was being threatened, what would you do? Just as Hinata opened her mouth to say something, Sarutobi stopped her with a raised hand. I do not expect an answer from you, Hinata. But I want you to think about what I've said here today, all of it. Perhaps you'll be able to come to your own conclusion, one that you'll be happy with. Softly, I understand, Hokage. Done, she uttered. Thank you for speaking with me. Hinata stood, bowed, and walked out. It's no problem, Hinata. And if you have further questions, feel free to come see me again, he said. With a quiet sigh, he looked down at his documents. Above all, he hoped that kids like Hinata wouldn't have to grow up in a society where they had to learn how to fight and kill. However, given the state of the world today, it was a somber reality. Who could have known what lay ahead? He gave a slight smile at the idea and went back to work. Buru Jinkoko, Kiri. A light fog covered Buru Jinkoku's trade port at the moment, but it was lifting as the sun rose higher in the sky. A massive fire had been burning in a lighthouse tower near the harbor's mouth, and the operator was blowing on a large horn on a regular basis. This had aided in informing approaching ships of the location of the shoreline and harbor mouth. Right now, a fairly big cargo ship was sliding into the docks. Its crew was tossing mooring lines over the side for dock hands to use as ties. A number of people observed the ship, interested in seeing what was inside. Most watched for a few minutes, then carried on with their lives. A hooded figure hunched over from the roof of a building close to the docks, studying the ship intently. Their dark eyes panned across the cargo ship's deck, then shifted to the bow where they narrowed at the ship's name. They studied a scrap of paper that they had pulled out of one of the supply pouches on their belt, nodded, and reached up to touch a radio that hung around their neck. Yugito asked into her radio, Neko to Washi, Eagle. You read me, Washi? After a brief moment of static, Raphael's voice could be heard through the earphone she was wearing in her left ear. Copy, Neko. Status? Target ship has arrived. Awaiting confirmation of cargo, Yugito remarked as he closely observed the vessel. They were carrying a ledger, which was being written in by the assistant of the dock manager, who appeared to be a man who was most likely the captain. When he gave the dock manager a small bag containing what were likely coins, the manager nodded and motioned for some dock hands to assist the crew in beginning to unload the ship's cargo. Yugito watched anxiously as the cargo was unloaded from the ship's hold, where it was being hauled out by cranes and cargo nets. Raphael had gathered reports that the cargo they were specifically looking for was long rectangular crates with either blue or red kanji markings on them. The majority of the crates found thus far did not fully fit the description of what they were searching for. Yugito continued to observe the crates being unloaded, pausing every now and then to make sure no one was spotting her. The last thing she desired was for a civilian militiaman or a Kiri Shinobi to charge her from the roof. Her gaze finally met a cluster of crates being raised out of the hold. They were a sequence of 3 high, long, somewhat narrow, rectangular crates. Right now, 12 crates with red kanji markings were being raised out. She reached back for her radio. Washi, this is Neko. Package is confirmed. Tracking, she replied. Gradually, she started to shift from her spot and observed the crates being loaded onto trolleys and driven off the dock and into a neighboring warehouse. Yugito trailed after them, pausing on the roof of a nearby building to observe the crates being moved into the warehouse. She looked around, but saw no one watching, so she moved soundlessly to the roof of the warehouse and slipped through a window. She slowly made her way out of the room and discovered herself in an upper storage area, where she was staring down at the main floor. She followed the crates from the upper area, spying on her targets as they were being stored. In order to prevent Raphael from inadvertently calling her and learning her location, she had turned off her radio. Yugito was left alone in the warehouse when the dock workers departed and the crates were eventually hidden away. She smiled a little and switched her radio back on. Washi, package has become stationary. They're in the lower area of a warehouse along the dock, about 3 or 4 buildings to the right of the ship, if facing the waterfront. Raphael said, confirmed Neko. On my way. Yugito stayed put and watched the crates until Raphael came to join her. She gestured to him toward the crates. There, she uttered. The dock workers haven't brought any more cargo into this warehouse so far. Raphael gave a nod. We'll take shifts watching the cargo, he stated. As soon as someone comes by to get it, we'll follow it. You should head back to the hotel room, get some rest. I'll keep an eye on them. You'll take over later. Yugito nodded and made his way away. She said, "Be careful, mentor," and turned to go. Raphael simply sighed and took a seat, leaning against a box nearby. It might take some time. Two figures stood outside the warehouse, observing the dock's entrance. They both turned to face each other. "I'm telling you, Cap'n, they offloaded some of the crates into this warehouse instead of the other one. Whatever went in there is either special or valuable. Or both," said the initial individual. The other figure gave the first one a nod. "All right. The crew's already in position to raid the first warehouse. They'll sneak in around midnight, start liberating anything useful that came in on Gato's ship. I want you and a couple of the other boys to keep an eye on this warehouse. Let me know if anyone tries to move those crates." The first figure nodded and took a seat, while the second one went off, humming to himself and playing with the hilt of one of the two katana sheathed at his sides. That evening Yugito was sitting calmly on the upper catwalk area, watching the crates, while rain was pelting down on the roof and the ground outside. She was taking her time drinking hot tea to protect herself from the cold that the rain brought. About 6 hours ago, she had taken over for Raphael, and in a few hours, he would take over as the crate's watcher. She heard something scratching outside the warehouse walls as she was sipping her tea. She glanced over the side, blinking, and saw a section of wall being removed. She slid back quickly, barely making herself visible, and stayed motionless. A couple of figures with black masks over their heads and cloaks on entered the warehouse. Two of them went to the crates when one of them nodded, and two more came in. One of the crates was lifted by the first pair, who then handed it to the second pair so they could carry it out of the warehouse. After gradually moving farther and farther away until she was safe, Yugito tapped her radio. She whispered, "Washi, come in, and keep it down." After a short while, the radio softly crackled. "Neko, what's the status?" Yugito whispered, "Packages are being taken. 4 targets are removing them out the back." "Copy. I'll be there shortly. Maintain interior observation until they're gone." Gradually, Yugito repositioned while observing the individuals wearing masks as they carried on removing the crates from the warehouse via the rear entrance. Whoever they were almost certainly employed by the person who was supplying arms to both sides of Kiri's civil war. Yugito was aware that the strategy called for following the guns to their intended location, locating the dealer, and then taking him out. The wood creaked beneath Yugito as she moved slightly to take up a better position, but then she froze. She stayed motionless, but happily nobody seemed to notice as the men in masks carried on with their task of removing the last remaining crate from the warehouse. She felt someone approaching her softly at that precise moment, so she turned to glance over her shoulder and relaxed to see it was Raphael, who was kneeling beside her. "There are 2 more out there," he softly said to her. "They're loading everything into a wagon with a tarp." Slowly backing away from the edge, Yugito whispered, "Then let's get out there and watch them." The cloaked figure, who had been observing the warehouse, cursed the downpour as he blinked and wiped the rain from his face. Another figure joined him as he was doing it. "There's someone stealing the cargo," declared the other figure. "They're sneaking it out the back." The figure in the cloak nodded. "Get the captain and the crew. Tell them what's going on. I'll follow the cargo," said the captain. The cloaked figure motioned to another man, and the two made their way to the back of the alley, while the other man nodded and took off. 2 more figures were sitting at the front of the wagon, ready to go, while the 4 masked figures loaded the last of the crates into the wagon and covered them with a tarp. The driver turned on the wagon at a signal from the 4 on the ground. The 2 hooded figures following the wagon from the rooftops and the 2 figures that started following it on the ground were unknown to the 6 masked figures. Konoha the following day the bell above Gonzo's door rang, and he looked up, smiling to see Anko come in. "Ah, Anko-san. Come on in," he grinned. "What can I do for you?" Grinning, she said, "I'm here to get my little Imouto here some training weapons," gesturing to Hinata, who had been standing bashfully behind her. Gonzo glanced at the girl and then at Anko, blinking. He questioned, "She's your little sister?" Anko grinned and said, "Not by blood. I'm her guardian, but I think I'm too young to be a mother." Rubbing Hinata's hair, she added, "Besides, always wanted a little sister to tease and such." "Eh? Anko nay. Shan," Hinata muttered, attempting to halt her. Gonzo watched them, his smile growing. "Well, all right then. So what exactly do you need for her?" he inquired. "Practicing kunai, shuriken, and additional weapons," Anko exclaimed as he approached, Hinata trailing behind. Gonzo nodded and started assembling the things asked for while keeping an eye on Hinata. He glanced at Anko while examining the bandana. He said softly, "I take it she's had a falling out with her clan." Anko's gaze hardened and Hinata cast a downward glance. "You could say that," she firmly remarked. The young girl caught the blacksmith's sad gaze. "I'm sorry to hear that," he expressed. "Tell me, what kind of fighting style do you use?" With a blink, Hinata turned to face Anko, unsure of how to react. Anko gave Gonzo a questioning glance. "She's working on a rather flexible style of fighting, focusing more on agility, speed, and flexibility." Gonzo put down the last of the equipment and nodded. He smiled and rang up the payment. "Here you are. And if you like, please come back in a few months with her. I might have some surprises for you," he said. Anko nodded and paid for the equipment. "We'll see. For now, thanks for the weapons," she replied. Gonzo smiled and waved. "You're welcome. And good luck to both of you." Gonzo picked up a sketchpad and started drawing as they were walking away, muttering to himself. He drew out possible weapon designs. Yes. Agility and speed, mixed with Hyuga's dexterity and telescopic vision. "These can work," he said. Mizu no Kuni rural area Raphael and Yugito had started trailing the weapons wagon 2 days prior. The two men pulling the wagon had been moving quickly, only halting for short periods of time for food and rest. On foot, Yugito and Raphael had followed, utilizing chakra to overtake the wagon when it began to move ahead of them. They were both wearing cloaks and had their hoods pulled up to protect them from the rain, which was currently falling. The dirt road they were traveling on was starting to turn into mud, so they were going fast. To prevent themselves from slipping in the mud, both were directing chakra toward their feet. The area the road was traveling through was grassy and somewhat hilly, with sporadic turns in the road that avoided going over the hills. Raphael looked ahead and saw the 2 tracks that the wheels of the wagon they were chasing had left behind. Given that the mud and rain were slowing them down, that was how they knew they were still behind. As Yugito wiped some rainwater off her face, she growled in frustration. "Have I mentioned how much I hate rain? And not just because of Nibi, I really do hate rain," she stated. Raphael gave a quiet laugh. "I think you've mentioned it once or twice," he replied. Yugito simply gave a frustrated hiss as they carried on. The wagon rolled on ahead, the drivers gathering under their own cloaks to protect themselves from the rain. The wagon's horses abruptly stopped, stomping their feet and neighing nervously as the road twisted and passed between 2 hills. The animals twitched their ears in defiance of the man with the reins, who cursed and attempted to move them. Stepping out, the other man made his way over to the horses. "What's wrong with you?" he yelled, pushing the beast toward one of them. The man swore and moved to the front of the horse to try to pull it since the animal would not move. He stepped in front of the horse, but with a muddy splash and a yell, he vanished almost instantly. The other man emerged, hollering and covered in mud, and the driver swore and hopped down. After making several attempts to get the man out of the mudhole, the driver managed to get him onto the largely firm surface of the road. Ignoring the shadows creeping up from the hills on either side of the road, the two lay there panting in the rain. As the driver slowly awoke, the tip of a katana blade was aimed directly at his throat. The owner of the blade said, Well, you seem to have run into a spot of trouble there, mate." Raphael and Yugito were coming around the curve in the road a few minutes later. Raphael shoved Yugito to the inside of the curve in the road as his eyes grew wide and he began to swear as the road ahead came into view. Yugito gave him a blink. She inquired, "What is it? What's wrong?" Once more, Raphael cautiously peered around the hill. "Bandits," he murmured, peering at the two huddled figures and the 20 or so men encircling the wagon. Yugito looked at it too and swore. She said, "Damn it. What do we do?" Raphael let out a sigh. "Well, we've got two options. We either negotiate, or we kill them. Yugito, move slowly up the hill there and make sure there aren't any at the top. Once there, hide and wait either for them to attack me, or for me to give you a signal. Understood?" Yugito nodded and crouched down, almost crawling through the damp grass as he made his way up the hill. In order to make sure there were no enemies on that side of the hill, she also started moving to the left, circling the hill. Silently pulling his crossbow and preparing a bolt, Raphael watched her. He nodded as he watched her reach the summit and give him a brief thumbs up before turning and walking out onto the road around the hill's corner. The men surrounding the two wagon drivers, who were huddled on the ground with their limbs tied, were laughing and joking, and some of them were even yanking the crate's lids off. That is, until a voice called out to them was heard. "Lovely weather today." Raphael was standing in the middle of the road when the bandits turned around. The leader advanced while his men fell into position behind him. Some held their own bows or crossbows, while others held swords, axes, and clubs. The leader remarked, "'Tis fine weather for Mizu no Kuni. Can I help you with something?" With ease, Raphael grinned. As a matter of fact, I was wondering if you would mind perhaps releasing those 2 men and allowing them and their cargo to go on their way? It's rather important for my business here that they arrive at their destination. The men encircling the wagon laughed, and the leader gave a slightly roguish smile beneath his hood. Sorry mate, but I'm afraid I can't do that. These weapons will fetch me and my crew a pretty penny, once we've found a buyer for them. Are you some type of guard or escort for them? Raphael moved slightly, repositioning his left foot. No, but as I said, I have a vested interest in them reaching their destination. The man's grin narrowed a little. He said, drawing their weapons, do you perhaps work for Gato then? An agent overseeing his work? Because if you are, that would be most unfortunate. Raphael stiffened and raised his own bow a little. I'm not employed by Gato, he declared, and judging by your reaction, you're probably not too fond of him either. If that's the case, perhaps we could come to an agreement. The commander looked over his men and then took a step forward. What sort of agreement? Raphael held his crossbow tightly, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. I've been investigating Gato for some time now, since running into some of his goons in Suna. I found out about his weapon shipments here to Mizu no Kuni. Weapons he's selling to someone who's selling to both sides of the civil war. I'm here to stop whoever's selling the weapons. The bandit leader crossed his arms. A noble pursuit, true enough. But me and my men are interested in profit, not nobility, he replied. Still, he took a quick look at the weapons. On the other hand, we're also very interested in payback. Something a fair amount of us owes Gato in one way or another. I see. Then perhaps we can come to some agreement. One that can benefit both of us, Raphael replied. If you help me track down my target, you can get vengeance on Gato, and I'll let you and your crew keep any money, valuables, or goods we find. Though I reserve the right to lay claim to any documents or valuables that help me track down further targets. The boss laughed. He heard his crew laugh and say, yes, you're rather quick to trust, aren't you? We are pirates after all. We could be stringing you along. With a sigh, Raphael rolled his eyes. Very true, but I figure that the profit you can earn, and the chance at hurting Gato, are worth more than what little money and trinkets I carry. The commander looked at his soldiers and smiled. You play this game very well, Mr. Washi. Raphael gestured with his hand. Yugito began to slowly climb back up the hill as a result. The pirates turned to watch the young woman in the hood who was slowly making her way down the hill to join Raphael. And that is my associate, Neko, he said. The captain smiled while the pirates all blinked. Wise, he remarked. Well, I guess I should introduce myself, he replied. The crew all smiled and raised their weapons, cheering at the mention of their ship. I'm Muki Gorutsuki, moral rogue, and this is part of the crew of the Rue, same, Red Shark. Muki pulled one of the 2 men who were tied up to his feet as they lowered their weapons. He asked merrily, now, how about we find a bit of cover from this deluge we're in? And pushed the prisoner toward the wagon, where a few of his men lifted the prisoner up into it. The other driver soon joined him, and 2 of the pirates started plugging the trap hole they had dug, while the rest of the pirates gathered around the wagon. After giving Yugito a shrug, Raphael turned to follow the pirates and wagon. Following an hour or so of travel, they came upon a forested area, which Raphael and Yugito joined after Muki and his crew. Muki smiled at the 2 men in the wagon who were bound, while the pirates started preparing their camp. He lowered the hood of his cloak and said to one of them, now I do believe we should have a nice little chat, don't you? This showed that he had a scar down his left cheek, a few days worth of stubble growing on his face, and short ponytail of black hair pulled back. Raphael glanced into his brown eyes, which were sparkling with joy, but he could see a dark fury lurking beneath them. In order to keep his hair out of his eyes, he also had a bandana tied around his forehead. With the trees shielding them from the rain, Muki threw aside his cloak. This showed off his attire, which included a vest over a long, sleeved shirt, pants, ankle, high boots, and hardened leather bracers covering his forearms. A pair of katana were also fastened to either side of his waist. He gave Raphael a nod. Washi, why don't you join in this little chat? After all, you're the one who wants the information, don't you? Raphael stepped forward, observing the 2 men. So, my friends, Raphael addressed them. What way shall we do this? One of them asked, what are you talking about? Firmly. It's rather simple. Do you wish to do this the easy way, where I ask questions, and you supply correct answers? Or do you wish to do this the hard way, where I ask questions, you refuse to answer or lie to us, and Captain Muki and I are forced to cause you pain till you answer us truthfully, Raphael said while removing his own cloak, but continued to wear his hood. The other car laughed snidely. He spat at Raphael's feet and said, "You really think we'll just give up and give you answers? Dream on." Shaking his head, Raphael sighed. "That's the hard way," he uttered. He pointed to the other person who had spoken first and said, "Let's start with this one." After hauling him outside, two of Muke's crew tied him to a tree. With his crossbow drawn, Raphael pulled a bolt. "So, my friend, this is how this is going to work," he stated, pulling back the bolt. "I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer me truthfully, I'll do absolutely nothing to you. If you answer me falsely, or not at all, well, I'm going to put this bolt into a part of your body." "Where? Well, I'll leave that to your imagination," he said with a cold tone. Yugito cast a slightly startled glance at Raphael. This was a side of Raphael she had never really seen before. In some of their joint missions in the past, she had witnessed him becoming enraged or disgusted with bandits or criminals. However, she'd never seen him so icy. Raphael turned to face the man, who was shivering but giving him a defiant glare. "Now, where were you taking these weapons?" he inquired. Raphael raised his crossbow as the man continued to remain silent. "Where were you taking them?" Upon hearing the man's silence, Raphael took aim and fired. His crossbow fired a bolt that lodged in the man's right bicep, sending him screaming with the blow. Raphael reloaded slowly. He questioned, "Where were you taking the weapons?" His only response was a barely concealed snarl of pain and a defiant but anguished glare. With a sigh, Raphael fired again, aiming for the left calf of the mane. With the crossbow bolt through his arm and the ropes holding him to the tree, the man slumped as much as he could and let out another cry of pain. Third bolt was loaded by Raphael. "This next one is going to go right through your kneecap," he stated bluntly. "It is excruciatingly painful, I've been told. If not treated quickly and correctly, you may in fact not be able to ever walk again, or be forced to limp for the rest of your life. If you don't answer after this one, then I'll move to the most painful area I can think of to shoot one of these into," he said, his tone emotionless as he got ready to point. "Where are the weapons going?" Whimpering, the man glanced at the crossbow and saw it heading toward his right kneecap. Raphael blurted, "Sokonashi, Lake Sokonashi." Just before he pulled the trigger, one. Muki nodded as Raphael turned to face him. Lake Sokonashi is about 20 miles south of Kirigakure no Sato. It's a lake connected to the ocean by several underground springs. Has a rather large fishing town on its banks. Raphael turned to face the injured driver and grinned. He questioned, "Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Now, how about the man who hired you? He's in the town, yes?" Slowly, the driver nodded. "Why? Yeah, he's hiding in an old warehouse in town. We get the weapon shipments, bring them to him, and he leaves us our payments to pick up on the way out. Never really met him though." Raphael gave a nod. "Is there anything else we should know about? Does he have guards, security, etc.? The driver gave a headshake. "Beyond a couple of local thugs, no guards. Security, I don't know. Please, that's all I know," he yelled. Raphael approached him slowly and paused so that his face was just inches from the driver's. "Do you know where these weapons go after you leave? Do you?" The driver answered, "Yeah. The man's selling them to the rebels in Kiri." "So you're knowingly helping a man to further the civil war here in Kiri. I honestly should kill you." Raphael growled at the man. Then, he reached up and took the bolt out of his arm. He let out a cry of agony, and then let out another one as Raphael pulled the other one out. After turning around and leaving, a few members of Muke's crew arrived and began tending to the man's injuries. Yugito watched Raphael walk off, confused about what had happened, and then followed him. After trailing Raphael to the camp's boundary, she observed him halt behind a tree. He shook, and her eyes grew wide before she leaned over and puked on the floor. Raphael heaved and spat for a few minutes, then slowly stood up after spitting on the ground to get the taste out of his mouth. Extraction of a small canteen of water from one of his supply pouches was accomplished by him. He sighed as he unscrewed the lid. He whispered, "You have questions, I'm sure," letting Yugito know he was aware of his presence. Yugito walked over and started to drink some of the water. "Are you okay?" she worriedly questioned. Before taking another sip, Raphael gave his mouth a quick rinse and spit out the remaining water. He looked at her after he was done. "To be honest, no, interrogations were never my favorite part of all this," he replied quietly. "It's one thing to kill people. This was requiring me to inflict pain on someone for information. Sadly, sometimes this is necessary." Yugito turned to look back at the driver, who was receiving treatment and bandages. She said, "That was still pretty brutal." "I know. But it could have been worse. I could have done damage to him that was permanent and that he would never heal from," Raphael replied. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Makui approached them and held out a flask to Raphael as Yugito nodded. "This will help right here," he said. Raphael accepted it slowly and blinked at Makui, who merely nodded. "It'll get the taste of your innards out of your mouth for sure," said the man. Raphael carefully took a tiny sip from the flask, but the liquid burned his throat a little, causing him to cough. Muki smiled, reliving the moment. As Raphael continued to cough, he asked, "Strong stuff, isn't it?" and took a large swig himself. He smiled at them and let out a breath. "So, if it's not personal, can I ask why you two are after Gato and his minions?" They replied. "You two don't seem like you're shinobi hired to go after him." Raphael steadied himself and responded, "It's a little complicated. Let's just say that we're part of a group that takes issue with anyone who spreads war and misery to make a profit. Something that seems to be right up Gato's alley." Muki gave that a nod. "All right, so it is professional. But why exactly do you target people like Gato?" he inquired. "As I said, it's complicated. I can't exactly spill my group's secrets, but what I can say is that we work from the shadows to protect the freedom and well-being of mankind. People like Gato are a threat, and so we deal with them when we can," Raphael continued. "What about you? Why are you so interested in dealing with Gato?" Muki took another swig from his flask as his expression hardened. He said, "The bastard destroyed my life," and turned to leave. Before a voice interrupted them, Raphael and Yugito were staring at each other. Gato killed his family. A member of Muke's group approached them and said, "He used to be a captain of one of Gato's trade ships." It seemed like honest enough work, but what he didn't know was that Gato was slowly moving in on towns and ports his company traded with, slowly bleeding them dry before seizing the towns at dirt cheap prices and using them as free ports for his ships. No need to pay docking fees or taxes on cargo if he owns the ports. Unfortunately, one of the towns was Muke's hometown. He came back from delivering cargo to Tea Country, only to find that bandits had attacked his hometown and were still pillaging it. He raced ashore with the crew, driving the bandits out of town. Afterwards, he found his wife and son, slaughtered on the doorstep of their house. With a heavy heart, Raphael and Yugito turned to face Muki, who was sipping from his flask. Watching the pirate captain, the crewman went on. After the crew buried the dead of the town, one of them approached Muki with a letter he had taken off the bandit leader's corpse, a letter from Gato, instructing them to attack the town. Muki swore vengeance that day, and that's when our piratical career began. All of us here, we've suffered at Gato's hands in one way or another. Some of us have lost loved ones to him. Others had their homes and jobs taken away to fuel Gato's greed. All of us have sworn we would see him ended." Raphael nodded as he and Yugito exchanged a look. "Well, if we ever track him down, we'll be sure to give you all a call," Yugito replied. The sailor gave a nod. He said, "I'll hold ye to that, miss," and walked away. Raphael leaned against a tree and sighed. "We'll need to look into those claims when we get back to Konoha," he stated. "If Gato is taking over towns and such, this could lead us to what we need to take him down." Yugito said, "Why don't we just take him out now?" "I've thought about it, Yugito. But killing him now may not entirely solve the overall problem. If we take Gato out, we need to do it in a way that makes anyone wary of picking up the pieces of his company and plan and starting over again. Simply killing him won't stop someone else from continuing his plans. We need to expose him to the world, and then kill him. That way, we send a message to anyone else who might think of continuing Gato's plan," Raphael continued. With an understanding nod, Yugito watched as Raphael pushed off the tree. "Let's concentrate on the next mission for now." The two then reconnected with the pirates, who were preparing dinner and laying out blankets for the night. The Konoha Academy. When he and his classmates arrived at the taijutsu area, where their instructor Ryu was waiting, Naruto smiled. A gang of senior students stood behind Ryu. As the younger children lined up, Ryu gave them a nod. "Welcome, class. Today, I asked the students in the year above yours to join us to help you all gauge your progress, as well as to give you all an idea of what fighting a more skilled opponent is like. These students have a year's extra experience over you, but if you're clever enough, you could surprise them." He glanced at the older pupils. "This is as much a lesson for all of you as well. Some of these younger students may surprise you, so do not underestimate them." When every student nodded, Ryu grinned. "Now, everyone line up and let's get ready for the matches," he stated. After lining up on opposing sides of the sparring circle, the two student groups started evaluating the other side. As Hinata's gaze settled on a male student donning the training kimono of the Hyuga branch family, she bit her lip. She flinched as the boy's dazzling white Byakugan eyes fell on her and a sneer appeared on his face. Hinata flinched, and Naruto blinked in response. He looked up and said, "Hey, what's wrong, Hinata?" The boy's sneer at her caused his eyes to narrow. Angrily, "What's his problem?" he questioned. Hinata averted her gaze. "Neji, that's my cousin," she muttered somewhat. Naruto snarled. "I'll have to kick his butt if he doesn't lay off," he remarked, stepping in front of Hinata and glaring back at Neji. Neji simply grinned and turned to face Ryu, who had demanded that Kiba engage in combat with a boy named Rock Lee from the other class. A boy with huge black eyebrows and black hair pulled back in a ponytail hurried over to confront Kiba. He was wearing loose, fitting brown pants and a Chinese martial arts shirt. Before Ryu gave the order to fight, the two faced one another. They charged at one another right away, starting what appeared to be more of a brawl than a true taijutsu battle. Kiba ducked under a punch from Rock Lee, tried to kick Lee, but Lee just jumped back, yelled, and kicked back at Kiba, launching the Inuzuka back. Kiba let out a grunt and rubbed his chest, then he lunged towards Lee and tackled him. Lee also made a lunge, and a grappling match ensued. At last, Rock Lee launched himself backwards, tossing Kiba over his head, then springing up to charge the now downed Kiba as he began to stand. He leapt into a flying kick with a roar, and it connected, knocking Kiba out of the ring. Ryu smiled and extended a hand. "Match goes to Rock Lee," he exclaimed, as the man smiled broadly and applauded. He exclaimed, I did it, with excitement. While this was going on, Kiba was moaning and rubbing his chest, which had taken the brunt of the blows during the brief fight. Ryu called out students to fight, with the older students coming out on top most of the time. Ryu grinned. Nevertheless, Sasuke Uchiha prevailed over his rival, becoming the first of the younger pupils to do so. As a result, a number of the girls in their class began to applaud him and call him the greatest person ever. With her arms crossed, Ino simply rolled her eyes at those girls. She still harbored resentment toward Sasuke for knocking her down following the capture the flag exercise. "Can you believe them? Shouting and cheering for that jerk," she remarked. Sakura, her friend, gave her a quick glance. "He performed incredibly well," she murmured. Ino gave a nod. "Well yeah, but still, he's a jerk." Ryu called out the next two pupils while grinning. He exclaimed, "Hinata Mitarashi versus Tenten." A girl in white calf length pants and a red long-sleeved shirt stepped forward as Hinata timidly moved forward. She had brown eyes and brown hair that hung down in two buns on either side of her head. Ryu lifted a hand as they both bowed to one another, and, fight. Tenten assumed the standard academy stance as Hinata slid into her taijutsu stance. Curious, she asked, "How come he called you Mitarashi?" before attempting to strike Hinata. Hinata stepped back slightly and deflected it to one side. What? Tenten asked. "Ryu. Sensei, he called you Mitarashi. Aren't you a Hyuga?" As she proceeded to strike Hinata several more times, deflecting or avoiding them all with a high kick to the head. Hinata responded, "No, I'm not," attempting to find an opportunity to retaliate. With all the bravery she could muster, she said, "My clan kicked me out. I'm Hinata Mitarashi now," and then she stepped into one of Tenten's jabs, giving Tenten a chakra-laced palm thrust to the stomach. Tenten staggered back, clutching her stomach, but Hinata didn't back down. She spun and struck Tenten's shoulder with her palm, throwing her off balance. Tenten attempted to stagger backward in an attempt to gain some space, but Hinata had already swept her legs under her. As Hinata got to his feet, prepared to attack, she fell onto her back. With a moan, Tenten rolled to the side to avoid being struck by another palm strike. Then, he sprang out with one foot, striking Hinata in the leg and bringing her to her knees. Tenten launched multiple kicks and jabs at Hinata, but she kept avoiding and deflecting them as the two kunoichi sprang to their feet. Sadly, one made it through and knocked her back by hitting her in the shoulder. Tenten threw another punch that struck Hinata in the cheek, sending the former Hyuga sprawling to the ground as she writhed and massaged her jaw. Tenten got ready to punch again, but Hinata kicked her, sending Tenten reeling back as her foot struck her stomach. When Tenten started to punch her again, Hinata quickly got up and actually grabbed her arm. She then spun around and gave Tenten an elbow to the stomach and a palm strike to the face, which caused Tenten to skid and roll along the floor and out of the ring. 2. With a slight pant, Hinata gave Ryu a smile. He yelled, "Winner, Hinata Mitarashi," and several of Hinata's classmates applauded, with Naruto being the most vocal. She yelled and blushed a little as he hugged her, saying, "That was awesome, Hinata." She winced, sensing a slight swelling in her face, and he released her at once, showing concern. "You okay? You need an ice pack or something?" he inquired. Hinata gave a feeble nod. She stumbled over to where the academy nurse was standing, saying, "Tea. That might be nice." The nurse had been called in to treat any injuries the students had sustained in their fights. She was currently tending to Tenten. She offered Tenten some advice. "There you go. Just rest and you'll be better," and bandaged the area where Tenten had cut herself while sliding on the ground. She shook her head, turning to face Hinata. She gave Hinata an ice pack and remarked, "Ugh, these taijutsu spars. I never enjoy them, seeing children hurt like this. Just hold it on your face, and it should help bring down the swelling." Hinata gave a nod, and Tenten approached with a smile. She held out her hand and remarked, "That was one heck of a spar. Congratulations on the win." Shyly, Hinata accepted it. Thank you, but I was just lucky," she replied. "Nonsense. I'll be the first to admit taijutsu isn't my strong point. Now put a kunai or shuriken in my hand, and that's something else," Tenten laughed. Ryu was calling out the upcoming competitors at that precise moment. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. Tenten blinked and Hinata gasped. She remarked, "Ouch. I don't want to be that Naruto kid." Neji's the rookie of the year so far in our year group, as they made their way back to observe the bout. With a light bounce, Naruto was excited to start this fight. He wanted to make this jerk pay because he didn't like the way he had been staring at Hinata. Neji, the boy, assumed his own position with a neutral expression on his face. Ryu lifted a hand, glancing at both of them. "Fight." Neji just stood there, while Naruto assumed his stance. Just as Naruto opened his mouth to speak, Neji interrupted him. "You should forfeit. Fate has already decreed me to be the winner," said the man. At that, Naruto blinked. "Are you serious? How do you know what fate is?" he inquired. Neji simply scoffed. "Fate is the all-controlling force in the universe. It was fate for that pathetic excuse to be banished from the clan. It is fate that you and I would fight, and it is fate that I will win. So you might as well forfeit now." "I never give up," exclaimed Naruto, "so bring it, ya jerk." Neji simply let out a sigh and assumed his Juken stance. "Very well. Come and see the futility of fighting fate," he replied. Maintaining his own posture, Naruto kept a close eye on Neji. He knew what to expect, having fought Hinata with her own Juken. However, Hinata had not demonstrated much skill in the conventional manner. He thus had to exercise caution around Neji. He just stayed there, on the defensive. Neji merely grinned. "Well? Are you going to just stand there? Perhaps you've accepted your fate already?" Naruto merely grimaced. He fired back, "Only an idiot charges in without knowing what his enemy can do," to Ryu's appraising nod. Neji answered, "Then allow me to show you what I can do," before charging at Naruto and striking him in the face with a palm strike. Neji had not used any chakra in the blow, as Hinata had, because this was merely an academy spar. Even so, it would hurt if he made a connection. With his head tilted to the right, Naruto raised his left arm to deflect the blow, then launched a right hook towards Neji's face. Neji deftly sidestepped the blow and used his fingertips to deliver a right jab at Naruto. In an attempt to throw Neji off balance, Naruto ducked to one side and kicked at his leading leg, but Neji retreated from the blow. Naruto whirled around, attempting to backhand Neji, but Neji parried his arm and struck Naruto in the back with a palm strike that knocked him down. Naruto turned as he felt Neji approaching from behind. With ease, he sidestepped Neji's blow and struck the young Hyuga in the midsection with a 1-2 combo while he was still unbalanced. With an uppercut, Naruto rose to his feet and Neji staggered back. Neji backflipped away from Naruto, eyes widening as he did so and managing to lean back, the uppercut missing him entirely. Neji rubbed Naruto's stomach as he straightened up and grinned, panting a little. Naruto smirked and said, "Guess fate didn't warn you about that, did it?" Neji straightened up and his eyes narrowed. He said, "You are a fool," before launching another assault. Naruto was forced to deal with Neji's attacks because the older boy was striking with more force and throwing a flurry of jabs and palm thrusts. As soon as one jab struck his arm, he yelled. Even though the blow wasn't that powerful, it nevertheless caused pain in Naruto's right bicep. Naruto staggered backwards as Neji intensified his attack, landing a second blow on his left shoulder and then a palm thrust to his stomach, which caused Naruto to reel back nearly to the circle's edge. Tenten winced as Hinata gasped, her eyes wide with terror at seeing Naruto in trouble. "Ow. I've never seen Neji get this ferocious before," she replied. Ignoring Naruto's own little smile, Neji smirked as he charged forward to deliver the killing blow. Naruto moved forward in a manner reminiscent of Hinata's as Neji delivered a strong palm thrust, but Naruto moved forward too, getting past Neji's guard and landing a powerful right jab to Neji's face that sent the Hyuga boy reeling. Naruto moved forward, staying close, and punched Neji in the stomach with his left hand before the latter could heal. Then, Neji hunched over, breathing heavily, and Naruto gave him a right uppercut that sent him flying back. Naruto grinned as Neji hit the ground with a thud, but Neji winced in pain, hunching over and clutching his right arm. Thus, he was blind to the fact that a furious Neji was getting to his feet. Neji spit blood out of his mouth and glared at Naruto with an enraged growl. As he did, he noticed Hinata giving Naruto a worried look. Seeing an opportunity to accomplish two goals at once, he smiled. He sprang at Naruto, who was beginning to straighten up, and struck him in the stomach, slamming his right palm into it. His strike was charged with chakra this time. Naruto felt like there was fire spreading through his stomach, and his eyes widened as he let out a cry of pain. He bent over, but Neji shoved him over, causing him to fall on his back. He continued to yell in agony the entire time. 3. With a curse, Ryu ran to Naruto and dropped beside him, bringing the nurse with him. Red chakra started to appear around Naruto's stomach, stopping them both before they could touch him. As Naruto screamed more in agony, it spread throughout him, making the other students cower in fear as they watched Naruto get engulfed in the red energy that was coming from where Neji had struck him. The red chakra vanished just as quickly, and Naruto fell to the ground unconscious. As he lifted Naruto and gave him to the nurse, Ryu swore, "Get him to the hospital and get him checked out. I'm going to inform the Hokage of what happened. And you," he snapped, grasping Neji. With an abrupt, "You're coming with me," he said. He swiftly turned to face the remaining pupils and yelled at them to go back to their classrooms. As Hinata saw the nurse take Naruto away, she shuddered. Just before Ryu pulled Neji away, she turned to see him smirking at her. Hinata's hands trembled and gradually clenched into fists as she felt herself go numb. The moment Tenten put his hand on her shoulder, she hardly stirred. The girl with the buns asked Hinata, "Hey, you okay?" Hinata turned away from her and stared straight ahead. Her hands instantly stopped shaking, and she appeared to stand a little more erect. "I'm going to be," she muttered, setting her sights on joining the other pupils. The answers to her questions were with Hinata. Silently, Herzuan Sarutobi gazed at the man seated across from him. "I hope you understand the gravity of this situation, Hiyashi-san," he replied. "Because of your nephew's actions, an academy student and even the village itself were put at risk." Hiyashi appeared indifferent. "I was under the impression that the seal holding the Kyuubi was intact, and that the Jinchuriki was still alive and was not crippled in any way," he said with no emotion. Sarutobi squinted his eyes at Hiyashi. "That is beyond the point, Hiyashi. The fact is Neji disregarded the rules put in place to ensure the safety of the academy students, and in doing so, he put us all in risk. This situation must be dealt with, and he must be punished." With a small smirk, Hiyashi said, "Very well, what punishment do you deem worthy?" Sarutobi gave a quiet growl, understanding the meaning behind that smile. "If I could, I would charge him with treason," he replied. "But doing so would mean having to repeal my law regarding Naruto's burden in order to properly charge him with treason for attacking the village's Jinchuriki, since he is a minor and unaware of Naruto's status. However, I can still punish him for disobeying the orders of an academy teacher and assaulting a fellow academy student with malicious intent. I hereby decree that Neji Hyuga will be suspended from the academy for no less than 5 months, will be sentenced to community service during the duration of his expulsion, that he'll not be allowed to train in any ninja or Hyuga arts until his expulsion is over, and that half of the earnings he gains from the D-ranked missions given to academy students will be given to Naruto Uzumaki as compensation." Hiyashi's smile vanished and was replaced with a displeased grimace. "Surely you cannot be serious. Neji is showing great progress in the Juken. You would cripple his advancement?" "I will not see someone who is willing to attack a comrade rewarded," Sarutobi stated. "And speaking of crippling his advancement, unless Neji shows a change in his attitude, he will also be barred from advancing in rank beyond Genin for at least 3 full years after graduating." Hiyashi growled. "Hokage Sama, this is ridiculous." "No, Hiyashi. What is ridiculous is you and your clan's belief that you are somehow superior to the other people of this village. Be thankful I cannot charge Neji with treason, or else he would be placed in prison for just that," Sarutobi snapped, causing Hiyashi to slightly cower. With an indignant sigh, Sarutobi reclined. "If I find out that you've been training Neji in secret, then any Hyuga who trained him will be arrested for disobeying the Hokage's orders, and Neji will have his chakra sealed away permanently. Dismissed," he yelled. Sarutobi sighed in frustration and tiredness as Hiyashi simply choked and turned to walk away. He sat in his chair for a while, silently, until someone knocked on his door. "Come in." A shinobi with Chunin rank approached and bowed to the Hokage. In a respectful yet neutral tone, he said, "Hokage Sama, I have a status update on Naruto Uzumaki." With a straight back and a nod, Sarutobi allowed the Chunin to continue. "Currently, patient Uzumaki is stable and recovering. The doctors believe he'll be up and awake sometime tomorrow." A member of the Fuinjutsu Corps also took a look at the seal, and to the best of their knowledge, it still is intact and stable, though they do say they may have detected a slight weakening of it. Not enough to threaten the seal though. With a breath of relief, Sarutobi nodded. "Very good. Thank you for the report." "Dismissed," he responded. After the Chunin departed, Sarutobi started writing a note and then called a baby monkey to come onto the desk. He gave the note to the monkey, holding it up. "Please see to it that this is sent to the toads and through them to Jiraiya," said the man. Sarutobi turned to his desk and started working on his paperwork again as the monkey nodded and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Unknown place Naruto rubbed his head and slowly sat up, groaning. With his eyes closed, he muttered, "Ugh, what happened?" He opened them, blinking in astonishment. Sitting in the center of the warehouse where the assassins used to train and convene when they had business to attend to, he discovered himself. Startled, Naruto slowly stood up. "How did I get here?" he asked, sounding shocked. A deep, booming voice rumbled behind him. "I have to say, this is much better than my previous prisons." With a spin, Naruto's eyes widened. A huge gate made of thick steel bars stood in place of the wall that should have held the door leading out of the warehouse. The gate was sealed shut with a small piece of paper bearing the kanji character. Naruto sensed that something enormous was concealed in the darkness, even though there was complete darkness beyond the bars. He stepped back and demanded, "Who's there?" There was a low chuckle from the voice. "Who indeed, little ape," the voice remarked in jest. "So you're my new warden, are you? Not much to look at." Fear, bewilderment, and a hint of rage at being insulted made Naruto tremble. He yelled, "Who are you? Show yourself." Now the voice snarled with rage. Naruto was knocked off his feet by the voice's thunderous cry, "Do not make demands of me, whelp. If I were not held behind these bars, I would destroy your pathetic soul before bursting free into the world, to take my revenge on your pathetic village." With a trembling shiver, Naruto slowly stood back up as the voice spoke in a tone that was softer but still angry. "You ninja are all alike, thinking you can demand and take anything you want. Well, you will get nothing from me unless I decide to give it, is that understood, whelping?" Naruto shook but gave a nod. "Speak less, I'm sorry," he said. I'm just confused and scared, because I don't know where I am." The voice gave a snort. "This is your mindscape, a representation of your mind. You are unconscious and in the hospital." Naruto surveyed his surroundings. He looked back at the cage and said, "My mind? I'm in my mind. But who are you then? How are you in my mind?" The voice growled with laughter. The voice said, "Who am I? That is the $1,000,000 question, isn't it? Who am I is simple." Suddenly, something moved out of the cage's shadows. A massive pair of blood-red eyes with black pupils that resembled slits opened up in the darkness, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. He shuddered when he saw the menacing smile staring down at him with its sharp, pointed teeth. The cage's shadows gradually vanished, revealing a large, orange-red fox with long, nearly rabbit-like ears and black markings that extended into the interior of its ears and surrounding its blood-red eyes. Its body was slender, and it had 9 enormous tails that resembled foxes and enormous clawed paws that were almost like hands. The massive fox looked at Naruto's quivering form and smiled even wider. "I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, mightiest of the 9 Biju." Naruto stumbled back and fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock and fear. The young boy was radiating fear, and the Kyuubi laughed at his display. "That seems more appropriate," he growled. His smile vanished as he spat out the word, "There," saying, "The fear on your face, far better than the looks of defiance and contempt on their faces." Naruto remained fixed on the fox. After a while, he finally whispered, "Why? You can't be here. My father killed you." The Kyuubi laughed mockingly and howling. The Kyuubi said, lowering its head slowly to gaze at the boy, "Kill me? Pathetic boy, I'm a Biju. No one cage could ever hope to kill me. But seal me? That is a different matter." It roared, slamming into the barred gate. "Do you not begin to understand now, little whelp? I'm not dead. I'm merely trapped. Trapped here inside your mind and body. Locked away, like some common animal." The Kyuubi sneered as Naruto scrambled back in fear, but the gate didn't even tremble. It moaned, then rested its head on its front paws and gazed at the boy. The Hokage knew his seals, I will give him that much. But when your wife is an Uzumaki, and your sensei is a master of seals, what do you expect? It asked. It said, forcing its claws through the spaces between the bars, stop your cowering and stand up. I'm not going to hurt you, unless you wander closer. I could probably gut you with one of my claws if you did. However, it did not get as close to Naruto as it did. With a slow exhalation, the Kyuubi stood up. There now. So, little whelp, what brings you here? Decided to finally meet your burden? Shaking, Naruto fixed his gaze on Kyuubi. I didn't even know you were here, he muttered to himself. I don't know how I got here. I was sparring against the jerk Neji, then he hit my stomach and I felt really hot and in pain. Kyuubi gave a snort. I see now. Somehow, when he hit you, he disrupted the seal slightly. I was wondering about that sudden drain of my chakra. And that disruption led you here to finally meet me. So the real question now is, what do you intend to do? Biting his lip, Naruto did so, with I don't know, he responded. What do you mean? As the Kyuubi watched Naruto closely, he growled, do you intend to demand my power? Do you expect me to be your little ace in the hole? That is what you apes do, isn't it? Naruto raised his gaze. I don't think that'd be a good idea, he replied. Why? Your chakra really hurt when it came out of the seal. And you don't sound like you want me to use it anyways. At that, the Kyuubi arched an eyebrow. Surprising. The last time I was stuck in one of your kind, they yelled and blustered at me, and forced me to give them chakra. Of course, they were older than you are, and they knew about me in the first place. Still, I expect with time you'll be no different than them, it said, looking at him. With a slight sense of confidence, Naruto moved forward. He questioned, you were in someone before me? Kyuubi closed its eyes and said, yes, I was sealed into 2 Jinchuriki before you. But if you want to learn more about them, ask your leader. Now I think it's time you left. I am tired, and have no patience for your inane questions. Perhaps we'll speak again in the future, it said with its eyes agape. After being dismissed, Naruto blinked and then peered around. How'd I leave? The Kyuubi awoke with one eye open, glaring at him. Simply will it and you can leave. And in the future, you can will yourself here as well. Though doing so will more than likely annoy me, it growled, closing its eyes once more. Naruto simply blinked before shutting his eyes and quickly disappearing from his dream world. The Kyuubi watched the area where he stood as he opened one eye once more. It muttered, interesting, before averting its eyes once more. After opening his eyes gradually, Naruto groaned as he closed them against the stark white that had suddenly entered his field of vision. He found himself staring at a hospital room's white ceiling after blinking a few times. He took a slow look around, seeing that he was by himself, and then he sat up. He lowered his face slowly into his hands and considered what he had just experienced. Was that actual? It had a genuine feel. Was it a dream, perhaps? Trembling a little, he thought to himself. The door opened and a nurse came in. He looked up. The nurse blinked and then nodded. She turned and walked out the door, shutting it behind her. I see you're awake. Please remain in the bed, she said in an impartial voice. Before lying back in bed and sighing softly, Naruto just sat there and peered out the window. He grinned a little at the brightly shining sun. A few minutes afterward, the door opened, allowing the elderly Hokage form to come in. He smiled at Naruto and Naruto took a quick look at him. It's good to see you awake, Naruto. How are you feeling? He inquired. Sighing, Naruto slowly sat up. Weary, sore, and perplexed, he murmured. Gigi, do I have the Kyuubi sealed in me? He inquired. Sarutobi sat down, his expression neutral. He watched Naruto and said, Why do you ask, Naruto? Gazing up at him, Naruto gave him a death stare. Because I just had a conversation with him, he muttered. In my mind, while I was asleep. Sarutobi's heart fell, but his expression stayed neutral. Are you sure it wasn't just a vivid dream? He inquired. Naruto cast a downward glance. With fear in his blue eyes, he looked up at Sarutobi and said, Maybe it was but. When that Neji jerk hit me, I felt like I was on fire and I saw that red chakra coming out of my stomach. Gigi, please tell me. Is the Kyuubi in me? With a quiet sigh, Sarutobi got up and went to the window to look out. At last, he said something. Yes, you do, Naruto, he muttered. Sarutobi turned to face Naruto, who shuddered at the realization that what he had experienced wasn't a dream. It was the last secret that I hadn't told you yet, he replied. I believed that you would be mentally prepared for such a revelation after you graduated and became a genin. However, much like with your parents' identities, it seems the truth must come out sooner than expected. With tears welling up in his eyes, Naruto raised his gaze to him. He muttered, "W.Y? W. Why me?" Sarutobi sat down on the bed slowly and gave him a look. There are several reasons why Naruto, though I don't know if any of them will help ease the pain and fear you're feeling, he continued. I suppose one of the easiest reasons to explain is that it has to do with your Uzumaki heritage. The Uzumaki were famous for their mastery of Fuinjutsu, their longevity and strong life forces, and their unique chakra and extremely large chakra reserves. And it was this unique chakra that allows those of the Uzumaki heritage to successfully contain the Kyuubi within them. If anyone else were to try and seal the Kyuubi within their own bodies, the Kyuubi's chakra would poison them and lead to their death. Naruto raised his gaze. Does this mean T? There were others before me? Oh, other people holding the Kyuubi? At that, Sarutobi gave a nod. There were, Naruto. It goes back to the time of Hashirama Senju, the Shodai Hokage. He fought the traitor Madara Uchiha at what became known as the Valley of the End, and there, Madara somehow took control of the Kyuubi. But Hashirama was able to free the Kyuubi from Madara's control and drive the Uchiha away. Afterwards, he deemed the Kyuubi too much of a danger to let it go free, and so he and his wife, Mito Uzumaki, sealed the Kyuubi within her, making her the first Jinchuriki, the term used to describe people like you, he replied. When Mito was nearing the end of her life, another Uzumaki was called upon to hold the Kyuubi, your mother, Kushina. With wide eyes, Naruto asked in a stunned silence, My mom? Yes. When your mom was young, she was made the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, to keep the Kyuubi from escaping into the world and more than likely destroying our village. And then, on the night of your birth, the Kyuubi escaped, and your father had to seal it within you, Naruto, Sarutobi continued. Naruto gently clenched his fists around the sheets that still covered his lower body and looked down at them. He whispered, How did he escape? To himself. When Naruto called Kyuubi Sarutobi arched an eyebrow but responded. It's hard to explain, Naruto, due mostly to you needing to understand where babies come from to truly understand what happened. What I can say is that due to your birth, the seal holding the Kyuubi in your mother weakened. Your father was there to reinforce the seal, but from what I understand, they were attacked, and your father was forced to protect you, leaving your mother vulnerable to the attacker. He extracted the Kyuubi from her body, and then took it over, forcing it to attack Konoha. Your father, after securing your mother and yourself, fought the man controlling the Kyuubi and defeated him, releasing the Kyuubi from the man's control. However, the Kyuubi was enraged, and attacked Konoha, leading to your father and your mother working together to seal the Kyuubi within you. They sacrificed themselves to protect you and the village. With a shudder, tears came out of Naruto's eyes. He muttered, So it's my fault they're dead. Reaching out, Sarutobi pulled him into an embrace. He muttered, No, Naruto, his heart pounding for this young child. They fought and died to protect you, Naruto, because they loved you. Because you were their joy. It wasn't your fault. It was the fault of the man who attacked, who took your mother away and extracted the Kyuubi from her. Do not blame yourself for what he caused. Sarutobi held Naruto there while he sobbed and let him vent his feelings against him. Naruto just kept crying and hugging his grandfather figure. After a while, Naruto stopped crying and stayed against Sarutobi, trembling slightly, until he finally withdrew. Sorry, Gigi, he said, dabbing away a few falling tears. Sarutobi mutely remarked, Don't be Naruto. Everything will be okay. How are you feeling? He muttered, A little better, I guess. Naruto, there are two things I want you to know. Sarutobi continued, Your father was tasked as Hokage with defending the village, which is one of the two additional reasons why he decided to seal Kyuubi inside of you. It is our duty as Hokage to see to everyone's safety and well-being in the village. Do you believe it would have been appropriate for your father to ask someone else to give up their child so the Kyuubi could be sealed in them when he had to seal the Kyuubi away? As the village leader, do you really think it would be fair for him to ask someone else to do what he himself was unwilling to do? Shaking his head, Naruto peered down at that and muttered, No, that wouldn't be fair. However, and I believe this to be the real reason above all, Naruto, I believe your parents sealed the Kyuubi in you because they recognized your greatness potential. And they thought that by keeping the Kyuubi at bay, you could maintain the safety of the village. Naruto, they thought you would make a fantastic hero. As do I, he remarked. With some life returning to his eyes, Naruto glanced up at him. Why? You really think so? He uttered a soft whisper. Narutobi, I know so. Sarutobi put his hand on his shoulder. He said, I know that. After lowering his gaze, Naruto nodded and said, Thank you, Gigi-san. I'm thinking about a lot of things. I need to tell you 2 things before I go, Naruto, said Sarutobi as he slowly stood up. To begin with, this is a very significant secret. You can't tell anyone or talk to anyone about this except from Anko-san, Raphael-san, Yugito-san, and me. Okay, not yet, at least. Blinking at him, Naruto said, Why? You mean they know too? He questioned quietly. Yes, but they were unable to inform you, Naruto. It's a provision of a law I enacted in an effort to keep you safe. But now, if you'd like, you can speak with them. And Yugito might surprise you, he continued. This Naruto is the other thing. Take caution if you and the Kyuubi start conversing. The Kyuubi may attempt to deceive you in order to get away. Naruto gave a gentle nod, saying, I get it. I'm grateful, he said. Try and get some rest, Naruto, Sarutobi said with a simple smile. He remarked, I'm sure Anko and Hinata will want to come see you soon. Naruto simply nodded once more as he reclined in bed, and Sarutobi watched him silently for a few more moments before heaving a sigh and walking away, shaking his head and heading back to his office. He hadn't intended to burden the boy with this knowledge, but circumstances had forced him to do so. Sokonashi Lake, the large fishing town built along the lake's banks, with some buildings and fishing docks situated on raised platforms over the shallower part, allowed Sokonashi, one of Mizu no Kuni's larger inland lakes, to serve as a major source of fish and other aquatic-based foods for Kirigakure no Sato. At least 3 roads entered the town, 2 of which ran along the lake's banks running north, south, and the third entering from the east. The weapons wagon was approaching town from the Lake Bank Road on the south. The weapons that had been taken from Buru Jinkoko were going to be stored in the workshops and warehouses in this area of the town. One of the drivers winced. Beneath the cloak he wore, his left calf and right arm were heavily bandaged. He tried to center himself on the wagon seat and turned to face his partner. Steady there, he said. The 2 had been freed by their captors to carry their weapons to their destination, but had been told not to divulge any information about what had transpired. The other driver sighed but did slow the wagon down a little. 2 more figures appeared behind them, both dressed in civilian traveling clothes. Raphael and Yugito were talking like 2 regular people, giving no indication that they were secretly following the wagon. They knew that Muki and his crew were outside the town, that the crew had split up into smaller groups and dispersed throughout the town, and that over the course of the next day or 2, the groups would slowly enter the town one by one. This place seems quite prosperous considering this land is in the middle of a civil war, Raphael remarked, taking in his surroundings as they strolled down the street. That received a quiet nod from Yugito. That makes sense. Since Kiri values this location, they probably take care to ensure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. Not to mention that the daimyo would become enraged with them if the Kekkei Genkei rebels launched an attack here. Thus, it's likely that the effects of the civil war have not reached this area. Raphael was about to reply when he noticed the wagon turn onto a smaller street, and as they passed the street it turned onto, they noticed the wagon stop outside one warehouse. The 2 came to a stop at a corner, where Yugito pressed himself up against the building's wall and watched as the warehouse doors opened and the wagon rolled in. Yugito then started to quickly scan the area before retreating. I'd say he's a common thug based on his appearance, she remarked. That's no thug, whispered Raphael, risking a quick glance before retreating. His posture is too good. He's trained, either as a shinobi or as a samurai, he muttered. Blinking, Yugito said, You can tell? Only after a single glance? She inquired. Having the ability to quickly and visually gather details is beneficial when tracking a target. Even the smallest detail can reveal a target when they are hiding. A noble who is passing for a merchant or a peasant will recoil from anything that he finds repulsive or impolite, but he will still carry himself with pride because that is how he was raised. A soldier or warrior will always keep their bodies tense and prepared to fight at any time, even though they can blend in with the crowd more easily. For the time being, we have the location. Whoever that is, he's a skilled fighter, Raphael remarked. Later on, we will have to study it. All right, let's go, he declared. After helping his partner down inside the warehouse, the uninjured driver looked up to hear a voice saying, You are late, coming from a walkway above them. The driver who was not hurt said, We were attacked by bandits. Above them on the walkway was a figure shrouded in shadows. He pointed to his companion and said, We got all the weapons here safely. We managed to escape, but he was injured. The figure stayed put, observing them, before responding, saying, "Your payment will be made at the customary location and time. Go now. We won't need your assistance again for a while," they said. The figure turned and headed down the walkway to an office, where another figure was waiting, saying, "Watch out," as the two drivers drove away, the uninjured one supporting the limping injured one. "Our base of operations may need to be moved because our location may have been compromised." The first figure received a piece of paper from the second figure, who nodded and said, "The mission into Kiri was successful. Right now, the subject is sedated and in a locked room. In 5 days, they will be prepared for transportation." Before returning the paper, the first figure read it and said, "Make sure the subject is safe and quiet. In 3 days, the buyers from Kiri will arrive." The first figure sat down to start filling out a report. As they worked, a candle on the table they were seated at revealed that they were wearing a blank mask. The second figure nodded and left. The following day, Yugito crouched on the roof of a warehouse a few buildings away from the target warehouse and used a pair of binoculars to study the building in silence. She had made sure to face the sun so that light wouldn't reflect off the lenses of the binoculars, and she slowly scanned the building, noticing nothing suspicious except for the thug on the roof. Since he was a different person, Yugito could now assume that her target had at least 2 assistants, and after observing the man's movements and posture, she could deduce Raphael's meaning. She had spent enough time around Shinobi to understand the subtle stance of a fighter with ninja training. She lowered her binoculars and chewed her lower lip in thought. Raphael had told her last night that this was her show, and that he was only there to advise her and handle the target if she failed. This meant that she was basically in charge of how she investigated the target and dealt with him, which left her in a precarious situation where she could either investigate closer, which would provide her with far more details, or continue to investigate from a distance, which would increase her chances of being discovered or apprehended. Nevertheless, she couldn't gather enough information by remaining at a distance. After observing the building for a short while, she decided to move slowly in the direction of the target warehouse, sliding backwards until she was out of the sentry's line of sight on the roof and climbing down to the ground. When she got closer to the warehouse, she slowed down and started to look around carefully for any indications of traps or alarms, or more sentries. When she didn't find anything, she approached a door slowly and started to examine it, pausing when Nibi felt a small patch of chakra on the inside of the door, close to the doorknob. An alarm seal, huh? Definitely Shinobi then, she thought to herself as she stood up and looked up at the warehouse walls until she noticed a small window higher up. Without taking a chance on using chakra, she slipped her hand into a supply pouch and took out a few new toys Gonzo had made for the assassins. She smiled, sliding on small leather gloves with small spikes on the palm, before sliding coverings over her Zori, which also had small spikes covering her toes. To make sure they were all secure, she slowly and as soundly as possible reached up and pressed her left palm into the wall. Feeling the blades there sink into the building's wood, she repeated the action with her left foot, then her right foot higher up, and finally levered herself up, reaching higher with her right hand. The blades were made to sink easily into wood or soft stone, but they had much less effect on harder types of building materials. Gonzo had created these tools as a stealthy, non-chakra-based way to scale the side of walls that had few hand or footholds. The blades were made to enter walls easily and be pulled free just as easily. They could also be released instantly with a small burst of chakra to the hands and feet. Now Yugito started to creep as quietly as she could up the wall, toward the window, and when she finally got there, she slowly reached up and took a quick look inside. What she saw was the warehouse's main interior area, mostly stacked with boxes. In the center of the room was the wagon that had carried the weapons, with most of its contents piled nearby. A masked figure was busily unloading the last of the crates. 2 figures moved in front of the window, pausing for a moment, and Yugito was forced to duck down as he tried to listen in on what one of them was saying. "And once the buyer arrives to pick up the goods, we'll need to relocate our headquarters. Is it clear that I need everything ready to move in 3 days?" exclaimed one of the figures. "Knowledgeable, sir. When the buyer arrives the following day, everything will be prepared for moving. And the package?" questioned the second. "Before proceeding to our next base, we will forward the package to the headquarters," the first replied. "For the time being, keep the package sedated and secured." When Yugito heard the part about the package being sedated, her eyes narrowed a little, knowing that whatever this package contained had to be alive. Thinking she had enough information, she started to slowly descend the wall, but she stopped when she heard a noise. Looking up, she saw that the rooftop sentry was now on the roof above her, and she froze, watching them look around slowly before turning and walking away. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yugito quickly but stealthily descended, and once on the ground, she quickly removed the wall climbing spikes and moved out of sight. As this was going on, Muki and Raphael were strolling around the west side of town, close to the docks, talking about potential strategies for dealing with their target and any loot they might find. So I need to ask, out of all the people you could be hunting down to kill, why this one person? Muki finally said as they turned a corner. This dealer in weapons, or who knows what he is. Raphael blinked at him, asking precisely what he meant. This man, why not? He is sustaining this war for personal gain and making money from it. Yes, but wouldn't attacking the forces behind the conflict make more sense? Who are the rebel leaders, the Mizukage? If you killed one of them, the war would be over. That seems like a better idea to me than to go after some middleman who is making money off of the conflict, Muki remarked. With a quiet giggle, Raphael said, I'm afraid it's not that easy, really. Would the war cease if I killed the Mizukage, or would it intensify? Who's to say it wouldn't worsen the conflict and result in more casualties? Or the rebel leaders in the same way? Not to mention that both sides are taking action to protect people in their own unique ways. Because he sees Kekkei Genkai users as a threat, the Mizukage is attacking them. The rebels are engaged in combat in order to defend Kekkei Genkai users. However, the man we are going after is doing this violence and killing people in order to benefit himself. Tell me, in order to aid the citizens of this nation, which option seems more sensible to kill? Quietly nodding, Muki said, I guess I get your point. But first of all, why are you even bothering with all of this? What exactly are you getting out of this? Looking at him, Raphael said, to be honest, really nothing. It may sound absurd, but it's difficult to explain without revealing every secret held by my group. To put it succinctly, my organization works to shield global citizens' freedoms and well-being from harm. We take aim at those who jeopardize their freedom and well-being and make sure they're unable to carry out their plans. With a head tilt, Muki said, so that's it? First of all, why would you do something like that? He inquired. The group I am a part of is quite old, a minimum of 2,000 or 3,000 years old. In the past, they looked for a means of bringing about global peace and bringing people together in camaraderie and brotherhood. They went after criminals and belligerents in an effort to bring about world peace. However, as time passed, people emerged who were both in favor of and against their ideals. This other group thought that the only way to bring about world peace would be to compel people to adopt their values. Thus, the conflict between our group and theirs caused our group to change its original objective. He stated, we continue to work toward the day when all men will put aside their differences and greet each other with friendship, but for now, our main concern is defending people's freedom so that they can eventually decide to choose the peace we are trying to bring to them. How are you any different from the group you were at war with if you're attacking people for the decisions they make, even if you're defending people's freedom of choice and other things? Like this dealer in weapons or something? Confused, Muki inquired. With a low chuckle, Raphael said, you're very curious about my group. Consider requesting to join, perhaps? He smiled and asked. Raphael responded, we respect and encourage people to choose their own way, as Muki gave him a mild glare. However, we also think that individuals ought to live with the results of their decisions. No one has the right to interfere with someone else's ideals or beliefs. That is their right. However, we intervene when they attempt to impose their will on unwilling parties or when they injure people in order to further their own avarice and benefit. I can understand that it is complicated and confusing, but they made their choice, and now they have to live with the consequences of their actions, he said. But I really can't explain it any more clearly without giving away group secrets, he remarked breezily. You are truly one peculiar man, Muki remarked quietly. Yet, I guess I could see the appeal of helping people in need. Muki simply blinked at him. Sounds like someone wants to be more than a pirate, Raphael said, giving him a grin. They were stopped before Muki could reply by Yugito suddenly appearing in front of them. I've got some information, she muttered. We should find somewhere private and talk. With a simple nod, Raphael and the other two went to the inn where they were staying to arrange their plans. 2 days later, Konoha sitting in the assassin's warehouse, Naruto studied the two scrolls before him in silence. These were the same scrolls that Sarutobi had given him some months earlier, when the Hokage had revealed to him who his parents were. Naruto had already perused each one, pleased to have some familiarity with the parents he had never met, and each one held a letter from his parents along with picture albums of their lives and a gift from each of them. Since they were shinobi, each of them had prepared these. Just in case. Scrolls in case one or both of them passed away before Naruto was old enough to comprehend what was happening. The messages from his parents that had been written on both scrolls had told them about their early years, their time at the academy, where they had first met, and how they had laughed when he heard his mother call Minato a wimp and girly looking child, and how Minato had told him about how his mother had beaten some kids who had made fun of her. The messages each discussed their friends, their experiences at the academy, their graduation, and then, with nostalgia, how Kumo, a shinobi, had abducted Kushina when she was a genin and how Minato had saved her life by following the trail of hair that she had pulled out of her head. They also discussed how they had first started dating, their adventures as shinobi, their friends, comrades, and teachers, and finally, when Minato proposed to Kushina on top of the Hokage's tower, they talked about their marriage and Minato's appointment to the position of Hokage, with Kushina serving as his unofficial advisor and company Hokage, as he put it. After talking about how happy they both were when they found out they were expecting a child, they both apologized for not being able to support Naruto and wished him luck in life. Kushina gave a long list of tips, including eating a healthy diet, and eating a lot of ramen, getting plenty of rest, wearing clean underwear, and finding a girl who would make him happy, just as she had been happy with Minato. Minato told him to follow his own path in life and to pay attention to everything his blabbermouth mother said. Finally, they both expressed their love for him. Naruto recalled crying as he finished reading the last chapter, joyfully holding onto each scroll, overcome with happiness at knowing that his parents had loved him, and poring over the photo albums they had left him, soaking in the memories of their lives. Finally, he had turned to the gifts that each of them had left for him. Kushina had left a stuffed plush fox that she had meant to give him to cuddle with in his crib as a baby. Minato had left him a book authored by Jiraiya the Sannin, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, saying it was what inspired them to name him Naruto. Naruto had gladly accepted both gifts, and had been reading the book his father had left him since then. He felt conflicting emotions now as he studied the scrolls. His parents had died, putting the Kyuubi in him. They had protected him, but they had also cursed him, cursing him to loneliness and hatred. He knew he couldn't hold them responsible for that they couldn't have known, but a part of him still held them responsible for the loneliness he had experienced up until the age of 6. The door opened, startling him out of his reverie. He looked up, forcing his mind to stop when he saw Anko walk in and smile, saying, "Ah, there you are, Naruto. You were released from the hospital today, I've heard. I apologize for not being there to pick you up. I was a little busy," she remarked. "I understand, Anko-ne-chan," Naruto said, nodding gently as he tucked the scrolls into one of his supply pouches. "How's Hinata?" "Why don't you ask her yourself?" smiled Anko. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Hinata step forward shyly, dressed in a lavender assassin recruit tunic. "Is that right?" she asked, standing aside. Hinata? Why? You turned into an assassin?" Surprised, Naruto asked. I have Naruto-kun," Hinata uttered a little bashfully, nodding. You all have helped me grow stronger. And you were there for me when the Hyuga left me I want to become an assassin if I can get stronger and join your group as a way of saying thanks for all of your help." "Hey, you don't need to repay us for helping you grow stronger," Naruto said with a simple smile. He moved closer, saying, "That's what friends do," only to yell as she gave him a hug. She said, "I'm glad you're okay. After what happened to you, I was really worried." Hey now, no little slap is going to keep me down," Naruto said, trying to reassure her, but she just kept hugging him. He just responded with an awkward smile. I'm sorry, you got hurt because of me," she said gently. Neji, he hurt you because he knew you were my friend. Well, perhaps I should go and pay him a visit and teach him a few lessons about messing with you too, Anko growled. No, Hinata exclaimed as she turned to face Naruto, her eyes widening. "You don't know why he's upset," she uttered, glancing down a little. "It's my fault his father died." Anko's eyes expanded in comprehension as Naruto blinked at her, perplexed. "His father was Hisashi, wasn't he?" she inquired softly, and Hinata merely nodded in agreement. "I don't understand. Hisashi is who?" Naruto inquired. "Hisashi Hyuga," Anko stated. "About 6 years ago, Konoha and Kumo were at war, but they wanted to put an end to the conflict. He was the twin brother of Hisashi Hyuga, Hinata's father and the head of the Hyuga clan. Kumo's head ninja traveled to Konoha in order to seal a peace agreement, but he broke into the Hyuga estate that evening and took Hinata hostage. It was my birthday. I had just turned 3 years old," Hinata whispered softly, shuddering at the news. As Anko went on, Naruto's eyes grew wide and he put his hand on her shoulder to console her. "Hisashi killed him before he could flee. Kumo, on the other hand, insisted that Hiyashi be turned over to them in order to make up for the crime of killing their ambassador and denied knowing of his plan to kidnap Hinata. Hokage Sama did not agree to Kumo's demand, but rather attempted to find a means to prevent the conflict from recurring. I may not be fully informed about the subsequent events, but in essence, Kumo was taken advantage of by the Hyuga clan. Hizashi was given to them in place of Hiyashi. With the exception of Hizashi's age, which determined that he belonged to the Hyuga branch family, the two had the same appearance. N. Neji never forgave me. B. Because of me, his father died, and he was forced to grow up without him, whispered Hinata, still trembling as she looked down. You're not to blame. Anko recently claimed that the person who abducted you was the head shinobi, and you were only 3 years old, Naruto retorted. That has to imply that he was extremely strong, right? He asked, glancing at Anko, who gave him a nod. You're right, Gaki. Hinata, you can't hold yourself responsible for Hizashi's passing. Nobody could have predicted that a 3-year-old, who had just celebrated her 3rd birthday and was in the comfort of her own home, could defeat a shinobi of the Junin level. Particularly one with his level of expertise and experience. You are not to blame for Hizashi's passing. Kumo is, she uttered. B. But still. I, hinted Hinata, just before Naruto cut her off. Hinata, it wasn't your fault. And Neji is a blind jerk, just as I believed when I fought him, if he cannot see that. So stop blaming yourself for something that wasn't your fault, yelled Naruto. As Naruto smiled, Hinata merely nodded hesitantly. Good. So let's start training so the next time we battle that jerk, we'll be ready. We'll both be so powerful that he won't recognize us, correct? Hinata gave a slightly more assured nod. Right? I said, she said. With a smile, Anko said, okay, you two, I'm glad you're motivated. Let's go to work now. The two gave her a nod and went to begin their training. Mizu no Kuni standing before Raphael, Muki, and 2 of his higher-ranking crew members in the room they had rented in one of Kiri's inns. Yugito had a crude model of the warehouse where their target was located and the surrounding area in the center of them all. So, this is the plan, Yugito stated as composedly as she could. We know that our target has at least 2 assistants based on the information I gathered. They're all probably shinobi or at least trained to be shinobi. Additionally, we are aware that a buyer from Kiri has arrived in the area and will be buying the weapons later at the warehouse. The Kiri buyer is probably a shinobi as well. This is the plan. Raphael will enter the warehouse and take the place of the buyer, who will be intercepted by Muki and Raphael. I'll kill the guard on the roof in the interim before slinking into the warehouse. You and your group ought to wait outdoors, Muki. I'll try to get close enough to kill the target covertly if I can. If that's not possible, I'll put up a signal. Muki and his group will charge into the warehouse once it goes off. Hopefully the target will run to his office, and I'll wait for him to finish. If Raphael is here, you'll take on the last shinobi. And that's it, Yugito said. After that, we'll split up the spoils. Do you have any questions? Muke's quartermaster, one of his officers, held up his hand and said, yeah, but how are we going to defend ourselves against shinobi when we charge in? We're not precisely skilled fighters or anything. You're more of a distraction, Yugito clarified, claiming that if you charge in, people will be distracted from Raphael and me. Not to add, these shinobi won't be able to employ a lot of ninjutsu without risking the destruction of their weapons and other supplies stored in the warehouse. They will need to apply genjutsu and taijutsu. When the quartermaster nodded and no one else spoke, Yugito nodded as well, saying, then let's get to work. After Yugito's reconnaissance mission, they had started a watch on the warehouse and the roads leading into town to try and identify the person who had purchased the weapons. They hadn't had much luck figuring out who the buyer was before they entered the town, though, as most of the Kiri shinobi that had entered over the previous 2 days had only been passing through. But by keeping an eye on the warehouse as well, they managed to find out who the buyer was. One of the 3 shinobi that were in there had left the warehouse, and he had wandered around the town to confuse any trackers before heading to one of the inns and leaving a message with the innkeeper to be given to one of his customers. One of Muke's crew, who was sitting at the bar in the inn, had followed the message to the recipient's room, and then Muki had gotten that information from Raphael and Yugito, who then scoped out the room and found the buyer of the weapons. Now that they had their strategy in place, all they had to do was wait for the buyer to go get his weapons so they could start their plan. After completing her inventory of tools and supplies, Yugito nodded to Raphael and said, I'm going out. Raphael nodded, and Washi hurried away, telling him to, let me know when you intercept the buyer. Raphael was fiddling with the radio communicator around his neck. A crew member knocked on the door about 30 minutes later and said, "Cap'n, the target's heading out." "Showtime," Mookie grinned and nodded as he and Raphael stood up. The Mizukage had ordered him to stay undercover while acquiring the weapons for the war effort. His Chunin uniform would have made him an obvious target, and discretion was mandatory in this situation. Shoseki groaned and adjusted the kimono he was wearing as he walked down a street towards his destination. Barely had Shoseki turned the corner before someone bumped into him. The man who had bumped into him said, "Whoa, sorry there," and steadied him. Shoseki just nodded in appreciation. She blinked and said, "Thank you," but his left arm was itching a little. He shrugged and started walking away, not even noticing the man's slight smile as he pulled a thin metal blade out of the bracer around his right arm. The people on the street blinked at him, wondering why he was stumbling, until two men walked over and steadied him, saying, "Easy there, lad," as they guided him towards an alley. Shoseki blinked, touching his left arm, which was really itching now. He also felt a bit weak all of a sudden, and dizzy. When Shoseki realized what had happened, he shook his head. No, let me go," he cried, fighting the effects of the poison in him. The two men did nothing but walk beside him until they came to a quiet place, where Raphael joined them and they started taking off Shoshiki's kimono. "He will be unconscious for a few hours." Raphael took off his assassin robes, shirt, and boots, then slipped on Shoshiki's kimono and sandals before hanging to look like Shoseki. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. "Let's do this," he said to the two pirates, who nodded as they handed him Shoshiki's kimono and shoes along with a few storage scrolls. Yugito carefully ascended the side of the warehouse, taking her time so that she could hear the sentry on the rooftop without revealing her location. When she got to the lip of the roof, she cautiously peered over the edge. Now that the sentry had his back to her, Yugito could try for a hidden blade strike, but since he was a shinobi, he would sense her presence in any way and would never let her attack through, so she would have to strike from a distance. Very slowly, she raised herself to a crouched position on the edge of the roof, and with a flick of her wrist, a shuriken that she had secretly taken from one of her ammo pouches on her belt quietly sprang out, striking the guard in the back of the neck. His arms twitched as he weakly attempted to move them, indicating that she had severed his spinal column and broken the connection between his brain and body. She moved toward him as fast as she could, covering his mouth with her right hand while he remained upright. When he continued to struggle weakly, she stabbed him in the back of his heart with her hidden blade on her left arm, ending his life. She then slowly lowered his body to the ground, taking the shuriken with her. Sentry down, she moved slowly to the front edge and kept watch, and soon enough she saw Raphael approaching, dressed in a kimono she might expect a merchant to wear. Grinning, she slid to the back of the warehouse, climbed down the wall to the window she had seen earlier, and, without making a sound, she worked the window open just far enough to slip inside, disappearing into some nearby shadows while she waited. Raphael inhaled deeply before tapping on the warehouse door. After a few seconds, a slat on the upper portion of the door opened. "Shoseki-san?" a voice asked from behind the door. "That's me," Raphael said categorically as the door opened and he walked in slowly. Raphael slowly looked up, seeing another figure on the catwalk. The man at the door was dressed in what looked like an Enbu uniform, complete with blank mask. It was Shoseki-san, the figure said. "Do you have the money?" "Here's some of it," Raphael said, unsealing a small pile of cash after taking out a scroll and unrolling it. "Where are the weapons?" he asked, his hand resting on a storage seal. The masked shinobi approached a line of crates, opened the top one, and took out boxes of shuriken and kunai. Raphael walked over, looked over the goods, nodded, "This looks good," and returned to the scroll, resealing the first batch of cash and holding it out to the masked figure, just as he saw movement out of the corner of his eye, mentally grinning as he watched Yugito make her move. He managed to yank a tanto out with his left hand, and used it to block Yugito's attempt to stab him, only to find his tanto caught in between two of the three blades of Yugito's right guitar. With a twist, she snapped the blade and lunged with her left arm, stabbing him in the chest. The figure on the catwalk was completely unaware that Yugito had emerged from the shadows. However, they did notice the kunai that buried itself in his right knee, followed by another in his right elbow, and a third in his shoulder. The masked figure on the floor had been reaching for the scroll of money when he heard the commotion on the catwalk. He turned his head to see what had happened and felt pain shoot through his chest. He looked forward and saw that Shoseki no longer looked like himself, his right hand pressed against his chest. Raphael pulled away, retracted the hidden blade, and saw that there was no blood. The masked figure poofed into a log in front of him. Raphael cursed as he hurried to the warehouse door and opened it, signaling Mookie and his crew. Silently, on the upper floor, Yugito took off the blank mask her target was wearing and found herself staring at a pale face frozen in a combination of mild surprise and pain. She sighed and slowly closed his eyes, whispering, "Rest in peace," before getting up. A member of Muke's crew gave Raphael his clothes and equipment after he shed the kimono. One of them escaped. Muke's crew dispersed throughout the warehouse as Raphael completed reattaching his assassin robes and equipment, saying, "Search the warehouse. The office is up here." Washi leaned Yugito over the catwalk and turned to walk towards the office, followed shortly by Raphael and Muki. "There aren't a lot of documents," Yugito said, stirring a small stove that was on fire. "From what I've seen, they were destroying a lot of their documents," she said, turning as they were entering the room. "Probably to prevent them from ending up in the hands of enemies." She pointed to a little stack of documents and said, "However, apparently they had some documents they hadn't gotten around to destroying yet." After approaching the stack, Raphael started to go through them, saying, There are a few reports here. Mostly concerning the needs for the upcoming shipments." "Hold on, what's this? Is that right?" he inquired, taking out a document, reading it, then shoving it into his robes with haste. "Washi, could you tell me?" When Yugito questioned, Raphael merely shook his head. "Not here, Neko," he uttered as he perused the other reports, examining one in particular. It seems they were preparing to return a kidnapped Kiri Kunoichi to their headquarters. He opened the report and said, "And Amayuri Ringo. Apparently they found out that the Mizukage called her a traitor and gave the order to poison her, all the while pretending she passed away from a disease. They took her away to be returned to their leader after breaking into the hospital covertly and making it appear as though she had passed away." Suddenly, a crew member shouted from the lower level of the warehouse, "Hey Captain, down here, we've found a girl." When the three of them stepped out onto the catwalk, they saw a number of the crew members supporting an unconscious woman, who had pale skin, long, very dark red hair, and was dressed in hospital gown and pants with a straight jacket pinning her arms to her side. Muki bent down and asked, "Is she all right?" While one of the crew members examined her, he inquired. "Captain, she's just sedated. After getting plenty of sleep, she'll be fine," he remarked. "Then make sure she gets plenty of rest," Muki said, nodding in response. "Start making an inventory of everything in the warehouse. Everyone else." Muki went off to assist them, saying, "Let's see what valuables we have to sell," as several of the crew grinned and got to work. Yugito turned to Raphael as Muki departed and said, "Raphael, what was on that first report?" she questioned quietly. "We have some major problems," whispered Raphael as he took it out and gave it to her. "This is a communication from their leader, giving them new orders. Read their leader's name, which is at the bottom." Yugito skimmed the report quickly, and when she finally got to the bottom, her eyes widened at the name. "Major problems is an understatement," she exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Danzo Shimura. "I'm not sure why, but I'm glad I finished this chapter at last. Sighs. Nevertheless, I hope you all enjoy it. I'm hoping for a much better chapter, but we'll have to wait and see. Once more, I kindly ask that you visit my profile and cast your vote in the poll there. Once again, a huge thank you to Kyubi123 and Bill Alon, my beta testers. Now, please take pleasure in this output. Motivated by Mandalore's liberty." The Konoha Onba lighting was flashing through the sky as Naruto's class huddled together, watching a thunderstorm outside, with some of the kids yelling in fear at the loud rumbles of thunder or flashes of lightning. With a smile, their stand.in sensei Iruka said, "Now, kids, don't worry about anything. Come on, gather around, and I'll tell you about the legend of the Onba. You're safe in here," he said. As Iruka started, the students all blinked in curiosity and drew nearer. "The Onba are mythical creatures said to live in the forests surrounding Konoha," Iruka said. "With the exception of the Sannin legend Jiraiya, who wrote a book about having wrestled one as a young man, nobody is certain what they actually look like. We do know that they have the strength of 3 men and are extremely tall, taller than the biggest man. Additionally, their thick gray fur covers them." "Are I Iruka? Sensei dangerous?" There was another flash of lightning, and everyone yelled, asked Ino, pulling her knees to her chest. With a slightly sly smile, Iruka remarked, "No one knows that either. Some say they are omnivores, or vegetarians." "Carnivores?" Kiba tilted his head and asked. Sakura used her knowledge to say, "It means they eat meat and vegetables." That got a nod from Iruka. "Very good, Sakura." He leaned forward, as did all the students, and said softly, "But me, well, I've heard something different. I've heard that they eat children," he yelled suddenly. The children all started screaming at that moment as a lightning flash and a thunderclap followed almost simultaneously. Their screams got louder when the door opened and a figure covered in what appeared to be gray fur was revealed. The ONBAA, Choji bellowed. The headmaster of the academy came a few minutes later, curious about what was going on with all the screaming, and he saw a strange scene. Mizuki was lying on the ground, covered in a gray wool cloak, with several students attacking him, and Iruka was trying to pull them off of him, sighing and crossing his arms while trying not to laugh. Iruka never again told small children monster stories, and Mizuki never wore that cloak after that day. Konoha Medical Center, security area. Slowly, as the owner of those black eyes attempted to focus on their surroundings, the eyes opened and began to blink away blurriness. The eyes slowly moved from the ceiling to the surrounding machinery and walls before shutting once more. Uncertain of the reason behind her extreme fatigue and pain, Ceki Uchiha gradually attempted to regain her composure. When she gradually attempted to raise one hand, she discovered that something was holding her arm back. She glanced down slowly and saw that her limbs were strapped to the bed by restraints. Her body protested, but in that moment panic set in and she started to struggle. Her heartbeat and adrenaline spiked, and the machines started beeping frantically. The door opened in an instant, and an Anbu with a drawn weapon stepped in. They sheathed their weapon when they noticed Ceki struggling. They said in a masculine voice, "Ceki-san, please calm down." Ceki had more difficulty. She cried, let me out of here, let me out." She persisted in trying to break free, so the Anbu advanced to try to restrain her. A nurse soon arrived and hurried over. "Ceki-san, you need to calm down, you'll hurt yourself," she responded. When Ceki would not listen, the nurse attempted to prepare a sedative and was about to inject it into an IV bag attached to Ceki when the door opened and a strong presence of chakra filled the space, paralyzing everyone inside. "That's enough," Sarutobi commanded, continuing to flare his chakra as he entered the room. "Anbu, please return to your station." "Nurse, remove the restraints," he said. Ceki lay there staring up at Sarutobi, whose face was blank at the moment, as the nurse quickly did so. After that, the nurse and the Anbu left the room, and Sarutobi sighed and took a seat on the bed next to Kaseki's. He murmured, "I fear we have a lot to talk about, Ceki Uchiha." Like what? The fact that my boy, my Fia, that Itachi killed my father, while you slew the clan head and a couple other prominent members of the Uchiha clan?" she inquired, continuing to observe him. Sarutobi could still feel the fear, but it was less intense now that she could see some of her life fading. With a silent sigh, he rubbed his forehead. As he was about to explain, "It's not that simple," she interrupted him. She glared at him and snapped, "I know it's not," but then her voice softened and cracked a little. Itachi explained everything. Retrospection. At the head of the Uchiha clan's house, Ceki found herself kneeling in the middle of the backyard. She could see the tree in front of her, the one she and Itachi had cuddled beneath not too long ago. With the exception of the blood-red sky and the pitch black surroundings and ground. She looked up slowly, tears streaming down her face, to see Itachi standing in front of her, with tears streaming from his own eyes. Itachi was observing her as well. "Ceki, I apologize so much," he muttered. She muttered, "Why Itachi? Why did you kill my father? What happened?" She retreated from Itachi as he reached out to assist her in getting up. Itachi winced and then took his hand away. He spoke in an emotionless tone, "Your father was part of a group among the Uchiha who were planning a coup against the Hokage. I've been passing information about the group's activities to the Hokage ever since my father told me about them, right after my promotion to Anbu captain." Kaseki's eyes grew wide. She jumped to her feet and exclaimed, What? A coup attempt? Why?" With a sigh, Itachi turned to face the tree and approached it, lightly caressing its trunk. There are elements within the Uchiha clan who feel that there should be a Uchiha Hokage. In fact, it goes further than that. They feel that the Uchiha clan should rule this village. Our clan is the surviving clan out of the original village founders, since the Senju have almost completely died out. However, the majority of the clan was content with the way things were. Until the Kyuubi attack. He turned back to face her. Following the Kyuubi's attack, a rumor was started that the Sharingan was able to control the Kyuubi. People began to believe that Uchiha was behind the Kyuubi's attack, and the people of this village began to treat our clan with mistrust, believing the clan was plotting a coup attempt. Putting it all together, Ceki whispered, which led to members of the clan plotting a coup to save the clan. Itachi stated, that's how they would have portrayed it. But in truth, they were simply interested in their own power and greed. The village never would have attacked the clan. Not unless the clan did so first. With a glare, Ceki looked at him. "You don't know that, they could have killed us all, Look at what they did already. Itachi shut his eyes. Itachi remarked, "We did what we had to do to save the clan. The third person you saw, in the hood. He was the one who fought to have only the conspirators killed. Other elements of Konoha wished to eradicate the entire clan, despite most being innocent of any true crime." Ceki continued to glare. "And what if you had been ordered to kill the entire clan? Would you have done it? Your brother, your mother, me?" she insisted. Itachi averted his gaze. He said in a quiet whisper, I don't know." Ceki gave him a hard look as she looked at him. She said, "That's what I thought." Itachi eyed the tree trunk and touched it quietly. He closed his eyes slowly and spoke softly to her. "I didn't want this. I wanted to have a family with you, grow old and enjoy life." She angrily exclaimed, "Then why? Why did you agree to do this? Why did you betray me?" Itachi merely cast a sorrowful glance at her. "For the sake of you, the clan, and the village. I sacrificed my happiness, future, and soul, so that you and everyone else could have one," he stated. With a simple glare, Ceki turned away. Itachi simply sighed and took a step back. "I know nothing I can do will ever make up for what I've done, Ceki. But please believe me when I say I am truly sorry, and that I do love you. I wish you nothing but a truly long and happy life, farewell." Flashback comes to an end. Sarutobi observed her closely. "So you know then why we did what we did? For the sake of the village." Ceki merely gave him a lifeless stare. "That doesn't make it easier to accept," she responded. "I saw my father's headless corpse sink to the ground, with Itachi's sword covered in his blood. My clan was planning to betray Konoha, and Konoha had my father slaughtered by the man I loved. What in this village makes what you did acceptable?" he responded. The elderly Hokage rubbed his eyes silently. "I did not want things to end that way, Ceki. While I went into that meeting expecting the worst, I truly wanted to resolve things peacefully. I asked Fugaku to stand down, to let us find another way. But he was set on his course. I did what needed to be done for the sake of the village, Ceki. To you that might not seem like much, but as Hokage, I bear the burden of protecting the village, and the people in it, even from themselves. Would you have preferred your entire clan slaughtered in the middle of the night? Every man, woman, and child? Or would you have preferred to see this village burning, innocent people slain as its shinobi fought each other for power and control?" Ceki started to answer, then stopped herself, remembering that moment when she had asked Itachi a similar question. She wasn't sure, like him, if she knew the answer to that question either. Sarutobi merely sighed in silence. "Many people truly do not understand the burdens that come with the position of Hokage," he stated. "There are times where we must make decisions that destroy our souls, in order to ensure that others may live in happiness and peace. A Hokage must be willing to make sacrifices and decisions that no one else might be willing to make, all for the sake of those they are sworn to lead and protect. Itachi, he would have been one of the greatest Hokages ever, had this not happened," quietly replied. Ceki just wrapped her arms around herself and looked down, trembling. What happens now?" she murmured. Sarutobi gave her a dejected smile as he looked at her. "You will remain here under observation, until you're deemed healthy enough to leave. After which, we'll discuss your future, about whether or not you wish to continue serving as a Konoha shinobi. Please give the matter some thought, Kaseki-san," he said, turning to the left. He paused at the door and cast a sidelong glance. He then departed, saying, "For what it's worth, Kaseki-san. I'm sorry I could not save you from this heartbreak." Ceki looked down, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Mizu no Kuni Raphael was sitting in a tavern in Buru Jinkuku's port. 3 days had passed since the murder of the person who was now confirmed to be a Konoha-based agent of Danzo. Raphael and Yugito took all the documents and the body of the man Yugito had killed, which they had sealed inside a storage scroll, while Muki and his team had cleared the warehouse of all supplies and valuables. They were now faced with the dilemma of what to do with their visitor. After doing some research through the files, they discovered that Amayuri Ringo was a member of the 7 Swordsmen of Kiri, a select group of 7 shinobi who were exceptionally proficient with 7 different types of swords or weapons resembling swords. However, after Kisame Hoshigaki and Zabuza Momochi defected, the group had been steadily deteriorating. The remaining 7 swordsmen perished one by one, either from internal betrayal in Amayuri's case or from fighting. As a matter of fact, Amayuri was the last surviving member of the current generation of 7 swordsmen in Kiri. That was prior to the Mizukage Yugura's order for her to be executed in the hospital quietly and covertly. Since Amayuri clearly had nowhere else to go, at least for the time being, Yugito had taken the trouble to dress her in some of her extra clothes, and they had taken her out of Sokonashi. After setting up camp for the night, Amayuri began to exhibit the first indications of waking up from her sedative induced sleep a few hours later. Things started to get interesting at that point. Retrospection: Raphael had been on first night watch and was slowly drinking a cup of coffee that some of Muke's crew had made. The crew was having a good time, joking, laughing, and even singing in the quiet of the camp. Everything was peaceful, and there was a joyful vibe in the air. A woman's yell and the sound of lightning crackling through the air broke the stillness. Raphael turned just in time to see the two crew members keeping watch over Amayuri narrowly avoid being struck by lightning that came from the woman who was leaping to her feet. The crew was leaping to their feet and drawing weapons almost immediately when Yugito ran over. She yelled, "Wait, calm down," but had to duck as Amayuri struck her with another lightning strike. Rushing forward, one of Muke's crew attempted to disarm the Kiri kunoichi by swinging the sword's flat blade, but she grabbed his hands and flipped him over. She deflected a slash from another man, grabbed that sword and pulled it from him, then spun to face the crew with both swords at the ready. Muke moved forward at that instant and raised his swords. He said, "Everyone stand back, I've got this." Amayuri bared her teeth like a shark, her brown eyes flashing as she growled. She stormed at him, "Damn bandit bastard. You won't use me." Amayuri danced back, still feeling the effects of the sedative, but Muke held his swords up to block her slashes and then countered with his own. The two were having a sword fight, and the sound of metal hitting metal reverberated throughout the camp as the whole crew watched. With both swords, Muke leapt over a low slash and cut downward, forcing Amayuri to block with the other stolen sword. In order to prevent his blades from pressing down on her, she had to raise the other one as he pressed downward. With a grunt, Muke held her blades in place. He exclaimed, "We're not going to hurt you." In return, she gave him a sneer. "You think I fall for that? You kidnapped me from the hospital in Kiri." She was forced to draw her swords when Yugito grabbed her from behind, pinning her arms. "We didn't kidnap you. We saved you from those who kidnapped you," she replied. Amayuri writhed under her hold. She yelled, "Like I'll just believe you," before Raphael moved to the front. "Accept this," he stated, laying down a document before her. "A report filed by those who kidnapped you to their leader. In it, they stated your Mizukage was planning to have you poisoned under suspicions you were a traitor. Your kidnappers made it seem like you died in the hospital while they took you away, with the intent of having you sent to their leader for reconditioning into a loyal member of their organization." After giving Raphael a fierce look, Amarui put down her swords. Gradually, Yugito released her, and she leaned down to pick up the file and opened it, glancing through its contents. She looked up at Raphael, and her eyes widened, then narrowed. She questioned, "Where's your proof?" After removing the man's mask, Raphael took out a scroll and opened the body of the dead shinobi that Yugito had killed. Amayuri's gaze expanded. "He's the doctor at the hospital. He came in to give me an immunizer shot or something, to prevent me from catching some sickness that was reportedly spreading through Kiri. Next thing I know I'm waking up here. He's no doctor. He's a shinobi employed by a warmonger by the name of Danzo Shimura. He was acting as a weapons merchant, selling weapons to both Kiri and the bloodline rebels that he bought from Gato of Gato Industries. The girl and I behind you came here to take him out, with Muke joining us to hurt Gato. We rescued you from them," he said as he resealed the corpse her file. Amayuri became more aware as the thought occurred to her. She staggered back a little and exclaimed, Wait. So the Mizukage ordered me killed? Why? I would never betray Kiri." Yugito gently grabbed her shoulders to support her. With an angry whisper, "That little bastard," she said. She said menacingly as she leaned against Yugito, "I served him faithfully and he stabbed me in the back, that paranoid little shit. I'll kill him. I'll fucking gut him." Yugito looked at the guys and sighed. After saying, "I'll take care of her," she walked Amayuri over to the fire that had been set up nearby when she was unconscious. There, she started talking to her quietly and gave her all the information she could. Flashback comes to an end ever since. Amayuri had just disappeared into the group without a word, seemingly lost and not sure where to go. Yugito had taken her to get some clothes of her own and to try to help her when they had arrived in Buru Jinkoko. Muke sat down across from Raphael, interrupting his train of thought. The pirate captain poured some sake into a drinking dish for Raphael and took another for himself. "So, what now for you and Neko?" he asked. Raphael let out a sigh. "We'll be heading back home, waiting for more information on Gato, or others like him. Though, that does raise a proposition I'd like to offer you and your crew," he stated. At that, Muke blinked. "Oh, and what is this proposition?" "I'd like for us to work together. I could use an informant out here in the Eastern Islands and such. Someone who can learn about potential problems and send the information my way. You could also send me any information you have on Gato, and I in turn will send you whatever information I dig up on Gato. And together, we can strike his industry from both land and sea, said Raphael. Muki raised his saucer and took a backseat. He finished the saucer and said, I have to admit, I like this idea. What kinds of information would you be looking for exactly? Well, any information you might get on the Kiri civil war. Or about slavers, criminal organizations, or corrupt leaders of towns or villages who are exploiting and enslaving their citizens. Things like that. These are problems that my organization likes to look into, see if they can be dealt with subtly, or are perhaps linked to larger conspiracies or organizations, Raphael continued. Muki filled a second saucer for himself. Holding it up, he said, I think we can arrange that. Then here's to our new partnership. Raphael raised his own. He said, agreement, as they tipped their saucers together and took a sip from them. By the way, I think it's only fair I share my real name with you now, since we'll be working together. It's Raphael. Raphael Cortez. Muki smiled. Rather strange name, friend. Raphael uttered, I come from a strange place, only to glance up as Yugito and Amayuri came in. Amayuri had changed into a dull green long-sleeved top with fingerless gloves tucked under the flared sleeves, along with a pair of black hakama pants and zori sandals. She accessorized her ensemble with a bandana tied around her head and a white scarf around her neck. First of all, hello, ladies, a grinning Muki said. Sit, share a drink with us. As she sat down, Yugito remarked, not a fan of drinking. However, Amayuri accepted a saucer and drank it all after Muki had given it to her. Yugito turned to Raphael, and Muki just smiled and poured her another. She inquired, so when are we heading home? Muki cut Raphael off before he could respond. As soon as my ship is ready to depart. It's the least I can do for the two of you, and the haul we took from those shinobi, he replied. We'll be getting 4 times the profit we would have on just the weapon shipment alone. I figure that's worth passage for the two of you. Raphael and Yugito nodded their thanks, and Muki turned to face Amayuri. So that just leaves you. What do you plan to do now? She replied. Amayuri glanced down at the drink saucer, then up at him. She merely said, I'm coming with you. As part of your crew, and shook the saucer. At that, Muki blinked. Well, I'm glad you asked so nicely, he replied. And why are you joining my crew? Amayuri reclined. I've got nowhere else to go. I can't go back to Kiri. They'll kill me. And I'm not joining the bloodline rebels. Yagura might have betrayed me, but I will not betray Kiri for his actions. And I have no desire to be like Zabuza Momochi or Kisame Hoshigaki, traitors to the village striking out on their own. So, I either join your crew, or I find another crew that'll take me on. And you can't tell me you couldn't use an extra pair of blades on your crew. Muki gave a quiet laugh. You're right, a pirate crew can always use an extra sword hand. But you'll need to do more than be fancy with a sword to earn your keep on my ship. You'll have to prove yourself an able sailor, or we'll have to push you off. Understood? He replied. She gave a nod, flashing that shark-like smile. She held out a hand and said, I like a challenge. Muki sealed the deal with a shake. With a smile on his face, Raphael lifted his saucer. Well then, here's to fair travels and good fortune to us all, he concluded. Yugito got a cup of water and joined him, followed by Muki and Amayuri. Konoha Academy, following 4 days while taking notes. Hinata silently listened to Kurenai-sensei's lecture on the early shinobi clans. She looked to her left, where Naruto was hunched over a piece of paper of his own. But Naruto was drawing something, not taking notes. With deliberate slowness, Hinata leaned over and peered at the illustrations, spotting what appeared to be assassin attire as well as several weapon designs. When Naruto noticed her, he blushed a little in embarrassment and covered up the pictures, which made her stare at him suspiciously. They're kind of private, he smiled sheepishly. Kurenai's voice brought them back to attention as she was observing them and tapping her foot with her hands on her hips. Naruto, Hinata. Pay attention please. With blushes of shame on both of them, Kurenai returned to her lecture. Hinata resumed her note, taking as she started to reflect on her life's changes since joining the assassins. Anko had taught her the assassin's creed, tenets, and ironies among other things very early on. She had given Hinata the best explanation she could of them, but acknowledged that it was understandable if she was perplexed and didn't grasp their meaning. She told her how Raphael had acknowledged that he really didn't know everything about them yet and how Ezio Auditore, his mentor, had informed him that true knowledge came with experience and age. Anko merely advised Hinata to keep considering the lessons she had learned and to give them some thought. Eventually, she would comprehend them. Her exercise regimen had also gotten more intense. She had previously been practicing her chakra control and taijutsu. However, the training now included instruction in parkour and free running, which Anko defined as the ability to run from one place to another without stopping or breaking, leaping and vaulting over obstacles, and scaling walls. To assist in her training, Anko and Naruto had brought her to the rooftops of Konoha. She had to admit, there was a certain thrill to racing up a wall and jumping off another, or racing towards the edge of a roof and leaping to the next one. Additionally, they had started to train her in stealth, showing her how to blend in with the crowd, move in plain sight without drawing attention, and recognize when to hide to elude guards or pursuers. Finally, Anko had started instructing her on the hidden blades, which are the assassin's signature tools and weapons. She had demonstrated to Hinata how the spring-loaded blades operated, including how to disassemble, reassemble, and maintain them. She had also described the different attachments and other things that went along with them. Anko had given Hinata a training hidden blade with a dull knife she couldn't cut herself on, so he could teach her different techniques for using it to kill her enemies covertly. It was true that Hinata's life appeared to be much better outside of the clan. If she was being completely honest, the only people she missed were her mother and her sister Hanabi. In the case of her cousin Neji, the rest of the clan seemed to detest her, never really caring about her. She felt pressured to live up to their expectations, to be the best at everything, and to be the perfect heiress within the clan. And when she didn't live up to their standards, they treated her with contempt, insults, accusations, and sometimes even punishment. But she felt so free here. Raphael, Anko, Naruto, and Yugito all treated her like family. She received training, but no strict guidelines were given. Rather than being mocked and denigrated for her shortcomings, she was inspired to perform better. Overall, she felt better than she had in a long time. Strange as it may sound, she occasionally felt almost thankful for what her father had done. The bell, which indicated the end of class in the school day, interrupted her thoughts. As they walked away together, Hinata grinned at Naruto and packed away her notes and other belongings. They discovered Anko smiling outside, waiting to take them home. Naruto's eyes widened as she asked in a sing-song voice, "Guess who's back?" Anko nodded and he said, "Raphael. Sensei and Yugito-ne-chan are back?" "Yep. They stopped at the warehouse before heading to the Hokage's office. They told me to get you two and bring you back to the warehouse for a meeting after they were done," she replied, combing Naruto's locks. If Hinata hadn't already had a bandana covering the top of her head, she would have treated the girl the same way. Naruto merely sulked in frustration. He moaned, "WWWHHYYY," as Hinata and Anko giggled and laughed. Sarutobi, in the meantime, took his time opening the file that Raphael had placed on his desk. "So, you took out the person selling weapons to both sides of the Kiri civil war," he replied. Raphael gave a nod. Raphael leaned over and flipped through the documents until he found the one he was looking for. Yugito successfully killed him, but unfortunately, his assistant escaped. "However, what is far more disturbing is this," he said. "Read this." Sarutobi took his time going through the document, and when he got to the letter's sender, his eyes narrowed. "Danzo Shiumura," he murmured. He was the one behind it all? "I would assume so. His men, under his orders, were buying the weapons from Gato and selling them to both sides in order to prolong the war. The question is why? What does he gain from it? And what is Gato gaining from this as well?" he inquired. "He's trying to make inroads to the various shinobi villages, causing trouble and such." With a sigh, Sarutobi reclined. "I can't be sure on what Gato's motives are, but Danzo's are simple. This is his way of protecting Konoha," he stated plainly. "Danzo is a man that believes the only way to keep Konoha safe is to destroy all our enemies. He would prolong the civil war in Kiri for the simple purpose of keeping the village weak and possibly destroying its power so it could never be a threat to Konoha. His intentions are noble, but his actions are monstrous." Raphael furiously balled up his fist, and Yugito folded her arms. She said, "So what can we do about him?" With a sigh, Sarutobi took out his pipe and took a slow puff. "We must tread carefully, unfortunately. Danzo has many powerful connections and allies. And if this incident was any indications, he also still has his force of shinobi known as Root." Confused, Raphael said, "Root? They were a branch of Konoha's Anbu back during the previous shinobi war. Danzo personally trained and led them on missions that required work behind enemy lines, but could not be officially recognized by Konoha. Danzo's training stripped them of their emotions, making them extremely deadly and ruthless. When the war ended, however, there was no place for them. Without emotions, they had no dreams, goals, or wants. They could not truly function in normal society. So I disbanded the root, not wishing to subject any more of our shinobi to that kind of life. I ordered all of the root shinobi to undergo counseling sessions to try and undo what Danzo did to them. Sadly, in many cases it was a hopeless cause, as the training was too ingrained into them. And now it seems that root is not as disbanded as I thought, he stated. Wait, Raphael.san, didn't that mask with the body say root on it? Yugito inquired. Raphael gave a nod. It did. Wouldn't that be proof enough, with the letter, that Danzo is still operating his shinobi and is sending shinobi on missions without your knowledge and authorization? Raphael responded. Sarutobi shook his head silently. It's not that simple. If we present this to the council and drag Danzo's actions into the public eye, he'll spin his actions to make them look patriotic. He wasn't taking any treasonous actions against Konoha, and as sickening as it is, his actions were benefiting Konoha. He has made powerful connections to several of the civilian council members, as well as the Hyuga clan and my own advisors. They'll more than likely support him. And while this letter and the corpse of the root shinobi are powerful evidence, Danzo can spin it to someone planting those things to lead back to him, to throw us off from the true enemy, as he'll put it. And even if we did manage to convince the council to vote against him, Danzo will have contingency plans put into place to facilitate either his escape or his rise to power through a coup in such an event. No, we cannot move against him. Not yet at least. We must tread lightly, and work to undermine his position, until we are in a position to remove him. With a sigh of comprehension, the assassin nodded and turned to face Yugito. He whispered to her, we should get going, as Sarutobi made copies of the information about Danzo using a jutsu technique and gave it back to Raphael. After giving him a nod, the two departed his office. Yugito looked at Raphael as they passed through the tower. What now? We can't just let this Danzo guy act on his own, she responded. Unfortunately, that's all we can do now. We don't know enough about him or his operations. We'll quietly begin gathering what information we can, and when the time comes, we'll deal with him if need be, he stated. Besides, we don't want to turn Konoha against us, so if we move against him, it'll either have to be a way that has Konoha supporting us, or in a way where they don't know it's us. Neither of them saw the woman approaching as they left the tower. However, she became aware of them and her eyes grew wide before becoming narrowed when she saw Raphael. He had his hood down, but she could still make out the red robe and cape. Blinking, Raphael saw that a woman with long black hair, clad in a black short skirt and black shorts underneath, was blocking his path. She had a long-sleeved blue top on. The woman's narrowed black eyes were glaring at him. Surprised and a little nervous, he asked, "Can I help you?" Her voice was harsh as she said, I need to speak to you. Training ground 2, now." Raphael shifted back 1 foot slowly, bracing himself for a fight. He could feel Yugito tensing behind him, her own hands falling to her sheathed katars. "I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are," Raphael said. The woman gave Yugito a quick look before stepping back a little. "My name is Ceki Uchiha. Additionally, I must discuss Itachi with you." Before he turned to face Yugito, Raphael's eyes grew wide. "Go join the others," he said. "When I'm done, I'll be with you," he uttered. With hesitation, Yugito nodded, all right, and turned to leave. Raphael turned back to Ceki. "Okay. Ceki.san, how about we?" Ceki simply turned and began walking, with Raphael trailing behind. As she turned, he noticed the pair of tantos set into sheaths on the back of her waist, with the lower one's hilt facing left and the top one's facing right. He asked, holding up one arm and indicating she should lead. After they arrived at the training ground about 20 minutes later, Ceki turned to face him and gave him a stern look, saying, "You were a part of the group that slaughtered my father and Fugaku, Sama." "I was, yes," Raphael said softly, moving to make himself more comfortable. "Do you want revenge against me for what I did?" he asked, gaining some comfort. Raphael tensed as Ceki studied him in silence before gradually bringing her tanto to a close. "Fight me," she uttered as she took a position. "I thought you wanted to talk," Raphael said, taking a wary look at her before taking out his own sword in his left hand and taking a stance. "Why did you assist in my clan member's death?" Questioning, she lunged forward and slashed with her left sword, trying to get close to Raphael, who blocked it, only to retreat in order to avoid a slash from her other sword. "It was 2 members of your clan," Raphael moaned as he sidestepped a stab from her tanto and then slashed down, forcing her to block with both blades. He shoved her back with his shoulder as he stepped in front of her, saying, "And I did it because they were involved in the coup attempt." What if their attempted coup was legitimate? With a grunt, she took a new stance and lunged towards him. Taking several steps back with his blade ready, Raphael deflected one blow, ducked under another, and spun to the side to avoid a downward slash. "I believe you already know it wasn't," Raphael said. "If not, you wouldn't be here today. Hokage Sama or Itachi-san would have taken care of that." He blocked, but she pulled back one of the blades and slashed angrily upward at him. He barely leaned back in time, the tip of her tanto coming within centimeters of his nose, and he quickly backstepped as she pursued him. Ceki growled, her Sharingan blaring to life as she lunged at him, slashing both blades down at him. "To choose to kill my father?" she cried out. Raphael stopped her from using that weapon by blocking another wild slash and seizing her other hand. What gave them the right to betray this village and put countless innocent lives in danger? What right did they have to decide their needs were more important than the village they vowed to serve and protect? He asked, pushing her back. Answer me," he uttered. She screamed, lunging at him and swinging at him once more. Raphael raised his sword to block, but his eyes widened as her blades, their force increasing with her rage. Induced slashes broke the blade of his sword, leaving him with a couple of inches of blade. He quickly tossed the long knife from his belt, blocking another slash and deflecting it to one side, whirling around a stab and getting inside her guard, grabbing the extended arm and twisting her wrist, forcing her to drop the sword. She shoved him away and slashed downward at him, but he blocked with his knife, using her momentum to flip her over him and onto her back. Before she could react, he dropped down, pinning her still-armed hand with his knee while extending the hidden blade on his right arm, holding it to her throat. "Kill me, please," she growled fiercely. "Go ahead and murder me," she cried out. Before drawing back the hidden blade, Raphael blinked and studied her face and eyes. "No," he uttered in a quiet voice. "Itachi-san loved and cared about you enough to beg Hokage Sama to spare you. I'm not going to separate you from him." Even as she continued to glare at him, Ceki was crying. "See, coward. What a bastard. I should have been killed by you. Why didn't he just kill me? Why you all should have killed me." She started crying as she lay there, losing all will to fight and having her eyes go back to normal. She continued to cry, so Raphael slowly got up, sheathing his knife and sitting down on the grass close to her. She looked at him, her eyes red and swollen from crying, and eventually the sobs stopped, but she was still trembling. Why are you still here?" she muttered. "You owe me for my sword," Raphael said, gesturing to the hilt and broken blade. "And, because you look like you need company right now." Raphael shrugged softly. After giving him a quick blink, Ceki turned to face away from him and lay there with her back to him for a few minutes before saying, "What should I do now?" Blinking at her, Raphael asked, "What do you mean?" he inquired. "My father died at his hands. The man I love is dead. My clan tried to overthrow Konoha, and Konoha members put those clan members to death. How can I let go? Knowing what my clan and village can do to one another, how do I live? I don't know what to do," she said as she turned to face him, her eyes revealing her sense of confusion. Just as Raphael was about to respond, a woman's voice called out to him from a nearby tree. "You move on with your life," Anko said, causing Raphael to blink and get up, while Ceki just lay there staring at her. "What are you doing here, Anko?" Raphael inquired, but Anko continued to observe Ceki. "Yugito informed us of the events. I made the decision to come check on you. It appears that I was absent from a significant battle," she remarked, glancing at the shattered sword before returning her attention to Ceki. She moved closer to the Uchiha, who was now positioned above her. "My history?" she questioned her. Anko leaned in and said, "So you know that I have some idea of what you're going through," as Ceki slowly nodded. "The man I thought I could trust and care for, the man I looked up to like a father, stabbed me in the back. He nearly turned into a missing nin by tricking me into leaving the village. And ever since, I've had to put up with the fact that most people in the village regard me with distrust and disgust. Do you know what transpired a year after my return to the village?" Anko closed her eyes and said, "I tried to commit suicide by drinking poison," in response to Ceki shaking her head. "I was unable to bear the pain any longer and couldn't handle everything. I took a vial of poison and got ready to kill myself. But you want to know what's funny? With the vial in front of me, ready and uncorked, I sat at my table. And yet I was unable to. I just sat there, gazing at it while attempting to get myself motivated to do it. And before I knew it, light was entering my apartment through the window. When I looked up, I could see that morning had arrived and the sun was rising. And I felt everything melt away at that very moment. Despite the suffering and hopelessness, I had the feeling that things could be better. I came to the realization that I couldn't go back in time. I thus made it my daily goal to look forward and live each day to the fullest. And I've been doing that every day. It's easy some days, hard others. I can't say I know exactly what you're going through, she said, glancing down at Ceki. However, I can tell you that instead of living in the past, you should look forward and live for the future. Thus, what are your plans? She extended her hand to Ceki and asked. She let Anko help her stand up, then turned to face Raphael and said, softly, I'm sorry. Ceki had been staring at her hand before slowly reaching out and taking it. Don't worry, Raphael shrugged. It's not the first time someone has attempted to kill me, only the most recent. With a weak smile, Ceki looked at his broken sword and said, I'm sorry about that too. She said, I'll cover the cost. Not necessary, he said, I have extra cash, and went to get the blade and hilt. For a brief moment, Ceki studied Anko's appearance as he looked at her. If it's okay with you, may I ask who exactly you are? You don't have a headband or our emblem anywhere on you, so you're not a Konoha shinobi? Her gaze returned to him as she asked him. I'm Rafael Cortez, and as for what I do here, it's a bit complicated, he said, blinking in surprise at the question. Are you in charge of a unique group of people? Or perhaps the personal assassin of Hokage? Sama? Raphael tensed at her question. I'm not the latter, he muttered. What makes you say that? She muttered, it's safe to assume you're skilled in taking people's lives, considering I first saw you rapidly killing 2 people in the middle of a smoke bomb. Since you did so under the orders of Hokage. Sama. I can't help but draw that conclusion. Regarding group leadership, you and Anko.san are wearing comparable gear and insignia. As was the woman with the blonde hair you were dating before. Curiosity can be dangerous. Anko crossed her arms and tutted softly. Are you sure you want to go down this path? I don't know, Ceki groaned, casting a sidelong glance at Anko, but I guess I'm trying to do what you suggested. All I'm curious about, that's all, she muttered. What or rather we do, is not something we can divulge freely, Raphael said to Anko, sighing mentally as he looked at her. However, you already know more about us than anyone else we've interacted with, outside of Hokage. Sama, he continued. You've seen what I do at least firsthand. I dislike the thought of that information becoming public. Ceki gave a swift shake of her head. I would not talk to anyone about this, I promise. I have faith that you wouldn't, Raphael grinned. However, I think giving you an option is the best way to make sure of that. As Raphael went on, Ceki blinked. Your life has been thrown into chaos right now. You don't know who to ask or what to do because you're lost. Because of this, I'd like to extend an invitation to you to join our group. What? Why? You don't know who I am, she remarked startled. It's true that I don't know you directly, though I'm not asking you to make a decision right now. I do know you're in pain and need assistance, he said. Instead, I want to give you an opportunity to comprehend who and what we are. Please wait in the market square tomorrow at 10 if you are interested. Anko or I will be there to lead you to a secure area so we can continue our conversation. We would still like to offer you our friendship and assistance in resolving your issues, even if you are not interested. If you so choose, he stated. Gazing at the two of them, Ceki muttered, I'll think on it. Raphael grinned and said, okay, then. Sadly, we should be on our way. This evening, we have an important task to complete. Until tomorrow, or whenever we next get together, he said, bowing to her before turning to leave with Anko trailing behind. Biting her lip in contemplation, Ceki watched them go, unsure of what to do. She picked up her dual tanto slowly and slipped them back into their sheaths before leaving for her appointment with the Hokage. That evening in the ceremonial hall, Anko was on the left side of the room, while Hinata and Naruto were on the right. Raphael and Yugito were standing on the dais, with Yugito wincing as Raphael burned the mark surrounding her left ring finger with the ring tongs. Yugito's assassin attire consisted of a dark purple, short, sleeved robe that zipped up the front. A black sash encircled her waist, and she wore a supply belt with the assassin emblem as the belt buckle. The robe parted at the waist in front, trailing down her legs to just below her knees, and splitting into 2 coat tails in the back. Beneath her robe, she wore a black, long, sleeved shirt and pants, with fingerless gloves on her hands and black, calf-length boots with exposed toes on her feet. The ensemble was completed by the concealed blade bracer on her left arm, a reinforced leather pauldron on her left shoulder, and her 2 katars in their sheaths on her belt. Yugito, the Nibi Biju sealed inside her, had persuaded Matabi not to heal the scar because she wanted to keep it, and as Raphael released her finger, she looked down at the burn mark that now circled the finger. We work in darkness, to serve the light, Raphael said, Lowering the tongs slowly and turning to face the three people in front of them, he uttered, "We are assassins." Raphael gestured to the ladder that led to the roof, and the three bowed slightly, placing their right hands over their hearts. As Yugito started to climb it, Hinata couldn't help but feel anxious. What if she didn't measure up? What if she failed and they cast her out? Hinata glanced at Naruto, who noticed her looking at him and smiled encouragingly, giving her more confidence. No, she wouldn't doubt herself. They believed in her, so she would believe in herself. Insidiously, Hinata vowed to prove their faith in her and grow into an assassin they would be proud of. Yugiko inhaled deeply and stood patiently outside the Hokage's office, silently flexing her left hand's ring finger. She could still feel the burn marks on her flesh, announcing her promotion to full assassin. Feeling pleased with herself, she gave a slight smile at the idea. It was not what she possessed that made her feel like she belonged to a group, a family, but rather who she was. Everyone in Kumo only gave her a second thought because of Matabi. Not that it mattered to them. She sensed her tenant was bringing some sadness into her mind. "I'm sorry, little kitten. I never wanted to cause you such pain and loneliness." Yugito merely grinned. "Don't be alarmed, Matabi," she thought. Everything has worked out in the end, which caused the Biju to purr contentedly. She was startled out of her reverie when Iruka emerged from the Hokage's office through the open door. When the scarred Chunin saw her, he grinned. "Ah, Yugito-san. Here to see Hokage. Sama?" Yugito stood up and nodded. "Yeah, he sent for me. How's academy life treating you?" she inquired. "Though the kids can be stressful at times, it's going well," he chuckled ruefully. Yugito simply agreed with a quiet giggle. She said, "That they can be. Well, good luck with your classes," and walked past him. Iruka blurted out, "Would you like to have dinner?" as she became tense. Yugito halted and widened her eyes as she blinked at him. What? He looked down and blushed a little, then asked more slowly, Would you like to have dinner with me?" Yugito merely blinked before moving in closer and whispering in his ear. "Even though I'm a Jinchuriki?" she muttered. Iruka raised his gaze to her, his expression growing serious. He spoke softly and Yugito gently put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "I'll admit, when I first learned about you, I was nervous. I saw the Kyuubi attack the village here. I saw the destruction. And I lost my parents that night," he said. "But then when we were on that patrol together, and got to talking, I realized how wrong it was to judge you because of the Biju inside you. You were funny, sweet, supportive of my dream, and well, I'm really making this awkward, aren't I?" he responded, blushing at the realization of what he had stated. Yugito turned away, blushing too, then grinned to herself. "Come pick me up at my apartment tonight at 7, she said as she entered the Hokage's office. Iruka just stared, then leapt with a smile. "Yes," he exclaimed before hurriedly leaving. Sarutobi grinned a little as Yugito shut the Hokage's office door. "Iruka-san seemed quite enthusiastic about something," he remarked, observing Yugito's face was still flushed. Yugito uttered, "Oh, it's nothing, Hokage. Sama, you called for me?" "Yes, I did," the elderly Hokage said as he got to his feet. "Tell me, Yugito-san, what do you know about the Kyuubi attack 9 years ago?" he inquired. "I know the rumors that circulated to Kumo about it, and what the people here have said. That the Kyuubi attacked unexpectedly 9 years ago, and the Yondaime Hokage sacrificed his life to kill it. However, I think we both know that's not the truth, is it?" she said with a head tilt. Sarutobi turned and nodded, his hands behind his back as he faced out the window. "Indeed. What I'm about to tell you is known to shinobi of Chunin rank or higher. The only reason you haven't been told yet is because you weren't sure about my loyalty." "Understandable," Yugito cut him off. "I could have been a sleeper agent this entire time. I still could be, couldn't I?" she said. Sarutobi turned to face her and said, "I think by now we both know that is highly unlikely, don't we?" "No, in truth the Yondaime Hokage died sealing the Kyuubi into a new host." His eyes widened in surprise as she said, "And that host is Naruto, isn't it?" "To be fair, Hokage Sama, it is not hard to figure out if one finds a few facts. Official records show that the Kyuubi attacked on October 10th, 9 years ago. Naruto Uzumaki has a birth certificate dated October 10th, 9 years ago, though his parents are not listed. The majority of the village ignores him or treats him coldly, which is sadly a rather common treatment for the majority of Jinchuriki throughout the hidden villages. Kumo and Kiri are the exceptions, considering Kiri's Jinchuriki became Mizukage, and Kumo respects the power of their Jinchuriki. Not to mention that Naruto has those rather distinctive whisker marks on his face, something that have never been seen before in the entire elemental nations. Sarutobi just looked at her and then let out a moan. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. I see then, he said. Well, now that you know, I can get down to why I called you here. Naruto recently learned of the Kyuubi residing inside of him. I had planned to inform him on his graduation to Genin, but like many things, my hand has been forced. Now that he knows, I was hoping you could help him handle his Biju. At that, Yugito blinked. She questioned, what do you mean exactly by handle? Help him to understand how to communicate or handle his Biju, and its chakra. I doubt you can teach him to utilize it in battle, but if it leaks out unconsciously, perhaps you can teach him how to suppress it or use it. Just basically, how to survive and live with his Biju inside him, Sarutobi continued. Yugito reached into her mind and closed her eyes. Matabi, what are your thoughts? It won't be easy, kitten. Out of all us Kyuubi was one of the two most prideful of our group later in life, along with Yanbi, said the Nibi. But I think with time, we can help them perhaps. We'll have to tread carefully though. With her eyes open, Yugito gave the Hokage a nod. I think we can do that, though we can't guarantee anything. A lot of it will depend on Kyuubi itself. Sarutobi sat down and nodded. Whatever you can do to help him would be appreciated. Thank you, said the man. I acknowledge that congratulations are due as well, he said, gesturing to her attire. Yugito shifted slightly and looked down at her assassination outfit. She said, Hokage. Sama, thank you. Will that be all? He said, yes, thank you. You're dismissed, to which Yugito bowed and walked out. The elderly Hokage sighed as the door shut behind her. Eavesdropping on the Hokage could be considered treason, he stated. Jiraiya came in through one of the windows at that precise moment. Ah, and I was just curious, Hokage. Sama, he replied. His gaze shifted to Jiraiya as he said, curious about what exactly? Curious about what I was planning for Naruto. Well, yes, he replied. You know Naruto isn't ready to start training in using the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm the only one who can train him in it. I'm not asking her to train him in using the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm asking her to help him handle the residual chakra that will leak out, Sarutobi replied. Besides, what makes you think only you can train Naruto, considering you haven't even bothered trying to raise him or get to know him? Jiraiya turned her head. Sensei, you know if I get involved in his life now, it'll put him in danger. Forces outside Konoha will target him as a threat. Sarutobi lit his pipe and began to smoke. Oh, that might be the official reason. But I'm not some star-struck genin or paid geisha who believes every word you say. I trained you, Jiraiya. I know you. You're avoiding Naruto because of Minato, aren't you? Jiraiya did not raise his face. Fine. Yes, I'm avoiding Naruto because I don't want to be reminded of Minato. Happy? He replied. Really, Sarutobi replied. I'd be happy if you actually tried and raised the boy. He spent 6 years of his life alone and hated. And it is only in the past couple of years he finally had people who cared about him, he stated. I want to talk to you about that. These assassins, are you sure you can trust them? Jiraiya responded. Sarutobi merely gazed upon them. Jiraiya, you've told me about your mistrust of Raphael ever since you first met him. Yet he has done more to help Naruto in 3 years than you've done in the 9 years Naruto has been alive. Why do you mistrust him? He asked. After clenching his hands, Jiraiya got to his feet. At last, he exclaimed, I don't want him teaching my godson to be a killer. I don't want him near my godson. Raising an eyebrow, Sarutobi noticed the two Anbu that had materialized at the moment Jiraiya began to yell. With their swords sheathed on their backs, they both stood poised and ready. He lifted a hand, and as he turned to face Jiraiya, the Anbu vanished. I must say, Jiraiya, I'm disappointed in you. You're unwilling to give Naruto the love and affection he needs growing up, yet you're now trying to take away the first person who helped him and taught him anything of worth. I'm wondering if Minato and Kushina made a poor choice when they named you godfather. Jiraiya gave him a snarl. How dare you? I dare you, Jiraiya, Sarutobi interrupted. I dare because you have done a poor job being the boy's godfather. I dare because someone needs to tell you the truth. If you are so concerned about Naruto, go and take custody of him right now, he replied. After giving him a fierce look, Jiraiya sagged into his chair and deflated. I can't, I just make him miserable, and I'd make myself miserable. Sarutobi's eyes betrayed disappointment as he turned to face Jiraiya. If that's your decision, then fine, Jiraiya. But do not be surprised if when you decide you're ready to take care of the point, he has no interest in ever meeting you, he stated. Now unless you have any information for me, I suggest you leave. Jiraiya simply gave a weary nod before standing up and leaving through the door. With a sigh, Sarutobi bent over and caressed his weary forehead. At the academy, meanwhile, Hinata deflected a careless blow from a girl called Amy by spinning around it and then jabbed a few times at her side. When Hinata got close and continued to jab at Ami's shoulders and chest, she ducked low and swept her legs out from under her. Amy winced, staggered back, and grabbed her side. Naruto smiled, watching from the sidelines. Though he was unsure of the circumstances, Hinata appeared to possess a fresh fervor today. And Hinata was displaying that fresh fire, since she had essentially been in charge of this spar from the start. Now that Amy was on the ground, Hinata was prepared to fight until Ryu-sensei advanced. "That's enough. Round goes to Hinata," he declared, to an enthusiastic cheer from Naruto as she approached him. "Hinata, you did amazing," he exclaimed, giving her a hug. She gave him a hug back, blushing but smiling. Close by, Sasuke observed them. The strongest girl in their year group, the former Hyuga heiress, piqued his interest. And since she had become associated with the Uzumaki boy, that strength had grown considerably. He wondered if that had anything to do with it. He pushed those ideas out of his head right away. Ultimately, he had to get back to his training. In order to defend the clan and grow it, he needed to get stronger. And to eventually see his brother brought to justice. It was all that was important. Just as Ryu-sensei was about to announce the next match, he looked up to find Mizuki, one of the more recent Chunin teachers, tapping him on the shoulders and whispering something in his ear. Ryu gave him a quick look and then sighed. He said, "All right students, I have to go handle something. Mizuki-san here will be supervising the next match," and Mizuki replaced him. His smile barely reached his eyes as he said, "Yeah, well, time for the next match. And I think we should change things up. So for the next match, it'll be Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka," he stated. Everyone gasped in shock and exchanged glances at this. Before anyone could object, Mizuki made a statement. "Please remember that in the real shinobi world, the unexpected will happen. You cannot expect everything to be the exact same." After exchanging glances, the three boys made their way to the sparring ring. Mizuki was observing them as they faced one another. Now the rules are the same. Except in order to win, you must be the last student standing. "Are you ready?" he inquired. Kiba snapped his knuckles and gave Naruto a stern look. He was still pissed off about how Naruto had consistently been able to hold his own against him ever since their first sparring match. He was confident that by defeating both Sasuke Uchiha, the top student in the class, and Naruto in this match, he would demonstrate his superiority. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed the two boys. He intended to take advantage of Kiba's dislike for Naruto, which he was aware of. He would wait until the two of them were exhausted before taking them both out. He could save energy that way and prevail with ease. He took a position and grinned. Naruto cast a wary glance at the two boys. Having battled Kiba multiple times in the past, he was aware of his abilities. But Sasuke had never engaged in combat before. They had never been in the sparring ring together, for some reason. However, he had examined Sasuke's sparring matches with other pupils and his style of taijutsu. Because of its flexible and somewhat acrobatic style, Naruto would need to use dodges to stay in front. Mizuki held up a hand with a sly smile. He was sure that Kiba and Sasuke would concentrate on eliminating the Kyuubi brat, so this would be his opportunity to hurt them. Naruto would lose in any case. "Start," he yelled. Kiba attacked without warning, attempting to punch Naruto before he could raise his shield. Naruto moved to the side, raising his arms in a position to try and keep both Sasuke and Kiba in sight. Kiba spun around, attempting to backhand Naruto, but Naruto grabbed his arm, punched him in the side, and then side-kicked him, causing Kiba to stumble and clutch his injured right side. Naruto ducked fast, then blinked when he realized Sasuke had stepped back. Now that he knew what Sasuke was doing, he thought, "So that's your game." Sasuke planned to bide his time, allowing Naruto and Kiba to exhaust one another. Kiba snarled, preparing. He yelled, rushing Naruto once more, "You're not going to win this time, loser." After raising his hands to block Kiba's blow, Naruto took a blow to the stomach. He bent forward, looking up as Kiba struck him. He rolled forward, dodging Kiba's blow, then removed Kiba's legs from under him by borrowing a page from Hinata's book. He turned to face Kiba, pinning him, and proceeded to strike him in the face. Kiba snarled and reached for Naruto's arms. He attempted to headbutt Naruto after he succeeded, but the young blonde leaned back and pulled Kiba up, causing him to fall onto his back. When he did, Kiba slammed onto his back as Naruto stood up, and he managed to get his legs under Kiba's chest and flip him over. Naruto turned as Kiba was gasping for air and groaning, but he was just in time to avoid a punch from Sasuke. Sasuke then kicked Naruto in the chin, knocking him on his butt. With a quick spin, Sasuke kicked at Naruto, who narrowly avoided it and tumbled back onto his feet. Sasuke grinned as he took his position, and Naruto winced, shaking his arms to release himself from Sasuke's kick and taking his own. The two circled slowly, studying one another. Mizuki watched from the sidelines with a smug expression. He was certain that the demon brat would receive his just desserts. Plus, he was going to have fun viewing it. His smile grew when he noticed Kiba getting to her feet. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Kiba standing up again, and he let out a mental sigh. The wild boy appeared a little stunned, but he shook his head, growling, and prepared to pursue Naruto once more. Sasuke, on the other hand, maintained his posture and smiled while witnessing Kiba lunge at Naruto. After Kiba delivered a vicious swipe, Naruto dodged it, retreated from a right cross, blocked a left cross, and then countered with a left jab to Kiba's face. Naruto intervened as Kiba staggered back, punching him twice in the stomach, causing him to bend over in agony and clutch his stomach. The dogboy became confused as Naruto, recalling a trick from Anko, clapped his hands on either side of Kiba's heads, causing his head to ring. As Kiba staggered back, Naruto unleashed a powerful front kick that propelled Kiba out of the ring, drawing cheers from a few students and a slight frown from Mizuki. Just in time to see Sasuke charging at him to take advantage of the brief diversion, Naruto quickly turned. The two circled back around, observing one another. Since he was better at responding to his opponent, Naruto remained on the defensive. Unfortunately for him, the Uchiha's fighting techniques mostly followed the assassin's lead. They tended to be defensive in nature, anticipating their opponent's moves and thwarting their attacks with the help of their Sharingan. However, Sasuke tended to be a little more offensive in his style because he didn't have his Sharingan. Something he demonstrated by lunging forward and making a clean right strike on Naruto. With a head tilt to the right, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arm and struck him in the right shoulder. Naruto ducked under when Sasuke pulled his arm back and spun in an attempt to backhand him, only for Sasuke to kick him in the face. Naruto staggered back, blood streaming from his cut lip from the kick. Then, with a sly smile on his face, Naruto got back up. Naruto, trying not to lose his cool, gave a small growl of rage. He recalled what Ryu-sensei had said to him during his first spar with Kiba, as well as the lessons he had learned from Anko, Raphael, and Yugito. Each of them had gone to the trouble of taunting him in an attempt to teach him patience, and they had all advised him to remain composed in a fight. The lessons were paying off, sort of, as he forced himself to control his rage at Sasuke's sly smile and took a new stance. Sasuke simply smiled and advanced to take another swing at Naruto. He led with a sidekick this time, but Naruto was prepared. He grabbed it and slammed an elbow into Sasuke's knee, causing him to cry out in agony and get back up with some limping. Without letting up, Naruto pursued him, punching him in the stomach twice before hitting him with an uppercut. After the uppercut knocked Sasuke up, Naruto kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backward and nearly to the edge of the ring. Observing Sasuke get knocked around, Mizuki grimaced. This was not anticipated to occur. He gave a frustrated growl, then grinned when he noticed something. While slowly approaching Sasuke, who was starting to stand up, Naruto was grabbed from behind, spun around, and was struck by a punch from Kiba that caused him to double over and gasp. With a fierce snarl, Kiba struck him in the back, causing him to fall to the ground. With a gasp, Hinata attempted to bolt forward. Stop this, he was already knocked out of the ring, she yelled. Mizuki merely grinned. He said simply, life lesson. There are no rules in the real world. With a growl, Hinata was about to charge but was stopped when someone appeared behind Kiba and took hold of his arm. Ryu was glaring at Mizuki instead of Kiba. He demanded, "What is going on here?" as Mizuki took a small step back. These students were not supposed to begin multiple opponent matches for a year or so now. And unless I'm mistaken, Kiba was already disqualified. He stammered, Like I told the girl, this was a life lesson." Ryu continued to glare at him. "Get out of my sight, Mizuki. Hinata, please take Naruto to the nurse. Sasuke, I suggest you go as well. You, Kiba, are coming with me. Everyone else, head to your next class," he stated. As Hinata gently lifted Naruto to his feet, he gave her a feeble smile. He muttered, "Hinata, I'm okay." She gently said, "Why? You'll be fine when the nurse sees you," and assisted him in going to the infirmary. As he hobbled behind them, Sasuke observed them for a while. The Uzumaki boy had taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that. That was a match he could have lost if not for Kiba. And yet, how was the boy able to defeat him? He worked very hard to become the best every day. It was both unsettling and frustrating to know that this boy could beat him. He merely snarled, vowing in silence to work even harder in his training. Marketplace Ceki Uchiha sat down on a bench in the marketplace and quietly looked around. She looked down again, then at a nearby clock that was striking the 10 o'clock hour. She had gone to the Hokage after her battle with Anko and Raphael to talk with him about her future as a Konoha shinobi. When she brought up the offer from Anko and Raphael, she was taken aback by his response. Retrospection Sarutobi glanced at Ceki and laughed softly. I wonder if I should worry about our friend Raphael.san recruiting so many women into his little group, he said with a sigh. I must say though, I'm not pleased that you engaged in a spar so soon after getting out of the hospital. Or that you attempted to kill Raphael.san. I comprehend, Hokage. Sama, she uttered, bowing her head. Sarutobi merely gestured. She blinked in surprise as he said, as long as this doesn't happen again, it is in the past. Now though, to discuss the offer before you. I think you should take it. Hokage. Sama, why you think I should meet with them? She inquired. The elderly Hokage merely gave a nod, reclined in his chair. I do, for differing reasons. You do hold information about them that both they, and myself, would rather not have fall into people's hands. By talking to them, and joining them, that solves that problem. However, I also feel that perhaps they can help you deal with your emotional problems. Each member of the group has bonded well with each other, and it has helped them deal with their own personal problems. I believe they can do the same for you. And, I'll admit I've taken an interest in their group. So far, Raphael.san has done a fair amount to help Konoha. I feel that helping him in return is only fair. Ceki gave a startled blink. I see then, Hokage. Sama, she muttered to herself. But, can I be part of their group, and still a shinobi of Konoha? So far, Anko has found no such problems, nor has another member of their group. I see no issue there, unless you feel it will create a conflict for you. In the end, this is your choice, Ceki. But may I assume then that you wish to remain a shinobi of Konoha? He inquired. Ceki bit her lip and said nothing for a short while. Itachi did what he did, to protect the clan and the village. I do not know if I can fully trust you and the leadership of Konoha, but I do know I will not negate his sacrifice. I will remain a shinobi, if for no other reason than to protect my clan, and to protect the citizens of Konoha, she continued. Sarutobi gave a nod of approval. I understand Ceki.san, and I can respect that decision. You will be on light duty until such time as your mental and physical stability is confirmed. Welcome back to the shinobi ranks, Special Junin Ceki Uchiha, he smiled. Flashback comes to an end. Ceki was startled out of her reverie when Anko took a seat beside her. So you came, she grinned, still donning her robe, assassin outfit but with the hood down. For now, she was nibbling on a dango skewer. I take it you wish to meet with Raphael.san then? She smiled and completed her dango as Ceki nodded slowly in her direction. Okay, get up, she said, taking out a lengthy piece of cloth. Ceki held it up as she stood up. Unfortunately, I'll need to blindfold you. For safety, she replied. Anko firmly fastened the blindfold and shuffled off with Ceki when Ceki nodded once more. When they got to the assassin's hiding place, she showed her how to enter the ceremonial hall, where Raphael was sitting, via a back door that was hidden. The blindfold removed with an easy pull, and Ceki blinked as her eyes adjusted to the ceremonial hall's new light. Grinning, Raphael stood up and greeted Ceki.san. I'm glad you decided to hear us out. Though I apologize for the blindfold, he replied. We wish to keep our location secret. Ceki gave a sympathetic nod, and Raphael went on. Now I'm sure you have questions, but I ask that you wait until I've explained everything, he stated. He started telling her everything he knew about the assassins when she nodded again. He began by hearing about their past from Ezio. He explained to her their goals, principles, and the assassin's creed. He informed her of his arrival in Konoha and the progress they had made in eliminating bandit groups and illicit arms dealers, which had benefited both Konoha and the common people throughout the elemental nations. 1. After he was done, which was more than an hour later, Ceki was just staring at him. She uttered softly, that is quite a lot to take in. Anko merely smiled. Tell me about it. I got the information spread out over several weeks, and I still had trouble accepting it all. You got it all in one sitting. Raphael asked, do you have any questions? The female Uchiha stood up slowly and began to pace. I'm not sure to be honest. I just am not sure if I can understand what this creed means exactly. I mean, what does it mean? Nothing is true, and everything is permitted. Raphael gave her a smile. He said, tell me, what color is the sky? After blinking in perplexity, Ceki responded. She said, it's blue, but Raphael just shook his head. No, it's not green, he declared. That is what I believe. Does that make what I say true? He inquired. No, because it's obvious that the sky is blue, she said, getting irritated. Raphael answered, but that's not what I believe, so to me, what you're saying isn't true. He sighed when all she did was stare at him, confused and irritated. Let's try something that might be easier for you to understand. Minato Namikaze was a monster and mass murderer. Ceki got up and gave him a glare. She practically cried out, he was a hero to Konoha, who sacrificed his life to save us from the Kyuubi. Her question caused Ceki to pause. But that's not what Iware Kumo would believe, is it? Anko asked. He slaughtered hundreds of their troops with the Hiraishin. So tell me, who is telling the truth, you or them? Ceki parted her lips, then closed it after blinking. She pondered for a short while. I suppose, both? She inquired. Or neither. Raphael stood up and addressed her. That is what the first part of the creed is teaching us. Things that one person accepts as truths, another person will claim are falsehoods. Rules and laws in one town or country may not exist in another. Religious beliefs, political beliefs, social beliefs, all these things are not facts or truths, but simply constructs that some people create and put their faith in, and that others deny in favor of other beliefs or truths, Raphael stated. The creed teaches us that we must open our eyes to this, and realize that this is the only truth in the world. However, given that nothing is true, Ceki questioned, blinking in bewilderment. With a chuckle, Raphael nodded. I'm glad you asked that. It fits into the ironies of the assassins. Yes, how can this statement be true, if our very creed states that nothing is true? Because there are those who disagree with it, and thus, it cannot be true. By its own definition, it is merely an opinion that we assassins hold on to. And yet, it is an opinion with evidence to support it, is it not? He inquired. Ceki nodded gradually. I guess it is. So, what about the second part? Everything is permitted. What does that mean? It means exactly what it means, Anko remarked. If you wanted to, you could walk out of here now and steal money from a store, and who or what would stop you? Ceki responded, but those things are illegal, to which Anko and Raphael nodded. Yes, they are. Made illegal by laws that we've already established are not universally true, and while acceptable here, are not acceptable elsewhere, Raphael replied. But it is merely words on a piece of paper. They do not stop you from committing the crimes. Only you are stopping yourself from committing them. Why? Because I would be arrested and thrown into jail, she replied. Exactly. Because your choices have consequences. That is the point of the second part of the creed. It is teaching you not to do whatever you like, but to understand that every choice you make will have consequences, and that you must be ready to accept the consequences of those actions. The creed, in its entirety, is not teaching us to be free and act rashly, it is teaching us to be wise. It teaches us to not to give in to the illusions of control in society enforced by men in power, and it teaches us to consider the consequences of our choices before we make them, and to be ready to accept those consequences when we do make them. The creed is a philosophy that is the beginning of wisdom. The youthful Uchiha lady nodded gradually. I think I understand now. At least, I get the creed. But what about these Templars, was it? Didn't you say they had a similar goal to the assassins? The apprentice assassin laughed a low laugh. Well, both yes and no, he replied. Like the assassins, the Templar order wanted peace for all mankind. In that aspect, our goals were similar. The difference, though, was in what kind of peace. The assassins sought to achieve peace through people finally setting aside their fears, prejudice, and hatred, and getting to know their neighbors, so that they might live together in peace, a naive idea perhaps, given the very natures of humans. But the Templars, they felt that peace could only be obtained at the point of a sword, and by brainwashing all mankind. They sought to find a way to strip mankind of their freedom, their will, even their very souls, and that they would ensure peace through subjugation. What's worse is they could not even see the hypocrisy of their goal and methods. Where we assassins embrace the ironies and even the hypocrisy of our beliefs, the Templars ignore them. They sought to overthrow the monarchies and governments, believing them to be corrupt and ineffectual, only to replace it another monarchy, with themselves in power. They claim that is what's best for humanity, yet they only seek power for themselves. That is where the hypocrisy lies. Ceki nodded slowly, comprehending. I believe I comprehend, she murmured. Raphael asked her, so the question now is, what do you think? Do you think you could be an assassin? Breathing out, Ceki stood up and paced. I don't know, she uttered. You're asking me to commit myself to a group that kills people, and could make me have to choose between Konoha and this brotherhood. And yet, the work you do sounds like it's helping a lot of people. I would like time to think on this, if you don't mind, she continued. Raphael said, I understand, Kaseki-san. Raphael handed her a piece of paper and said, but to clarify, we would never ask you to choose between us and Konoha. Every member of the Brotherhood can choose to leave us, so long as they swear to never betray us. It would be your choice. When you make your decision, come find me here. Anko, please escort her back to the market. Anko gave him a nod, raising the blindfold once more. She led Ceki out of the building after tying it around her head and saying, sorry. Before long, Anko transported them back to the marketplace and took off the blindfold. She said, I sincerely hope you'll join us. We could use the help, and I think you can too. Ceki gave a quiet nod. I promise to take it into consideration, I understand, she uttered before turning to leave. With a smile on her face, Anko turned to walk back towards the warehouse. Her thoughts turned to Raphael as she was doing this, and this made her pause and flush a little. She was not sure why, but she had started to see Raphael in a different light lately. She would concede that he was, in an odd, almost exotic way, attractive. Considering that he was from a different world, reality, or whatever, it wasn't all that strange that he didn't exactly look or sound like the men of the village. However, it went beyond that. He was charming, funny, and kind, but he was also, well, dangerous. She had seen him take on bandits on a few of their missions together when she was still an assassin trainee. He transformed from the endearing, witty, and amiable man she usually encountered into a cold, proficient assassin. And there was a part of her that kind of liked that. She found it endearing that he was a deadly warrior in addition to a charming person. There was a part of her that liked it. And yet, she was afraid of these emotions in another way. Once, to her mentor, she had let her heart open. Orochimaru had been loved by her and looked up to as a father figure. For him, she would have killed or perished. And he had treated her like nothing, betraying her, and using her. And for that reason, a part of her was terrified to let anyone in on her like that ever again. She cleared her mind by shaking her head. In any case, it was irrelevant. Raphael had just been friendly to her, displaying no signs of attraction. She was content with that. With a mental reminder that she was meant to take Hinata to Gonzo's later that day to see if he had any weapons that she might feel comfortable learning how to use, she started to head off. She left with a happy hum, feeling particularly upbeat and inadvertently skipping a few steps. Kumo in the Raikage's office at Kumo, the Raikage sat at his desk and growled softly, pumping iron. He continued doing so, trying to divert his attention, and grunted. A little more than 2 years had passed since Yugito Ni left Kumo. It had been 2 years since Kasui Itami's murder, and his intentions to obtain the Byakugan had vanished. And A was still stinging from her humiliation over what had transpired. His shinobi had not wasted any time in identifying the traitor. A had ordered all shinobi to be fully mobilized, and a team had been dispatched to her apartment to look into her disappearance. They had come back carrying a note in which Yugito said she could not continue to serve a village that had killed her parents so voluntarily in an attempt to subjugate her and the Nibi inside of her. She had declared that she was going to defect, but she had not said which village she was going to defect to. But it was pretty clear which one it was, Konoha. I had some respect for Sarutobi because he believed that the assassination was a direct retaliation for the Hyuga incident, particularly given that it happened on the 3-year anniversary of the incident. But the anger he felt at losing not just Yugito and the Nibi to Konoha, but also a valuable strategist and his intelligence, overshadowed that respect. He was more than prepared to march on Konoha and set fire to the village. But he'd given Konoha an opportunity to get her back first, by sending a message requesting her return and the head of the person who killed Kasui. Konoha had quickly replied, and Sarutobi had alluded to knowing about Kumo's plans for both Kiri and Iwa, which caused it to back down. If Konoha divulged that information, Kumo would undoubtedly come under attack from Iwa, while Konoha likely did nothing but watch or harass them from the south while Iwa attacked them from the west. It had bitterly conceded, but vowed to exact revenge on Konoha. He simply snarled in frustration now, putting his weights back on their rack and causing his desk to creak. His secretary Mabui came in as he was doing it. The young woman with dark skin and white hair placed a file on his desk. She whispered, Raikage. Sama, a report just came in. Apparently, one of our civilian spies in Konoha has managed to send a report regarding the Hyuga heiress you attempted to kidnap 6 years ago. She has apparently been banished from her clan, and is now in the care of one Anko Midarashi. I opened the file, blinking in surprise. I see then, but I take it she was sealed? He inquired. He didn't see her being banished, but he talked to a few people who did see her being thrown from the compound. They talked about her having a strange seal on her head. They described it as the Hyuga emblem on her forehead, with 4 lines coming off it diagonally and 2 more extending from the sides. It is somewhat different from the cursed seal in appearance, so it's possible it's different in functionality as well, she continued. Though we can't be sure without studying it. I see then, this could be quite useful, he replied. Have our spy monitor her. If we can, we'll snatch her up, and try to study this new seal, see if it's weaker than the cursed seal. And if all else fails, we could try to convince her to service, considering her own clan threw her out, he stated. Mabui bowed and nodded. She said, at once Raikage. Sama, and walked out. Feeling better, I simply grinned a little. It appeared as though retribution was now possible. And it really would be a great one. Konoha, in the afternoon Gonzo was sitting at his counter, polishing up a weapon that looked a little odd, and he smiled. Its length was approximately 2.5 feet, and it was made up of a foot. Long, curved blade and a similarly long, somewhat thick metal hilt with a flat cap in place of the pommel. It also featured a circular crossguard, like the Suba on most katana and other similar weapons. He heard the door bell ring and looked up. He smiled to see Hinata and Anko come in. He put the unusual weapon down and sighed. Ah, just the 2 people I wanted to see. He said to Anko, here to pick up your order? And Anko nodded. Hinata was cautiously glancing around when she said, yep. Though I also brought her along to see if she found any weapons she liked or felt comfortable with. He turned to go to the back and said, ah, perfect, actually, I have a couple weapons I'd like to offer, just one moment. Hinata blinked in shock and glanced to the back as Gonzo emerged shortly after, carrying a case and a wrapped bundle. He placed them both on the counter and said, here we are, pulling out the weapon he had been honing. First, this is for you, Anko-san, he stated as he opened the package. Anko stepped forward, beaming happily. 2 oddly small blades were resting on the counter. The weapons were curved so that the blades were parallel to the grips, 1/8 of an inch from the handles. Every blade featured a cutting edge on one side and a serrated edge running the length of the sharply curved section. Brown cloth encased the handles, featuring snake heads on the underside of each grip and the assassin's emblem directly above the handles on the blade. 2. I have to say, these were quite interesting to make, Gonzo stated. It was tough finding a way to curve the blade to such a degree without sacrificing the strength of the metal. The serrated edges there can be used to catch enemies' weapons, though I suggest you not try that on a katana or anything heavier, as they might shear right through the blade. And of course, can't forget this, he said, putting a pair of leather sheaths the counterweight. They fit right on your belt, so you can easily draw them from your sides. Anko simply gave a gleeful nod, taking the 2 sheaths and fastening them to her belt after passing over a wad of bills. She turned and looked at the blades slowly after picking them up and gripping them. It feels nice, she remarked, attempting to adjust the weight and movement. Gonzo turned to look at Hinata, grinning. Now you. Well, when Anko first brought you in, I have to say I was overjoyed. I've been waiting years to talk to a Hyuga about some weapons I think would be perfect for them, but they're always so close-minded, using only standard shinobi tools and nothing more. But you're not bound to their rules, are you? He inquired. Hinata gave a headshake. She said, no sir, a little uneasy. Gonzo merely gave a hand clap. Clutching the case and opening it, he exclaimed, excellent. Hinata glanced inside and blinked. There seemed to be 3 metal bars inside, 2 of which were folded over onto a third that had a leather grip around the middle of it. Beside them was what looked like a belt made of leather with some kind of sheath fastened to it. Gonzo indicated the bars made of metal. Grab it by the grip, and hold it so the other 2 bars are facing away from you, said the man. With a slow motion, Hinata carried the peculiar device. She saw a tiny button directly above the leather grip as she was doing this. Gonzo saw her eye it and smiled. Press it, he instructed. Oh, okay, Hinata uttered as she proceeded cautiously. The 2 folded metal bars snapped into place on either side of the metal bar she was holding almost instantly, making a snapping sound. They unfurled a thick string as they went, and as the 2 bars locked into place, the string became taut. Hinata was gripping something that abruptly changed shape. It looked like a bow that curved inward at the grip it was in, then bulged out and curled back into the standard bow shape, though the tips at the ends also curved forward. Gonzo gave a grateful nod. That, my dear, is a recurve bow. It's a bow design that allows you to fire an arrow farther and harder than normal bows of the same size. Its small size also allows it to be used in cramped areas that you can't use a larger bow in. I also designed it to be collapsible, which makes it far easier to carry. All you need to do is press that button again and it'll collapse back into its previous form. Hinata followed through, and Gonzo grinned as the bow fell once more. I always have been so disappointed the Hyuga have never chosen to try their hands at weapons. I understand they have great dexterity that is necessary to use the Juken, and their Byakugan gives them telescopic sight, which would make them natural marksmen with a bow. But that is why I'd like to offer you a chance to use it, to see if my belief is correct. It's too big. I can't use it, she remarked, taking a closer look. When the bow was unfolded, it did indeed measure 4 feet in length and nearly as tall as Hinata. Gonzo said, "Ah, thought of that too," as he turned around and came back carrying a scroll, a smaller bow, and a quiver. This is a training bow, with training arrows and a training manual on using a bow. You can train with this bow until you grow tall and strong enough to use the recurve. Oh, before I forget, instead of there being a quiver for the bow's arrows, they're located in the grip of the bow here, he explained, pointing to a storage seal. Had to hire someone to inscribe that seal into the grip. All you do is channel chakra in, and a new arrow will pop out. Blinking, Hinata gazed at everything. It wouldn't hurt to try, she uttered, and Gonzo grinned. He put all the bow equipment on the counter, said, "Excellent. Now, I'd like to show you another weapon. This one I actually just finished, and I came up with it after you visited here last time, and picked up the unusual sword he had been polishing earlier. This appears to be a straightforward short sword, isn't it? However, it's actually much more deadly than that," he stated while pushing a second button on the sword's hilt. Abruptly, the hilt expanded outward from his grip in both directions, changing into a polearm that measured about 6 feet. It was immediately recognized by Anko as a naginata, a staff weapon used by samurai fighters. Gonzo gave her a smile. "Now again, I realize this weapon is rather large for you in its current form. But if you like it, you'll grow into it. Both this and the short sword are very fast, agile weapons, and with its ability to shrink into a sword, you can use it in close quarters combat. All you need to do is press the button here near this grip, and it'll transform back again," he demonstrated. "Now I've got some manuals for Kenjutsu and Bojutsu here, so you can learn both arts as well, to handle both styles you can use with the weapon." Anko simply grinned and approached. She remarked, "Quite a lot here. You're being rather generous," as Hinata examined the naginata carefully. When she pressed the button to make it retract into its sword form once more, she yelled a little. He added another item to the small pile of items on the counter, saying, "I'm always generous when it comes to my specialty weapons. Unique weapons like these should be shared with those who will get the most use out of them. And of course, the sword comes with a sheath as well, for easy carrying. Besides, the act of making specialty weapons is enough of a reward to offset the lower earnings." Unsure, Hinata looked up at Anko. She said, Anko ne. Chan, what do you think? I'm not sure about all this." Her words, "Well Hinata, I think you should take him up on the offer. If you do end up liking them, then you can train and grow into them. And if you don't, well we have a good place they can go," were directed toward the armory located at their secret warehouse. Right now, it was largely empty, but Raphael intended to fill it with some standard weapons that aspiring assassins and recruits could get for themselves. After giving the sword a quick glance, Hinata nodded. "I'll take it," she declared. A dot in the bow. She said, "Excellent, and since you're the first one trying these out, I'll even sell all this to you at a discount," which cheered Anko up because she was a little worried about the price of all this gear. In the meantime, Gonzo took the sword, sheathed it, and wrapped it up. He then put the bow back in its case. Anko paid the full amount after he raised the price and gave Hinata the manuals. "Now, if you do use them, please let me know how they are. I'd love to maybe make more, and improve on them if possible," he concluded. Hinata simply nodded while Anko smiled. "Well, this was an excellent visit. Thank you so much Gonzo," she replied. Gonzo grinned. He waved and said, "Anytime, please come back soon," as the two departed, exhaling contentedly. He delighted in imparting his knowledge to others. Ceki was making his way slowly across town to the home of the head of the Uchiha clan. Makoto had learned of her condition when she had woken up in the hospital and had gone to see her. She wanted to console Ceki because, to her, the girl had always been like a daughter. She had informed Ceki that she was available at any time to speak with her. Ceki felt she should talk to Makoto about this now. Even though she wouldn't divulge the assassins, she could still use Makoto's guidance. A buzzing sound reverberated throughout the house as she carefully came to a stop outside the door and pressed chakra into the buzzer seal on the door frame. The door opened in a few moments, and Makoto blinked, looking a little flustered. She stepped to one side and said, "Oh Ceki, please, come in." Ceki bit her lip when she noticed Makoto's agitated look. She whispered, "I can come back later, Makoto Sama," but Makoto merely shook her head. She smiled and said, No, it's fine," as Ceki carefully took off her sandals before going inside the house. Makoto shut the door behind him and faced her. She said, "So what can I do for you, Ceki?" Makoto blinked in response to her words. I need your advice on something." They went to the living room, and she said, "Oh, what exactly?" Once they were seated, Ceki collected her thoughts. At last, she parted her lips. I've been offered a position in a group. If I join them, I could do a lot to help a lot of people. But this group has to do some dark things. Things I find myself questioning," she continued. Makoto silently observed her. "Ceki, as a Junin, you know Shinobi are often called upon to do things we all find ourselves questioning. Dark, sometimes immoral things. The question you should be asking yourself is this. Does the help you can offer people perhaps outweigh the actions you might need to take?" Ceki gave her a quick look. When they talked to me, it sounds like it did. And they've told me that I can leave at any time, so long as I don't betray them. But I'm just not sure." Makoto reached over and touched her shoulder tenderly. "I'm not sure I can give you what you really want, Ceki. You're looking for an answer to the choice before you. All I can give you is this advice. Follow your heart and your instincts. They'll lead you to the correct choice." At that, Ceki nodded and grinned a little, with a T. "Thank you, Makoto Sama," she concluded. "Please Ceki, just Makoto will be fine," she replied. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she trailed off, looking down a little. "You were going to be my daughter.in.law, and I." As Ceki moved carefully to embrace Makoto, her heart began to hurt. She softly said, "I'm sorry, Makoto," as the woman started to cry a little. She sobbed, I just don't get. Why did he do it? Why? He seemed so happy, how could he do this?" That gave Ceki a heartache. She was unable to tell Makoto the truth, even though she wanted to. Not just yet, not yet. She was limited to simply holding the woman while she sobbed and allowing her to cry. She couldn't help but reflect on what had transpired as she went. All of the deceased Uchiha had planned to start a civil war in the village and seize control of it. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives would have been lost, and more would have perished in the aftermath when other villages launched attacks on a severely weakened Konoha. The assassins had reduced the carnage to just the clan conspirators by working with the Hokage, saving countless lives in the process. Maybe it wouldn't have been necessary for Itachi to pretend to be a traitor if they had moved sooner. Gazing down at Makoto, Ceki saw that she was beginning to settle down. She thought she had the solution as she proceeded. With a gentle nod, she embraced Makoto, understanding her response to Raphael. That night, biting her lip nervously, Yugito looked in the mirror for the zillionth time. She had worn minimal makeup on her face and styled her hair in a high ponytail instead of her typical low braid. She took a quick look at her attire, which included a knee-length white skirt paired with heeled boots and an off-the shoulder top in a light purple color with long sleeves. As she straightened her skirt once more, a small laugh crept into her thoughts. Matabi said, "You look perfect, kitten. Stop fretting," as Yugito hung her head. She wrung her hands and said, "Oog, I'm just so nervous. I've never done something like this before." The typically composed Yugito appeared agitated and uneasy, causing the Nibby to giggle a little. A knock on the apartment door interrupted both, making Yugito shiver with nervousness and excitement. She inhaled deeply before moving to open the door. Iruka stood there grinning apprehensively. He was dressed in black dress shoes, black slacks, and a jacket over a white button-down shirt with the top button unbuttoned. He was wearing his hair down, but it was still pulled back in the classic pineapple-style ponytail. He blushed as soon as he saw her and blinked. He said, "Wow, Yugito, you look incredible," which made her blush but also smile. "I appreciate it. You too," she smiled. She questioned, "So, shall we get going?" She giggled a little when Iruka smiled and held out his arm. He blushed, but she took it and said, "Such a gentleman," and they began to leave. Yugito looked around as they strolled. "You know, I've lived here for 3 years now, and I still can't believe how different Konoha and Kumo are," she whispered quietly. With a raised eyebrow, he cast a quick glance at her. He questioned, "Oh? How so?" Well, there's the obvious, what with Kumo being built up within a mountain range. It's pretty hard to find the village unless you know where exactly to look for it. But I think the real difference is how free this village feels, she continued. Seeing Iruka's perplexed expression, Yugito chose to go into more detail. The village is very militaristic. Almost the entirety of the village is dedicated to training, arming, and servicing the shinobi of the village. There's a civilian population, but there are far fewer civilian-based business in Kumo than here in Konoha. The rest of the village is geared towards supporting the shinobi of the village. Here though, if it wasn't for the massive wall and the shinobi everywhere, you'd think this was a civilian town almost, she stated. Iruka gave a quiet laugh. I suppose that's true. I think that was part of Shodai Sama's dream, that the village would be a place where shinobi and civilians could live and work together, rather than it be a fortress for shinobi to use to strike out at enemies. He originally founded the village in hopes of making it a peaceful place for shinobi to gather and train. I would say he succeeded if it weren't for the other villages, she smiled. But enough about that. This is a dinner date, so let's enjoy ourselves. Shrugging at her remark about a dinner date, Iruka just nodded in agreement as they made their way to Konoha's business district. While all of this was going on, Raphael was reading a book in silence in his apartment. It was titled The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja and was written by Jiraiya, the renowned Toad Sage of the Sannin, or students of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The man was a well-known author thanks to his Icha hentai book series. But he grinned, liking this book much more. It was his sole non-hentai composition and his debut in writing. Maybe that's why he found it so enjoyable. A knock on the door startled him out of his reading and forced him to look up. He sighed, set a bookmark in the book to ensure he didn't lose his place, and stood up to head to the door. He blinked in surprise as he opened the door. He said, Kaseki-san, how can I help you? Kaseki gave him a quick glance before nodding. She responded, I accept your offer. Raphael moved to one side, smiling. Then come inside. We have much to discuss, said the man. With a nod, Kaseki entered, eager to embark on her new journey. Hai no Kuni, following 4 years throughout the elemental nations, one of the most infamous Yakuza gangs was the Buru Hoshi, Blue Star, with operations spanning from Tsuchi no Kuni, Land of Earth, to Kaminari no Kuni, Land of Lightning. They had grown from their modest beginnings in the capital city's slums to become the 4th biggest organized crime group in the nation. Right now, a dozen or so men from the Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire, branch were heading south to Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, where they were supposed to join a profitable business that would bring in a respectable sum of money. Night fell before they could reach a town or village with an inn, so for the time being they were set up camp in the woods some distance from the road. Most of the men were either dozing off in their tents or gathered around a few campfires, chatting and cracking jokes while intoxicated. The sentries were only a couple of men, and they were fairly slack in their duties. They stood apart from the group. They were only put on guard duty as a formality and didn't really think they had anything to fear. The last of the men by the fires drifted to their tents as the crescent moon rose slowly to its highest point in the sky and started its long, slow descent. The 2 sentries there now were stifling yawns, staring out into the darkness with half-closed eyes from exhaustion. The first sentry never saw the figure in the tree above him, but for a split second he felt something drive into his neck and felt their weight drop on him, forcing him into the ground. After carefully disembarking from the now dead Yakuza sentry, the shadowy figure leaned against a tree and kept an eye on the camp to make sure no one had noticed what they had done. A flash of light caught the other sentry just as he was opening his mouth to yawn, and a crossbow bolt shot out of his mouth, pinning him to the tree he had been leaning against. Before everything went dark, the second sentry, with life fading from his eyes, could just barely make out a shadowy figure pass by them. For a few moments, the 2 eerie figures observed the camp, looking for any indications of movement or life. The first figure raised one hand slowly and let out a whistle that resembled an owl's call when it became clear that everything was still. A few minutes later, someone moved silently from one of the smaller tents to another, where they lit a fire and used a stick to stir it 3 times. Silently, the first figure approached the figure by the fire, who raised an eyebrow. The figure whispered, "The boss is in the big tent. All the others are sound asleep. Nothing should be difficult for you." The figure nodded and handed over a little stack of ryo, saying, "I appreciate your assistance. Go back to sleep now." They said, "We don't want anyone to believe you were involved in this." The first figure nodded to the shadows, where the second figure emerged, their identities made clear by the firelight, and the Yakuza gangster, now revealed to be a spy for the figure, quietly nodded and slipped back into their tent. The largest tent in the camp belonged to the leader of this group of Yakuza gangsters, and Yugito Ni slowly made her way towards it. She stopped outside the entrance and looked to her partner, who was holstering the crossbow they were carrying into a special sling on their back. Naruto Uzumaki nodded to Yugito, and adjusted the leather belt that ran diagonally from his right shoulder to his left hip, so that the ninjutsu scabbard and the crossbow holster rested slightly more comfortably on his back. A katana rested on a small stand, a pack containing some clothes, a figure dozing on a bunk with a blanket wrapped around them, and a collapsible desk holding papers that Yugito first glanced at before pointing to Naruto and then the figure. After pausing, Naruto nodded softly as he stepped in front of them, looking down at the figure and taking a deep breath before extending a hidden blade from the bracer on his left arm and driving it into the man's throat with a swift thrust. The gangster gurgled, their eyes bulging open, and then they slumped back, their life vanishing, as Naruto slowly withdrew the blade, reaching out with his right hand and closing their eyes. He stepped back, whispering, "Rest in peace," and then turned to look at Yugito, who was going through the papers on the desk. "He's done," he murmured. After gathering up the papers, Yugito nodded and said, "I've got the information," stepping back. "We should leave, and we should leave quickly. They discovered their commander dead, and they will return to their base tomorrow." After giving a nod of approval, the two slipped out of the tents and swiftly vanished into the trees. Yugito noticed that Naruto was a little aloof, so she said, "You did good back there," as soon as they were a good distance away from the camp. With a distracted nod, Naruto sighed softly and said, "It's still difficult, isn't it? The murdering," she murmured. The youthful Uzumaki gave her a quick look before nodding slowly. "I constantly have to remind myself that the people we kill are there to protect others," he said. "But even so, I feel sick on the inside every time I kill someone," he remarked. "You should cling to that feeling, Naruto." "That's good," Yugito answered. "It's essential to your humanity." With a small sigh, Naruto nodded to her and said, "I will. It's just difficult to manage. You would think that things would be a little bit easier to handle after the lesson at the academy and, well, what happened to me. But," he sighed and trailed off. Each student had been given a young chicken to take home and care for a month at the start of their current and final year at the academy. At the end of the month, they brought the chickens back to class and were told to slaughter it. It was a sort of test, to see who would have the guts to kill, and so continue the final year at the academy. Approximately 1/3 of the class was unable to do so, and had left the academy. The other 2/3 killed their chicken, but at least 5 of the students could not bear the consequences, and so had also left the year group. But for Naruto and Hinata, this was nothing new. They had already killed someone, unintentionally, the man who had attacked him the night the Uchiha coup was over. Anko had suggested that the two of them participate in missions to test their abilities as assassins, so they had been given a chicken each that they had raised and then forced to kill it. Hinata had done so Naruto comforted her. Anko apologized to them for what she made them do, but tensions remained between Hinata and Anko for months after that. Since then, Naruto and Hinata had continued their training until they reached a level where Raphael felt comfortable putting them on missions with Anko, Yugito, and their then fellow recruit, Ceki. At first, Naruto had been a little afraid of Ceki because someone in her clan had attempted to kill him, but after spending some time with her, he realized she wasn't someone to be afraid of, and that night, she had also lost something. Naturally, Sarutobi had not been entirely happy about Naruto and Hinata leaving the village while still enrolled in the academy, but after Raphael assured him that they would always be accompanied by him, Yugito, or Anko, the elderly Hokage had finally given in. As long as the missions never happened outside of Hai no Kuni's boundaries. Combining reports that Gato Shipping Incorporated had begun to make inroads into that same country with their prior interactions with associates of the shipping mogul, the mission he and Yugito had been assigned was the most recent in a string of missions that had been targeting small groups of bandits traveling through Hai no Kuni down towards the southeast, in the direction of Nami no Kuni. Yugito simply sighed as she turned to face Naruto, stepped in front of him, and knelt down to give him a look. "You are aware that you can discuss this with us? Our goal is to assist you," she whispered, "and if you need some time off, just say so." "Thanks Yugito-ne-chan," Naruto said, nodding and grinning at her. With a smile and a pat on the shoulder, Yugito said, "Now let's move. If you want to have time to rest and prepare, you must return to Konoha by tomorrow night. Next week is something you know, right?" The blonde youth smiled at her. "This is graduation week. Hinata and I will at last be genin," he declared. Reminding him of his final exam, Yugito said, Now come on, let's get going." She started to walk away, but she blinked when Naruto interrupted. Naruto teased, "Of course, you could just be in a hurry to get back to Iruka. "Sensei," making the Nibi Jinchuriki blush, though she was relieved that her hood was covering her face. Whatever," she said as they left, attempting to hide her smile at the memory of her boyfriend of 4 years. Konoha. The following day, Anko was sitting quietly under a tree in one of Konoha's training grounds, sighing as she munched on some dango on a gorgeous day with the sun shining, a light breeze blowing, and not a cloud in the sky. Anko narrowed her eyes and then glanced up at the branches above her. "I think you were off target a little that time," she called up. Then, something whistling and a thud of something hitting a target dummy set up a ways from her disturbed the quiet. As Hinata studied the target above her, she knelt on a branch and held the recurve bow Gonzo had given her in her left hand. "Depends on your definition," she said, deactivating her Byakugan and looking down at Anko. "I missed the bull's eye, but I put an arrow through where his heart would be." As Hinata lowered her hood, Anko studied the young girl, smiling as she watched Hinata hop down. "And that's what really matters, if you ask me," Anko said, observing the young ex. Hyuga collapsed the bow and put it back into the sling on her back. Hinata had changed a lot since she became the guardian of Naruto and Anko almost 5 years ago. She now had a quiet confidence about herself and often smiled or laughed at Naruto's or Anko's antics. She had started to grow her hair out, reaching her shoulders now, though Hinata had mentioned considering growing it longer. She no longer wore her recruit uniform and instead wore black shorts that stopped just above her knees with a shorter purple skirt over them, a lavender short-sleeved shirt over a long-sleeved mesh armor top, an open purple and white hoodie with Konoha's emblem on the back, calf high boots, and a purple and white hoodie with Konoha's emblem on the back. Anko's smile persisted as she reflected on the previous few years, acknowledging that she had really enjoyed having Hinata live with her. There had been difficult moments, such as the recent incident in which Hinata had become distant due to the killing of the chicken, but the worst times had been when Hinata would lose it, mostly because of her mother and sister, the only members of her clan with whom she had a positive relationship. And Hanabi. Hanabi had wanted to spend time with her big sister, to play and train with her. Even when they had to spar, Hanabi had never done it out of spite. She wanted to prove she was just as skilled as her older sister, and regrettably, she had proven that point a little too well, as Hinata had lost more than a few times in the future, leading Hiyashi to believe Hinata was weak and unworthy. Anko's life had been going well too. She and Kurenai had taken the Junin exams and passed, earning promotions to full Junin status. Originally, Anko had considered applying only for special Junin status, but after discussing it with Raphael and Kurenai, she decided to go above and beyond. She applied for a position as a Junin sensei of one of the future Genin teams, while Kurenai had become a mentor to the Kurama clan's heiress. The Kurama clan was one of Konoha's lesser-known clans, consisting mostly of extremely talented genjutsu users. Their greatest prodigy to date was a young girl named Yakumo, who was roughly the same age as Naruto and Hinata. Yakumo's genjutsu were so strong that they could bend the world around her, but the cost was that her body and chakra coils were too weak to use ninjutsu and taijutsu. That being said, Yakumo had been adamant about becoming a kunoichi, having taken inspiration from a boy who had graduated from the academy a year before Hinata and Naruto. This boy, whose chakra coils prevented him from using ninjutsu or genjutsu, had vowed to become a shinobi using only taijutsu. Yakumo had made a similar vow, but with genjutsu instead of taijutsu, and her parents, wanting to see their daughter realize that dream, had turned to Kurenai, since Kurenai was one of the best genjutsu wielders in the village outside of their clan. After a few months of training, Kurenai began to doubt her ability to succeed and feared that all she would accomplish would be to kill Yakumo. Consequently, she attempted to talk Yakumo out of her dreams. Later on, Anko overheard a heated argument between the two and confronted Kurenai about it. "Retrospection, are you really going to leave her like that?" As the genjutsu mistress sat on a bench with her head in her hands, Anko questioned Kurenai. "How would you like me to proceed? Let her die and give her false hope?" Kurenai looked up at her and remarked, "She's not cut out to be a kunoichi. I'm not cut out to be a sensei." "How would you find out, too? Being one is new to you, and you only stuck with it for 3 months before giving up. Is this the same kunoichi who promised to be a powerful, competent Konoha ninja at the academy? Who wanted to prove to the academy boys that kunoichi could be as good, if not better than, their fellow students? What?" Kurenai was shocked by Anko's expression and the sternness in her voice. Kurenai inhaled deeply and said, "Anko, I'm not sure if I can pull this off." She began, "Mentoring a student is such a big responsibility and but Anko cut her off. "I am aware that this is a major duty. Remember, I've been practically mentoring 3 people for the past few years?" Educating Hinata, Naruto, and Raphael.san. I have experience instructing others in Kurenai. Anko squatted down until she was face to face with Kurenai. Nai. Chan, you can't destroy that girl's dreams because of your own self-doubts. Anko said, and if me, the overactive surge junkie goofball, can do it, then surely one of the top kunoichi of our class can do so as well. To her, is that fair? To have her dreams and hopes dashed due to you? Feeling guilty, Kurenai turned away and said, no, it's not. However, I don't want to take the blame for her passing. As mentors and senseis, it's a chance we take. All we can do is hope they learn from our lessons and instruct them to be as strong and skilled as we can. All we can do is that, Anko remarked. The mistress of Genjutsu blinked at her and shook her head, asking, when did you become so intelligent? Anko simply jabbed his tongue at her, saying, I've always been intelligent, just like being sexy instead. She grinned and stood up, causing Kurenai to roll her eyes. She then grinned and gave Anko a hug. With gratitude, Anko, she murmured. Flashback comes to an end. Following this, Kurenai apologized to Yakumo and they started working together once more to realize her dream. However, there was a problem with one of Yakumo's side effects, which started to materialize as a dark creature in her mind, an Ito based upon her id. Nevertheless, with Kurenai's assistance and support from Inoichi Yamanaka, the head of the Yamanaka clan, the Ito was successfully suppressed, and Yakumo was able to regain control over her powers. Up until this point, Kurenai and Yakumo had occasionally joined Anko, Hinata, and Naruto for training. When Hinata returned with her arrows, she smiled and said, are you prepared to return to the warehouse now? Maybe Yugito and Naruto will return, she remarked. That might be a good idea, Hinata said, blushing slightly and turning away from Anko as he continued to smile. It seems like you have a crush on the Gaki. Hinata's eyes widened as she asked. What? And no, I don't. Anko burst into giggles and began to chant in a sing-song voice as Hinata waved her arms. She said, you want to date him, you want to hug him, you want to kiss him, and then she laughed as Hinata pushed her, blushing. Anko nay. Chan, please cease. As they were leaving the training area, Anko continued to laugh, and she complained. Hinata sighed as they left the training grounds, contemplating her impending graduation exams. She was anxious, but she believed she was prepared. The first few years at the academy had been spent studying history and fundamentals, with an emphasis on understanding chakra, teamwork, the history of the villages, weapons, and taijutsu. However, 3 years ago, the theoretical work and history lessons began to dwindle, and the more practical lessons took their place, such as learning how to survive in the wild, how to use the weapons they had learned in combat, and how to set traps and ambush unsuspecting enemies. Every now and then, the class would be divided into 2 or more armies, and participate in role-playing exercises, sometimes involving different classes or even year groups. All of the students had been armed with dull training weapons tipped in red paint to signify wounds and kills. They had studied some of the more dubious tasks that shinobi were expected to perform during their current year, including assassinations, espionage, and information theft, the latter of which had particularly interested Hinata and Naruto, who had been paying close attention to the lessons in this particular class. They had also delved deeper into the chakra-related arts. During their time in the academy, they had learned how to perform ninjutsu, starting with the 3 basic ninjutsu known to practically every shinobi across the continent: the henge, the bunshin, and the kawarimi, too. The henge no jutsu was utilized by shinobi to create an illusion around themselves, making themselves appear as someone or something else. The bunshin no jutsu was used to create illusionary clones of oneself, which were excellent for distractions, but had little application beyond that. While the kawarimi no jutsu was a defensive jutsu, used by shinobi to replace themselves with a log or other inanimate object that would take an enemy's attack, rather than the shinobi themselves. Their instructor, Iruka Amino, had even said that it could be used against enemy shinobi, causing them to hurt or kill each other. Regretfully, Naruto discovered that he was struggling greatly in the ninjutsu department. Although he could execute the kawarimi, he was having problems with the henge and the bunshin. The henge would always come out deformed, and the bunshin would frequently leave his clones looking pale, sickly, and utterly fake. In the end, Hinata had utilized her Byakugan to observe Naruto when he executed these techniques, and discovered the solution. Naruto was essentially overloading the techniques with chakra because he had too much of it to execute such simple, low-level techniques. Anko and Yugito both promptly assisted Naruto, offering solutions to his issues. First, he needed to focus on honing his chakra control. He had already begun practicing the tree walking exercise that Anko had taught Raphael when he was first learning how to control his chakra. It taught Shinobi how to focus their chakra so they could use it to stick to walls, ceilings, buildings, and of course, trees. It also taught them how to hop long distances while running, using the chakra in their feet to make themselves fly. In addition, Uchiha had taught Naruto a technique from Kumo that had helped her overcome similar issues she was having with the henge. In essence, Kumo had devised a means of transforming the illusion into a semi-true transformation. Instead of just creating an illusion, the jutsu formed a shell of chakra around the caster that smelled, felt, and looked exactly like the real thing. The only drawback was that this version of the henge was more chakra intensive, meaning fewer shinobi could use it for prolonged periods of time. The bunshin seemed doomed. Naruto could never perfect his control sufficiently to produce passable bunshin before they graduated, and Anko had hinted that bunshin would be part of the requirements to pass the graduation exam. Consequently, Anko had taught Naruto a different kind of clone-based jutsu, one created in Konoha, but available only to Junin rank shinobi. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Unlike regular bunshin, Kage Bunshin were actual constructs of chakra that could fight alongside their caster, but they required a significant amount of chakra to create. Nevertheless, Naruto's vast reserves of chakra allowed him to summon a dozen shadow clones at once he had mastered the jutsu. In the academy, after they had learned about the 3 basic ninjutsu, they had begun to learn about other different ninjutsu, primarily nature manipulation ninjutsu. These ninjutsu were generally the bread and butter of most shinobi jutsu arsenals. They learned about how each shinobi has one or possibly more elemental affinity, meaning that they could use ninjutsu of a particular element a lot more easily than other elements, though they could use all elemental-based ninjutsu. Their instructor had given them each a slip of paper to test their elemental affinities, telling them that the paper was chakra paper, made from the bark of a special tree, and that it reacted to chakra, being destroyed in a manner that revealed the person's elemental affinity. Naruto's was split in 2, before the 2 pieces blackened a bit, becoming singed. Iruka had revealed that this meant Naruto had an affinity for wind, with a lesser affinity for fire, 3. Hinata's in turn became soaked, falling apart, revealing an affinity for water. However, they had also learned that with few exceptions, most genin did not have the chakra reserves to perform truly combat-worth elemental ninjutsu. So while they did take lessons in how to best feel and manipulate their respective elements, they weren't taught any actual elemental ninjutsu, which instead would be left to the Junin sensei. The henge, bunshin, kawarimi, and most other non-element-based ninjutsu fell into this category. Again, though, they were not taught anything more serious than the basic 3 ninjutsu, as most genin did not have enough chakra capacity or control to successfully pull off combat-capable ninjutsu. Instead, they learned about shape manipulation of chakra, in which a ninja manipulated chakra itself to perform a jutsu. They also learned about chakra manipulation, which involved manipulating the chakra itself instead of using chakra to manipulate elements into jutsu. The art of genjutsu, which Raphael had taken an interest in because of the potential applications for assassins, involved using chakra to manipulate a target's senses and make them believe illusions were real. However, genjutsu was a somewhat more specialized field than ninjutsu or taijutsu. The academy had taught them that in order to break out of an illusion, one had to be able to stop their flow of chakra through their body, before surging it, creating a type of pulse that could dissipate the opponent's chakra, manipulating their senses. If that failed, a shinobi could cause themselves pain that wasn't brought about by the illusion, which would bring their own senses back into reality. Additionally, their instructor had discussed far more specialized areas that shinobi could use, like Iryo ninjutsu, medical ninja techniques, fuinjutsu, sealing jutsu, and other areas, even though their teachers had informed them that most of those areas were reserved for chunin or junin who had begun true training. All in all, the academy had confirmed something the assassins had already been helping her to understand: that the Hyuga were stifling themselves and becoming stagnant because of it. In the clan, they were taught that because of their bloodline and their taijutsu style, a Hyuga needed nothing else. They utilized the basic weapons and equipment every shinobi from genin to junin carried, but even these were treated as disdainful, a last resort. And yet, there were so many possibilities that they could incorporate into their fighting style. Lightning could be used to enhance the jukin, creating an ability to not only disrupt the opponent's chakra system, but their nervous system as well. Gonzo had proven right, that with training, Hinata was becoming quite skilled with the bow, especially with her Byakugan allowing her to zoom in on faraway targets. Their Byakugan could make them incredibly skilled medics, allowing them to access internal injuries, and even use the jukin to stop or increase the flow of chakra to damaged parts of a person's body, to aid in healing injuries or curing poisons. But none of this had been available to any Hyuga because they believed they didn't need it, and it was such a waste of potential. As they approached the warehouse, Hinata looked up, distracted from her thoughts. Anko smiled and went in first, followed by Hinata, who then saw Naruto and Yugito chatting to Raphael, her eyes widening and smiling. Naruto. With joy, she uttered those words. As she and Anko joined them, Naruto looked up and smiled, waving at her. Hey Hinata, Anko ne. Chan, he said, smiling. Anko just smiled, ruffling his hair and making him whine. So, you're back from your mission. What was the outcome? As Naruto waved away her hand, she asked. Naruto grinned and said, everything went according to plan, shaking his head a little to get rid of the memory of the sleeping man dying at the end of his blade. We got some information from them too, concerning both their group's operations in Hai no Kuni, as well as their orders in Nami no Kuni, he continued. Setting aside a paper that Yugito had given him, Raphael stated, Gato's getting pretty desperate when it comes to hiring street muscle. He was willing to pay the Buru Hoshi almost 3 times the amount he's paid some of the other groups we've intercepted. I believe the things we've been doing are putting pressure on him. So, will we then take action against him? Anko inquired, but Raphael merely shook his head. No, we don't even have proof that he is in Nami no Kuni at this time. And even if we did, at this point we would be turning him into a martyr. No, if we are going to bring him down, we have to do it in a way that exposes him for what he truly was and makes people more reluctant for him to continue in his business. Raphael muttered, besides, I want to know exactly what he's doing because it seems like his actions are meant to upset the Shinobi villages. His men were driven out of Iwa after attempting to open a casino and brothel in the village. They were moving into Suna, assisting in the sale of weapons to both sides of the Kiri civil war. We need to investigate why he is attempting to enter the villages. Is it not possible that he is just an avaricious pig out to get money? Anko inquired. Though unlikely, it is conceivable. Why would you try these in a Shinobi village? He could complete these in dozens of towns, cities, and villages around the globe, where you would find things much simpler. So why target the villages of Shinobi? Raphael sighed and continued, you two did excellent work. He's after something. Excellent work. He got up to gather the reports and said, for now, rest and relax. I'll need to take these reports to Sarutobi. Anko and Yugito simply smiled at each other, thinking how cute they looked, and Naruto bowed with his right hands on his chest, mentor, as Raphael rolled his eyes and left. At that moment, Hinata was tugging him away and questioning him about his mission, and Naruto smiled at her. In the meantime, back in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi shook his head, slumping in his chair, and then looked up as his secretary knocked on the door. Yes? He sighed quietly as he read the report in front of him, then set it aside and tried to wipe away the weariness he felt. Raphael.san, Hokage. Sama is hoping to see you, the secretary said. He says he has information to share with you. The door opened and Raphael entered, bowing. Send him in, the elderly Hokage said, sitting up a little straighter. What is it, Raphael.san? Sarutobi inquired courteously but wearily. Today, Yugito, Naruto, and Hokage Sama came back from their mission. I have gathered information here, she stated, placing the reports on Sarutobi's desk. Raphael blinked, asking, is something wrong, Hokage? Sama? He inquired. With a soft chuckle, Sarutobi said, I think we've worked together enough for you to just call me Sarutobi, Raphael.san, and then he sighed, saying, this report about a captured spy who was passing information out of Konoha brought back some painful memories of my past today. One of my 3 students, Orochimaru, the Habisanin, was the recipient of the information, according to my interrogators. Anko's former sensei, Raphael said softly and dangerously, causing Sarutobi to blink. Raphael's eyes narrowed at that. It's true that he was my best student, until I gave Minato Namikaze the position in lieu of him when it came to succession. After that, he betrayed Konoha, which resulted in the regrettable event involving Anko. It appears that he is still living in his former house. Even worse, the spy wasn't operating alone. We have a traitor among us, he said, but we'll talk about that later. Let us address this new information first. From where did it originate? Reading it, he inquired. Yugito and Naruto's mission, the assassin declared. Naruto's target is dead, and they returned today unscathed. The others should return to their base for fresh orders without their leader. Yeah. Reading the report, Sarutobi remarked, it appears Gato.san is growing desperate for hired muscle. Regretfully, he might succeed in obtaining it. It was reported by one of our few surviving contacts in Mizu no Kuni that at least 100 men had sailed from Mizu towards Nami, most of them displaced farmers and the like. He'll probably use them for whatever purpose he has in mind for Nami. Unfortunately, Nami has become very difficult to enter recently, Raphael said with a quiet nod. When one of my spies attempted to do so, he discovered that the nation is increasingly being placed under lockdown. The only ways to get there are by boat or ferry as there is no land access. And an increasing number of the ships that are sailing to Nami are owned by Gato alone. He is occupying that island, but why is he doing it? Unless he's trying to use the ports of Hai no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni to evade paying taxes. It serves him no purpose as a shipping base. I do not like this Raphael, but those he can easily pay without worrying about, Sarutobi remarked. Not even a little bit. Maybe soon, there will be a chance to deal with this, Raphael remarked. Sarutobi.san, I'd like to talk about something else. I think Naruto is prepared for his evaluation, he remarked. After giving him a quick glance, the Sandaime Hokage sighed quietly, saying, Young Naruto, ready to become a full member of your order, is he? Shaking his head softly, he questioned, then maybe good fortune or fate is favoring us both today. I was just going to have my Anbu pick him up and imprison him, but I believe young Naruto can handle him, he said, passing a file to Raphael. I just so happen to have a target for him. You want him to kill an academy instructor? Raphael blinked as he opened the file, he inquired. Mizuki Toji, said Sarutobi, nodding to him. He is the betrayer within our group. For nearly 2 years, he has been providing Orochimaru with information about Konoha and our academy students. The reports that he has killed injured teammates while on missions, however, are even more horrifying. A number of the shinobi whose bodies we recovered had wounds that were easily treatable, but they would slow them down, and eventually they would die from another fatal wound to the heart or jugular. Some even suffered suffocation. Every one of them on missions that Mizuki took part in. Raphael took another quick look at the file and said, why not just have your shinobi or Anbu pick him up? Do you not want to question him? No, Orochimaru's spy has already taught us all we needed to know. In addition, we are aware that he intends to depart the village shortly. He plans to depart the village the night of the academy graduation exams, having obtained a gift for Orochimaru. Whatever it is that he wants, we don't know. He plans to take it with him when he leaves the village. If Naruto is prepared, this is his chance. I intend to station Anbu at every point where the village exits to make sure he doesn't escape. He muttered, it might take some time before you or I come up with a target for him. After continuing to study the file, Raphael nodded softly. All right, then, I'll let Naruto know and tell him to get ready. He won't have much time to get ready for this, he remarked. I'll have a team of Anbu on standby to watch him, to keep him safe. Sarutobi quietly nodded to him. In the event that Mizuki poses a threat, they will take him in and secure him. Even so, I'm assuming you'll be there too? Yes, I will. Don't I have to check to see if Naruto is prepared to be an assassin? The youthful assassin grinned and then bowed, saying, I should get going. Hokage. Sama, uttered he. As Raphael left, Sarutobi said, good day, Raphael.san. He sighed, leaned back in his chair, and massaged his forehead. On Monday, outside Konoha Academy, seated on a swing outside the Konoha Academy, staring at his feet and inhaling deeply as he waited for Hinata to arrive, Naruto was attempting to calm his nerves and his thoughts. It was their graduation day, their opportunity to at last demonstrate that they were prepared to become shinobi of Konoha, but Naruto had another graduation hanging over him. Naruto was astonished to learn that, after 6 years of training, he would finally graduate and become a full assassin when Raphael called them all together last night and said that he was ready to take his assessment assassination to see if he was ready to become an assassin. But then he'd discovered who his target was, Mizuki, sensei. He wasn't in any way attached to the man, though, because Mizuki had subtly attempted to hinder Naruto in the academy while posing as a kind sensei. Naruto had spent years learning how to play shugi, play chess, and plot an assassination, so he was able to notice details, like the Chunin's slight flinch every time Mizuki looked at him, as if he was trying to hide his true feelings. Additionally, he noticed that whenever Mizuki was in charge, something would happen that was meant to hinder Naruto. Training kunai and shuriken were imbalanced to throw him off. Some test questions were far more difficult than they should be for a genin student, and in taijutsu lessons, he always seemed to be sparring against Sasuke and Kiba. While he got along well with most of his classmates, Kiba harbored a deep dislike for Naruto because the blonde boy constantly got him into trouble with his mother and the Chunin sensei. In addition, Kiba felt threatened by Naruto because of the Inuzuka's sometimes very canine-like behavior, which made him feel as though he was a threat to his dominance and his status as the alpha male. Kiba wanted to defeat Naruto in order to humiliate the blonde boy and show that he was a lesser man. Sasuke, on the other hand, was different. It wasn't that he and Naruto didn't get along. Rather, it was that Sasuke didn't get along with anyone. Sasuke seemed to be focused only on training and learning, and it showed since he was the best student in their class. However, that didn't seem to be enough for him, as he continued to push himself. When one of his fangirls questioned him about why he was always training, he said that it was because his father had told him that the Uchiha clan was the best in the area, and he wanted to prove it. Naruto wasn't sure how he felt about killing Mizuki, though. On the one hand, he felt bad about killing someone he knew more than just by name and profile. On the other hand, knowing that this man was betraying Konoha and endangering them all made Naruto more determined to kill the man because he knew it was necessary. He looked up, grinning, and waved to Hinata as she approached. She grinned and followed him up. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Excited but nervous. "Hinata, this is the day." With a contagious smile that made Hinata nod and smile as well, he said, "We're gonna become genin." And with that, the two entered the academy, prepared for whatever was ahead. The remaining students had all gathered in their classroom, most of them talking to each other, nervous or excited about what lay ahead. In Shikamaru's case, he was just groaning, trying to fall asleep, while Choji nervously sat next to him, nervously gorging on a bag of chips. In front of them, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno were busy chatting happily, trying to ignore their own nerves. Kiba was brazenly declaring how he'd pass with no problems, while both Shino and Sasuke just quietly sat, waiting for the tests to start. Iruka entered shortly after Hinata and Naruto took their seats, smiled at everyone, and set down a stack of papers, saying, "Okay, everyone, settle down." If the previous academy curriculum had been followed, the students might have been unruly, but they had received rigorous training and understood the value of discipline, the teacher remarked as the students promptly followed suit. As he started to distribute the tests face down, Iruka nodded. "We're going to start the first of your 4-part graduation exam. A written exam, a taijutsu test, an assassination and stealth test, and an ninjutsu test will all be included in this examination series. You guys are the best class of students I've ever had, and even though I've only been here for a few years, I just wanted to say how proud I am to see you all get to this point before we started," he said. Iruka smiled, seeing that they all had tests and appeared eager to get started. "So let's get started." As they handed in their tests, he remarked. "As I'm sure you've all guessed, I've gathered you here because you all have applied to become a Junin sensei of this year's graduating class," said Sarutobi, who was studying the assortment of Junin-ranked Shinobi and Kunoichi standing before him from behind a desk in a different area of the academy during this time. "Right now, the graduation exams for your prospective students are about to start. I want each of you to watch and examine them, and begin to consider which students you think will make the best teams and whom you would like to teach. Please be prepared to defend your selections of the teams you intend to recommend as well," he said. The Junin all nodded, Anko smiling with anticipation at teaching her first team. She already knew 2 of the students she wanted, but she would need more justification than the fact that she was already their mentor and teacher. She was the first to leave the room when Sarutobi dismissed them. "You should have been in the room with your fellow Junin, not skulking in the shadows," Sarutobi said, sighing as the last one vanished and then turning to face the other direction. "Well, I'm sorry Hokage Sama, but see I accidentally walked under a ladder and had to backtrack for 100 steps to get rid of my bad luck, and then I had to avoid a black cat, and when I arrived I figured I would just sit outside and listen, so I didn't disturb you," said the man with tall, spiky grayish silver hair and a headband covering his left eye, as he lazily leapt through the window. He was dressed in the typical Konoha Chunin or Junin-ranked shinobi, except he had on fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back of his hands and a cloth face mask covering his lower face. "Kakashi, I do not have time for your excuses," Sarutobi uttered, sighing and closing his eyes as he turned to face the now identified Kakashi. Though he was a dangerous and lethal shinobi, Kakashi Hitaki was one of the most prominent Junin of Konoha, having learned over 1,000 jutsu and being the only student of Minato Namikaze, the Ondaime Hokage himself. His teammates, Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara, had both died in the last Shinobi War, and ever since their deaths and the loss of his sense, Kakashi had adopted the attitude of a slacker, seemingly uncaring, and frequently arriving late to all but the most important of meetings. "Kakashi, you need to understand the students you'll be teaching if you're going to be a sensei," said Sarutobi, turning to face Kakashi again. "If you arrive late to evaluate them, you will not be able to do that." With a nonchalant shrug, Kakashi said, "I already have a decent notion of the students' abilities. No need to watch them for me. In addition, I've already decided which team I want to recommend. What happens if you don't end up with the team you want? So what? As Kakashi gave him another grin, Sarutobi inquired. He stated, I'm pretty sure I'll get the team I have planned, but I guess I'll go give the kids a look over since I don't have anything better to do. Hokage. Sama, if that's all? He inquired. With a sigh, Sarutobi waved him off, causing Kakashi to vanish into a flurry of leaves. Sarutobi then silently rubbed his forehead. Although Kakashi had a well-earned reputation, his conceit stemmed from his status as one of the youngest shinobi in Konoha to ever reach the rank of Junin, and his resulting arrogance made him challenging to deal with at times. All Sarutobi could hope was that something would snap out of Kakashi's apathy. That afternoon, at the academy training grounds, one of the Chunin instructors of Konoha Academy moved stealthily through a wooded section of one of the few training grounds connected to the academy. The reason he was there was straightforward. He was the target of the class graduating exam, which involved students having 5 minutes to prepare for the exam and enter the training ground. 5 minutes later, the target would enter and attempt to locate the student, who had to locate the target covertly and assassinate them. At the moment, the instructor was dealing with Naruto Uzumaki, the last student in the class. Silently, he looked around the small clearing he was in, encircled by shrubs and trees on all sides. It had been nearly 15 minutes, and the Uzumaki boy had not appeared. The boy's apparent stealthiness actually gave him a little pause. He didn't see the shadow that was slowly settling on a branch and observing him as he turned his back to one tree, but he did hear a rustle in a nearby bush, which prompted him to draw his training kunai and hold it ready, demanding that the other person come out immediately. More rustling from the bushes caused the Chunin to toss the kunai into them, which caused a young fox to hop out, yapping in distress before racing off behind a tree. The Chunin blinked, then his eyes widened and he whirled, catching a figure that was descending on him with its own dummy kunai. He flipped the figure over, pinning Naruto and holding his kunai to the boy's neck. He said, "Not bad, but it looks like you fail," to which Naruto responded with a smirk. "Should I? Because I think I pass," Naruto remarked from behind him, causing the Chunin's eyes to widen as he felt a dummy kunai at his throat. "I ask," he replied, only to poof into smoke. With a smile, the Chunin said, "Very impressive. A clone of shadows?" The academy's instructors were aware of Naruto's difficulty controlling his chakra and his inability to use regular bunshin. This was due to a program that was started when the academy was reformed to meet modern standards. Students with disabilities, such as Rock Lee's incapacity to use ninjutsu or Naruto's inability to use regular bunshin, would not be punished as long as they demonstrated that they were capable of becoming shinobi despite their disabilities. Naruto had proven this with the use of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, while Rock Lee, under the supervision of Konoha Junin Might Guy, proved he was deadly enough with taijutsu and weapons. Yakumo Kurama would also be allowed to become a shinobi provided she met the physical requirements. The instructor smiled and nodded as Naruto retreated. "You used the henge, transforming into the fox, while a shadow clone made the strike," the instructor said. "You used the diversion to kill me after it failed. Very clever, but be careful," he cautioned. It would not be wise to use such a tactic against a target that is surrounded by allies. With another understanding nod, the Chunin grinned and said, "Even so, you did pretty good." He held out his hand. "Congratulations, you passed the assassination and stealth portion of your graduation exams," to which Naruto replied with a smile before they went back to the others. "All right everyone. Let me open a clipboard and write something down," the Chunin said. "Come back to your final exam period in class, and best of luck, I said," he said. Hinata approached him with a smile as they were leaving, saying, "I assume you passed?" she inquired. Naruto grinned and nodded, "Yes. I caught him with a shadow clone fake out, and he was impressed," he said. "I venture a guess." She laughed. He probably never expected it, but her laughter subsided when they saw Iruka and Mizuki in the classroom. She also noticed that Naruto was feeling down, as the two silently took their seats while Iruka grinned at them. "This brings us to the ninjutsu exam, which is your final exam of the day. One by one, you will approach this spot and execute the 3 fundamental ninjutsu techniques. Now, Shino Aburame, please come up. I know it doesn't seem like much, but these basic ninjutsu can save your life in the field, so knowing them is essential," Iruka said. Iruka nodded and held up a clipboard, motioning for Shino to slowly stand at the front of the class with his face nearly hidden by his coat's high collar and his big sunglasses. "Please demonstrate the henge, the kawarimi, and the bunshin jutsu in that order." Iruka nodded quietly as Shino transformed into him first, then into Iruka, using a nearby chair to switch places. After regaining his position and the chair was put back, He made 3 clones and then dispersed them. He motioned for Shino to return to his seat and noted Shino's grade on his clipboard. As Iruka called the students down one by one, Shino did so. Most of the civilian children had no trouble at all, having repeatedly practiced these jutsu. A couple had some difficulty with their henge jutsu, which were weak and distorted. Hinata, however, performed a flawless transformation into Yugito, making Iruka blush a little as Yugito winked at him, before transforming back into Hinata. When it was finally Naruto's turn, he descended smiling, and transformed into an exact duplicate of Minato Namikaze, which startled a few students. Iruka blinked in shock when he saw how similar Naruto's appearance was to Minato's when he transformed back. Naruto then moved to the back of the classroom to substitute with a chair, and when he came back to the front, he made 3 shadow clones, grinning. "Well done, Naruto," Iruka nodded while grinning at him. He wrote it down on his clipboard and said, "You pass." While all of this was going on, Mizuki was trying not to glare, wondering why the village was letting this brat get away with being an academy student in the first place and whether or not the village was going to lose its mind over it. In the end, though, it wouldn't matter. Not for long anyway. Iruka nodded as he recorded the final score for the students who had completed their ninjutsu exam, saying, "Well done, everyone." He and Mizuki left, saying, "We'll need to take some time to tally your scores from all 4 exams, so just wait here while we handle that." When they were gone, the entire class erupted into animated conversation. Sakura fidgeted nervously at the hem of her red top. "I hope I did okay," Sakura said. "I think I did okay on the written exam and the ninjutsu portion, but I don't think I did as well on the other parts," she remarked. "Come on, forehead, you did great, I'm sure of it," scoffed Ino. Sakura has a rather large forehead, which when Sakura was younger she used to hide with her pink hair, which led to people making fun of her shaggy hair. However, Ino had protected her and helped Sakura become more confident in her appearance, even giving her a hair ribbon to tie her hair up with, which Sakura still wears as a sign of friendship, she said, using her backhand affectionate nickname for Sakura. That was met with a nervous smile from Sakura, who looked over at Sasuke, blushing a little, and said, "Thanks, Ino.pig," using her own backhanded nickname because Ino's name means boar, or pig. In response, Sakura rolled her eyes. "Still smitten with him?" Sakura blushed slightly at her question. "You know he's a jerk, yes? Recall how his team lost to Naruto and Hinata, and he pushed me to the ground after me. Alternatively, what if you were the one who has tried to be kind to him but he ignores you?" Sighing, Sakura said, I know. Nevertheless, I'm sure he'd be a great guy if I could just get him to open up," she remarked. "Come on, Sakura, that'll never happen." Ino rolled her eyes. "Put him out of your mind and concentrate on being a kunoichi. In addition, I'm sure there are more attractive guys out there," she remarked. Sakura simply shrugged and let out a quiet sigh. 4. After a 10-minute wait, Iruka, Mizuki, and the other Chunin instructors reappeared carrying a box of headbands, each bearing a metal plate bearing Konoha's emblem. "We have completed grading your exams." Iruka grinned at the group as one of the instructors placed the box on her desk. He read the names of the graduating students from the clipboard, saying, "Will the following students please step forward? Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, Hinata Midarashi, Naruto Uzumaki, Manabu Akamon, Fuki, and Genai were among them. I'm glad to hear that each of you completed your graduation examination and is now a Konoha native." 5. Iruka looked at them sympathetically. "Don't worry, you 3. The 12 students joined them, smiling happily, while the remaining 3 students stayed at their seats, looking sad. "You're fired for the time being, but you'll have another chance to graduate next year," he said. "I hope you succeed," he said. Iruka turned to face the 12 graduates as the 3 students departed. "Congratulations to all of you who passed the academy graduation exam." As Mizuki took the box and started distributing the headbands, he said, "We will now present you with your headbands." Hinata paused as she received hers, asking, "Is there a way we can get these changed? Such as altering the part made of cloth?" she inquired. "Indeed, a tailor can easily take care of it for you if you just bring it to them." As they completed distributing the headbands, Iruka remarked, "Blacksmiths can do so as well, though they aren't as good at it. You'll have the next 3 days off, and on Friday, you are to return here for your team assignments. Till then, have fun and celebrate your graduation," he said. Iruka simply shook his head, smiling as he thought back to his own graduation day. "Live it up, guys, you earned it," he said softly. The students all cheered and hurried to gather their belongings before rushing out of the classroom. While Ceki was over with Makoto, Congratulating Sasuke on a job well done in graduating, she did smile and nod to Naruto and Hinata outside, who were both wearing their forehead protectors around their foreheads, and grinned as they found Anko, Raphael, and Yugito waiting for them. "Well, look at you two." Anko smiled at the two. "Whoa, Genin, now that?" she inquired. With excitement, Naruto nodded. "Yes, we succeeded," with a smile, he said. "Well, I believe it's time to celebrate. I'll pay for dinner, and we'll throw a party back at our meeting spot," Raphael said, making everyone smile broadly. Nevertheless, as they were leaving, they heard a few women talking. One of them said, in what she thought was a whisper, "I can't believe they let that thing graduate. I am aware. In our beds, he'll probably kill us all." The other one muttered, "They ought to have put him in jail." When Yugito put a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him, Naruto flinched a little, his good mood dissipating as he realized what they were talking about. But then he smiled back at her, remembering that he was not alone, that Yugito had come to talk to him about his burden shortly after she became a full assassin and had revealed she was like him, and he had been shocked at first, but then happy that she could help him, that it had made him feel better knowing she could relate to him, that she could help him deal with the Kyuubi. As they left to celebrate their graduation, he simply grinned. The next evening, with a smug smile on his face, Mizuki exited the Hokage tower with a large scroll and 2 enormous shurikens strapped to his back. He couldn't believe how simple it had been to steal the Scroll of Seals, a sacred scroll that contained many of Konoha's most potent and forbidden techniques. Mizuki knew that with this scroll and Orochimaru's favor, he would have the strength he deserved. All his life, he had hated the weak and felt that power was everything, but he had been denied the opportunity to obtain true power repeatedly. This would end his injustice, as he would soon be a powerful shinobi and receive the rewards he rightfully deserved. Taking on the persona of Naruto Uzumaki and defeating the guards was just the cherry on top, a way to hurt that demon brat. He started to steal away from the tower without realizing that the shadow was following him, always shifting to keep him in view, as it moved along the rooftops. Mizuki grinned as he made his way toward the Konoha wall, picturing the moment the Kyuubi brat was arrested for taking the scroll. He almost wished he could stay to witness it, but he had to meet his contact right away so they could leave the village covertly. As he turned the corner and came to the alleyway where he was meant to meet him, he smiled to see the man wearing a cloak and hood. "I've got the scroll," he whispered excitedly. "Let's get out of here, quickly." "Are you deaf? We need to get going." Mizuki frowned and the man remained silent. He said. Mizuki gasped and tried to push the man away, but as he did, the man suddenly stepped forward and stabbed him in the lower torso, revealing a blade that extended from underneath his arm and drove into Mizuki's neck. As he slowly lowered Mizuki to the ground, smoke engulfed him and revealed Naruto Uzumaki, the small boy looking down at Mizuki with pity and slowly shaking his head, saying, "Mizuki, you betrayed Konoha. Consider this your reward." Mizuki gurgled, blood seeping from his mouth and neck. "Do not fear the passing, but embrace it, and may you find peace in the afterlife." Naruto struggled out, his eyes closed, and slowly reached out and closed Mizuki's eyes as the last breath left the man's body. "Rest in peace." Mizuki just gurgled, trying to spit at Naruto but failing. He slumped back, the darkness beginning to engulf him, as Naruto spoke. "The decoy scroll is secure, Hokage Sama," the Anbu reported as they removed the scroll from Mizuki's back. Raphael, Sarutobi, and several other Anbu appeared at that moment. While 2 Anbu covered Mizuki's body and started to carry him away, Sarutobi just nodded silently and stared at Naruto, who was still crouching next to Mizuki with his head down. Raphael touched Naruto's shoulder gently, causing the boy to look up at him. The assassin gave Naruto a hug, causing him to tremble a little. When Sarutobi approached, Naruto looked up at him and the elderly Hokage cast an apologetic glance at him, saying, "I'm sorry, Naruto, for what you had to go through." With a weak smile, Naruto said, "It's okay, Oji-san. I graduated," as he silently wiped away tears from his eyes. "That you did, my boy. That you did." Sarutobi simply put his hand on Naruto's shoulder as the 3 of them entered the village from the alleyway. Naruto squared his shoulders and held his head high, realizing that his actions were shinobi and assassins and that what he did was for the benefit of the village and all of humanity. With renewed determination, he advanced, prepared for the challenges that lay ahead.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.